Chapter 1024. High up in the sky, the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu and the eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven were in a standoff. Off to the side, the northwestern exalt Lien Zilin and the southern exalt Zhuang Xin stood side by side, gazing down at broad Creed Mountain that towered over the sea of the Spirit Inheritance region. On the surface of the sea, the western exalt Lang Qing suddenly arrived, his gaze meeting with the southeastern exalt Chao Jie, who was atop broad Creed Mountain's heaven-rising peak, let alone the Spirit Inheritance region where broad Creed Mountain was located. The entire Royal Reed Sea seemed to have frozen at this moment as the pressure emanated by the 6 human exalts seemed to have solidified. The surface of the sea was as calm as a mirror. The normal ebb and flow of the tide was now completely still. It was as if the sea had turned into land. A powerful aura shook space as a projection was formed in the air above the Royal Reed Sea. At this moment, most martial practitioners of the entire southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the neighboring southern Blazing Heaven Territory were able to see the scenes in the air above the Royal Reed Sea. Everyone stared blankly at Chao Jie, Zhuang Xin, and the others, speechless. While they had some guesses, the fact that so many peak experts had actually gathered in this tiny Royal Reed Sea still caused all the spectators to feel shocked. 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, 10 supremes. These words represented the strongest existences of the current world beyond worlds. This pattern had been established for more than 1,000 years and was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Over the years, the members of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 10 supremes had changed due to various reasons. Apart from extremely special cases, there were times when there were few emperors and supremes, but there were never times when there were too many of them. For example, 100 years ago, before the heavenly young master, Chen Qianhua, had ascended to the human exalt realm, there had been a short period of time in the world beyond worlds, when there had only been exalts of the 9 territories. It was only when Chen Qianhua's talent soared to the heavens in a single step that the 10 supremes once again lived up to his name. Normally, most of the time, the various supremes settled down in their respective territories, rarely going out. Today, however, a total of 6 exalts had congregated at Broad Creed Mountain in the Royal Reed Sea. In recent years, other than when they headed to the central June Heaven Territories, Kunlun Mountain, this was an unprecedented grand occasion. Still, following this would likely be a great battle rarely seen in the world beyond worlds in recent years. A battle between human immortals and supreme martial saints. Although only the Dongbei and Dongfang supremes had completely released their auras at this moment, Chao Jie, Zhuang Xin, and the other 2 had yet to make a move. However, at this moment, feeling that intimidating aura, those of Broad Creed Mountain also felt their hearts trembling in fear. Now, the southeastern swords mistress and the other peak experts of the southeast who had been invited to attend the meeting were also present on the mountain. There was not just a single late immortal bridge martial saint amongst them. However, even they didn't dare to step foot into it. Otherwise, they would definitely die. A supreme martial saint, a human immortal. What was a human immortal? Below immortals, above mortals. Those who had yet to become immortals were no longer mortals. Amongst the living beings of the human world, only the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt, had a slight chance of resisting the emperor. To them, looking down on the other martial sages was like looking down on the martial artists of the mortal world by an immortal realm emperor. Besides the southeastern exalt Chao Jie, there were only 2 people on the mountain now who were calm as their expressions did not change. It was precisely Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di. Exalts have come from afar to participate in my Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony today. This Yen first thanks all of you here. While Yendi's expression was mild, his gaze was sharp and sharp. Meeting his gaze, Zhuang Xin, Lang Qing, Taoist One Heaven, and Lien Zilin all knit their brows slightly. Your son Yen Zhaoge made a trip to my southern Blazing Heaven Territory and took away many things, Zhuang Xin said coldly. In coming here today, I might as well give your broad Creed Mountain another great gift. He first gazed at the southeastern exalt Chao Jia. Chao Jia, other than our enmity of the past, what we are after is that phoenix bone. We can only fight over who is superior. Still, I am not in the mood to discuss this with you today. What I want to do is only to raise broad Creed Mountain and claim Yen Zhaoga's life. If you want to stop me, we will fight to the death today. Hearing this, Chao Jia said mildly, "Bring it on." Zhuang Xin nodded, "Very good." Then he gazed at Yen Zhaoga, gazing at him for a long time before saying, "Outstanding youngster. Sadly, I must claim your life today. Those who kill will be killed by others. This principle applies to everyone." Yen Zhaoga smiled. "It applies to those of your Wudong slope. It applies to me, and it applies to you as well." Zhuangxin said, "That's right. Everything will be decided through combat." The western exalt Lang Qing now looked at the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu. "Elder Lu, why did you have to get involved in this mess?" "Zhuangxin, and you both have enmity with Golden Court Mountain and Broad Creed Mountain. This can be ignored." Lu Jinggu's voice was like a great bell. "This old man has the exact opposite reason as to why Tian-Yi and Northwestern Lian have come." The Northwestern exalt Lian Zilin, who had been silent ever since she had appeared, suddenly said, "Do not associate me with the two of you. I am not concerned about what Hu Yuexin's descendant obtained from the dim, radiant emperor. Still, the supreme treasure of my Red Sea lineage has fallen into their hands. I must get it back." Lang Qing said, "It is fine. The result will be the same." He looked at Lu Jinggu and Chao Jia. "You were only looking out for her in secret earlier. Now, the two of you want to openly help Bright Connection, whose descendant? The Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin, the Grand Master of Yen Zhaoga's mother, Xue Chuqing, was an emperor who had vanished without a trace from the historical records of the world beyond worlds. You are openly going against the will of the earthly sovereign now," Taoist One Heaven said slowly. Lu Jinggu snorted, "Don't brag. The earthly sovereign has never said that he wants to capture Xue Chuqing." Lang Qing said mildly, "The earthly sovereign does not quibble with the younger generation. Still, some things have to be dealt with at the end of the day. We should naturally make a move. Is there a need for the earthly sovereign to instruct us?" "Perhaps." Lu Jinggu did not argue as thunderbolts rampaged about his body. "Still, there are also some things that should be done and some things that should not be done." Zhuang Shen gazed upwards, exhaling slowly. "Living in this world, there are indeed some things that should be done and some things that should not be done. Some enmity must be avenged." With that, his aura changed, blazing fire surging as a fiery phoenix flapped its wings, an all-encompassing rain of fire descending down towards Broad Creed Mountain down below. The Northwestern exalt Lian Zilin glanced at Taoist One Heaven and Lang Qing. "Settle your enmity with Northeast Lu and Southeast Chao yourselves. Those related to that Xue Chuqing are mine." The cloak that enveloped her petite figure was suddenly opened. The endless ocean was crimson as it suffused the area, seeming even vaster than the royal reed sea as it obscured the sky. Enveloped by that crimson sea, everyone present seemed to be unable to control their own lives. The Northwestern exalt Lian Zilin hailed from the lineage of the Red Sea. It was rumored that she was a personal disciple of the founder of the Jade Clear lineage, the Lord of Primordial Beginning, the Tao tradition of the legendary bigwig Master Red Essence. She cultivated in yin and yang, wielding life and death as she was incomparably profound. Following the great calamity, many vicious, fiendish methods had been birthed. While Lian Zilin was a woman, her methods were brutal as she ranked amongst the top of the 10 exalts. This move of hers was even more vicious than that of the southern exalt Zhuangxin. Indeed, no human exalt is easy to get along with. Enveloped by the crimson sea, Yen Jiaoge felt his rather unstable soul seemingly about to leave his fleshly body as it was forcibly extracted by someone. Chapter 10:25. As the southern exalt Zhuangxin and the northwestern exalt Lianzilin moved, the eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven and the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu moved as well. Lu Jinggu raised his hand, and thousands of lightning bolts condensed into a dark green spear in his palm. He swung his spear and thrust it forward. The entire sky above the Royal Reed Sea was currently covered densely with dark clouds as thunderbolts roiled. The thunderclouds even extended outside of the Royal Reed Sea. Numerous snakes of lightning snaked about amidst the dark clouds, rapidly traversing the area as they congregated in the air above the spirit inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea from all directions. Then an endless number of lightning snakes descended at the same time, wrapping around the spear in Lu Jinggu's hand. In the next moment, a thunderclap rang out. Violent lightning bolts pierced through the heavens and earth, condensing into a line that completely split the void in front of Lu Jinggu. How stable was the space-time of the world beyond worlds? How could worlds like the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world compare to it? However, Lu Jinggu's spear thrust still left a horrifying crack in the world. A gap and crevice vaguely appeared in the world beyond worlds at this moment. Even the 9th-level martial saint expert, treasured branch-suppressing peak, Zhang Shuren, who was proficient in defense, would perish once struck by this spear, even if he were to defend with all his might with the Wudong Phoenix perching formation. Be it the Phoenix or the Wudong, they would all be smashed to smithereens by the lightning. The divine firmament true art was ferocious and violent. Lu Jinggu's divine firmament true king spear was invincible. Taoist One Heaven stepped forward to block him. His palms formed a circle in the air, and as the 5 elements complemented each other, a giant vortex appeared. It was the 5 elements samsara wheel, a unique skill of the remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale. As this supreme martial art was executed by Taoist One Heaven, it was no different from when Yen Jiaoge had seen Xiangyang and the others use it. At this time and place, everything in the world seemed to have been transformed into the spiritual energy of the 5 elements. As the vortex spun, it seemed as if there were layers upon layers of figures inside it. They seemed to be alive and dead at the same time, as if the world of the living and the world of the dead had overlapped. To transform all living things into the 5 elements, to transform life and death for the heavens. This was the 5 elements' wheel of life and death. The vortex caught Lu Jinggu's divine firmament true monarch spear, constantly dispelling its destructive power and killing intent, transforming it into vitality, thereby blocking that earth-shattering strike. Even though he was also a human exalt, he still needed to use gentleness to counter Lu Jinggu's attack. However, Taoist One Heaven did not intend to fight Lu Jinggu to the death. His target was Yen Jiaoge and Yen Di, or rather, Lianzilin and Lang Qing, Xue Chuqing. While he couldn't personally attack Broad Creed Mountain now, blocking Lu Jinggu was already enough. After taking down Broad Creed Mountain, the things that he wanted would not be lacking. The East, Northeast, South, and Northwest Supremes attacked at the same time. The Western exalt Lang Qing and the Southeastern exalt Chao Jia did not make any movements now. Lang Qing rode the wind and crossed the sea, standing quietly on the surface of the sea. It was like this had nothing to do with him and was just here to watch the show. He did not seem to be on the same side as Zhuangxin and the others. He had a smile on his face, but there was no humor in his eyes. Chao Jia was expressionless, even though he was currently standing on Broad Creed Mountain. Zhuangxin and Lianzilin's attacks also enveloping him within. Chao Jia still seemed as if he had not seen them at all. His gaze was fixated firmly on the surface of the sea down below, on the seemingly harmless Western exalt Lang Qing. There was no other reason than that this was a human exalt who cultivated in the spatial heavenly scripture of the jade, clear, direct lineage. Distance virtually had no meaning whatsoever to Lang Qing. From a certain perspective, he was likely the fastest of all the experts present. Even Lu Jinggu, who was swift as flashing lightning, was inferior to Lang Qing in terms of pure speed. Indeed, seeing that Taoist One Heaven wanted to slowly wear him down, Lu Jinggu immediately snorted coldly, changing his stance. The greenish-black spear, condensed of the light of thunder that was tough and violent, instantly became as gentle as water. The most masculine existence between the heavens and the earth. Thunderbolts resembled flowing water at this moment. Lu Jinggu abruptly retracted his spear and retreated before his figure flickered, resembling lightning as he directly bypassed Taoist One Heaven. Now, however, the western exalt Lang Qing on the surface of the sea down below moved. Without the slightest delay, Lang Qing had already appeared before Lu Jinggu. It was as if the time he had used to move had been erased from everyone's minds, as they had lost that fragment of time. Spatial distance seemed to not exist for the western exalt Lang Qing at this moment. Chao Jia, who had been paying close attention to Lang Qing, finally moved now as well. Condensed sword chi shot into the heavens splitting apart as a speck of starlight was exceptionally bright amidst the darkness of the universe. A majestic, immeasurable will descended, resembling a sovereign descending upon the heavens. The purple tenuity Emperor star flickered above the sky as it was guided by Chao Jia's sword chi, bolstering his body. Chao Jia formed a sword seal, a streak of purple sword light piercing towards the western exalt Lang Qing. As compared to the heaven-shocking, earth-shaking might of the other exalts, this sword of Chao Jia's seemed very ordinary. Strangely, however, the purple sword light that seemed completely ordinary actually vaguely caught up to the western exalt Lang Qing, who was teleporting amid space despite having been unleashed later. Beneath this sword, Chao Jia's entire aura was different as he resembled an emperor of the sword, his might domineering between the heavens and the earth as there was no one who did not obey him. Even the western exalt Lang Qing's mind was shaken when faced with this purple tenuity sword as he was hard-pressed to remain calm. He and Chao Jia were old foes as they were not strangers to each other. Seeing Chao Jia reveal his sharpness, Lang Qing's figure suddenly vanished from the spot once more, evading this supreme sword of Chao Jia's. But at the same time he disappeared, he appeared in another place. Behind Chao Jia, space distorted within Lang Qing's empty hand, transforming into a formless, transparent saber which chopped towards Chao Jia. This was his true target, just like how Lang Qing was familiar with Chao Jia. Chao Jia was also well aware of Lang Qing's sharp methods. Up in the sky, the purple sword light suddenly expanded, forming a pillar of light which enveloped Chao Jia's entire body. Clang! Chao Jia pointed his sword backwards, not allowing any delay as he barely managed to block Lang Qing's universal universe, spatial saber. Meanwhile, no longer having to worry about Lang Qing's threat, Lu Jinggu did not cease in his footsteps as he stabbed towards the southern exalt Zhuangshin with his greenish-black spear. While he was not as fast as Lang Qing, he was still swift as thunderbolts pierced through space, instantly arriving before Zhuangshin. Beside him, the northwestern exalt Lian Zilin was expressionless as she pressed down on the Red Sea towards broad Creed Mountain with one hand while pointing towards Lu Jinggu's spear with the other. The two chis of yin and yang intermingled at her fingertip, shaking the heavens and the earth as the universe reversed. While that greenish-black spear formed violent thunderbolts did not deviate from its target, in order to resist the influence of Lian Zilin's yin-yang finger, Lu Jinggu's movements instantly turned slightly sluggish. The reason why he had attacked Zhuangshin and not Lian Zilin was precisely because he knew that Lian Zilin cultivated in the yin-yang heavenly scripture and did not fear being ganged upon. Still, Lian Zilin's cultivation base was profound as her finger from afar was still extraordinarily profound as she did not attack him. Obstructed by her like this, the southern exalt held nothing back as he continued attacking towards broad Creed Mountain. because in this instant, Taoist One Heaven, who had been temporarily shaken off by Lu Jinggu earlier, had already caught up, punching towards Lu Jinggu's back. Chapter 10:26. The mortal supremes used their own methods and fell into a chaotic battle. Everyone could face attacks from more than one opponent at any time. While the southeastern Exalt Chao Jie had blocked the western Exalt Lang Qing, the attack of the northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu had still been blocked by the northwestern Exalt Lien Zilin. With this slight delay, the eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven had already arrived behind him, punching out. Unlike Lu Jinggu's purple lightning, Taoist Tiandao's hand was currently surrounded by green lightning. The lineage of the remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale, which was also part of the southern extremity longevity emperor's lineage, also cultivated in lightning arts. The longevity martial codex was all-encompassing. Aside from having a long life force, the cultivator could also use lightning to temper their body and obtain great power. Even though it was not as ferocious as the Grave Thunder Palace's divine firmament orthodox technique, the Clear Light Monastery's martial arts were also extremely sharp. This immortal capital lightning light fist was a secret killing technique recorded in the Longevity Martial Manual. Taoist One Heaven used the 5 elements wheel of life and death to transform life energy into death energy, and then he used the immortal capital lightning fist. This was his full strength, his power unparalleled. Open! Lu Jinggu did not panic, even though he had forced his way to his back. He exhaled and shouted loudly, his voice like a clap of thunder as it shook half of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. The purple-crowned elder didn't dodge. Instead, golden lightning surged from his body. As soon as the golden lightning appeared, the flow of time in the surrounding void seemed to come to a standstill. Everything became eternal and unchanging, everlasting, immortal, and indestructible. Taoist One Heaven's immortal capital thunder light fist landed on the golden lightning. There was no world-shaking explosion, no chaotic airflow. That moment seemed to have frozen, turning into eternity. It was ranked 5th among the 9 heavenly thunder. Immortal, eternal thunder, eternity, and instant, the 2 extremes of time. By comprehending the true meaning and profundities of eternity and instant, one would be able to see through the secrets of time. The 9 heavenly immortal thunders each had their own wondrous uses. Among them, the immortal eternal thunder and the instant divine thunder, which were ranked 5th and 6th respectively, could be combined to explain the true essence of creation and time. Lu Jinggu's fighting style was fierce and violent, and it consumed a lot of energy. Still, with the everlasting thunder, so long as he did not surpass a certain limit, the true essence and chi of this northeastern exalt was virtually limitless. This lightning technique was used to protect oneself, and its defensive power was even stronger. Lu Jinggu relied on the immortal eternal thunder to take on Taoist priest One Heaven's punch. His body swayed, and his purplish-red face instantly turned pale before returning to normal. Because of Lien Zilin, the opportunity had already been lost. Lu Jinggu was able to pick up and let it go. He simply ignored Zhuang Xin and thrust his spear straight at Taoist One Heaven's chest. Taoist One Heaven's eyes flashed. Green lightning leaped in his eyes, and purple lightning suddenly surged in their depths. His strength suddenly increased by a notch. Yen Jiaoge was extremely familiar with this eruption of power. It was an instant's thunder. Back when he had obtained the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor from Clear Light Locale disciple Xiangyang, Yen Jiaoge had guessed that the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven was likely proficient in an instant's thunder as well. Now that he was using it, it was indeed extraordinary. He was a human immortal in the first place. Now that his power had suddenly blazed and erupted, the terrifying, explosive power instantly caused him to be even mightier than the northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu. He crossed his palms and slapped the greenish-black spear that was formed from lightning, directly breaking it and shattering it into streaks of lightning. As this spear shattered, The lightning it transformed into scattered into the surroundings. The surrounding heavens and earth were completely bathed in a torrential thunderstorm. Numerous thick pillars of lightning descended, mightily piercing through the sea's surface. Countless pillars of lightning densely covered the area, causing it to be completely transformed into a purgatory of thunder. At this moment, the region of sea, where Broad Creed Mountain was located in the Spirit Inheritance region, was even more threatening than the clear scenic region, where endless magnetic storms rampaged. Martial practitioners who had yet to attain the Immortal Bridge realm would be blasted into smithereens in mere moments, even if they were to enter this domain of thunder and lightning. After this eruption of power, having dispelled Lu Jingu's divine Sky True King spear, Taoist One Heaven's aura weakened slightly as well. Still, he inhaled deeply, quickly regaining his original momentum. Taoist One Heaven had already analyzed an instant's thunder for many years. With his high cultivation base and precise control over it, he could adjust the level of eruption of an instant's thunder as he wished, not having to completely incinerate all of his power in one go. Now Lu Jingu attacked once more, thunderbolts exploding consecutively with seemingly endless momentum. Taoist One Heaven's face was sunken as water as he changed his stance, once more using softness to overcome toughness as he stalled Lu Jingu. Light and shadows shone as the Battle of the Exalts was witnessed by virtually everyone in the southern blazing heaven territory to the west and the southeastern Yang heaven territory to the east. Countless martial practitioners sighed in amazement at this moment. Back then, the southern Exalt Zhuang Xin had fought 1 against 4, simultaneously facing the southeastern Swords Mistress and the other 2 9th level martial saints, as well as Long Hanhua of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Even without using his true martial arts, he had still been able to deal with them with ease. Now, clashing with opponents of the same level, these human Exalt experts could only be considered to be truly displaying their abilities, displaying them in the most direct manner. Why was it said that the difference between the 9th and 10th levels of the martial saint realm was as great as the heavens and the earth? Still, there were disharmonious existences on this battlefield that challenged their common sense. What challenged everyone's preconceptions even more was that there was not just one such existence. Seeing that Lu Jingu was entangled by Taoist One Heaven once more, Lien Zilin was just about to return her attention to Broad Creed Mountain before her. Now, however, a saber light lit up before her eyes. Wherever the saber light went, the creation seemed to change. A tyrannical, domineering, powerful saber intent that looked down on all beneath the heavens transformed into a heaven-splitting saber, chopping towards the Red Sea above Broad Creed Mountain, as well as the owner of the Red Sea. The ferocious and vast scarlet sea surged and pressed down, but it was actually split apart by the saber light. The blade light continued to rise, showing the process of the creation world from the creation of heaven and earth to the destruction of heaven and earth. It was not simply the creation of heaven and earth, nor was it simply the passing of creation into destruction. Instead, it was a complete process from beginning to end. Therefore, it was unstoppable. The change of creation, the trend of the times, it swept through and crushed everything. Even the Red Sea beneath the northwestern Exalt Lien Zilin's palm was split apart right down the middle at this moment, the seawater receding to the sides. At this moment, there was no one else who could have attacked. There was only Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yen Di. The mid-immortal bridge stage of the 8th level of the martial saint realm was clashing head-on with a human Exalt of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. A brilliant light erupted within the eyes of the western Exalt Lien Zilin as she appeared unprecedentedly serious. She suddenly flipped her palm. Without any warning, a white radiance suddenly appeared in the crimson sea, condensing into a circle like the surface of a mirror. It was none other than the supreme martial art of the Red Sea, the bright red yin-yang change. A streak of white mirror light descended. While it seemed tiny wherever it passed, all life force was severed. The baleful qi and killing intent within were even more ferocious than that of the Red Sea earlier. Also, its power was completely concentrated in a single line as it was directed straight at Yen Di alone. Yen Di was fearless as his saber did not waver or move as it hacked straight towards Lien Zilin. Chapter 10:27. The Scarlet Sea lineage of the world beyond worlds, northwestern dim heaven territory, was rumored to be the lineage of the Jade Clear Lineage's founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning's disciple, Master Red Essence. Legend had it that Qi Jing Zi's Dao Hall, the Taihua Mountains' cloudy sky cave, had a treasure called the Yin-Yang Mirror. When this treasured mirror shone on a person's body, it could determine life and death. It had two sides, Yin and Yang. The Yin side was white and the Yang side was red. When the white side flashed, it would lead to death, and when the red side flashed, it would lead to life. In the legends of the investiture of the gods, he was famous. The Scarlet Sea's ultimate technique, the bright crimson yin-yang change, originated from this. Lien Zilin flipped her palm, and a white light appeared in the Red Sea. It condensed into a white yin mirror that was similar to the yin-yang mirror. Its lethality was unparalleled, and it could kill anyone it shone upon. It was no joke that the northwestern exalt Lien Zilin was ranked amongst the top of the 10 exalts in the number of people she had slain. Of the other 5 exalts of the same cultivation level as Lien Zilin, besides the southern exalt Zhuang Xin, who was bolstered by the earlier heaven's 4 virtues and possessed shocking defensive power, even Lang Qing, Chao Jie, and the other 2 did not dare to take this blow from Lien Zilin head-on. That yin and yang reversal, that strike that determined life and death, contained a heavy killing intent that was rarely seen in the world. Taoist priest Tianyi's Qinghua temple's 5 elements wheel of life and death looked similar, but if it dared to clash head-on with Lien Zilin's attack, it would be instantly destroyed. Even Zhuang Xin, who was supported by 4 virtues, would try to dodge if he could. If he really took this blow, it would definitely not be easy for him. At this moment, however, an immortal bridge martial saint had no intention of dodging or retreating at all when faced with Lien Zilin's ferocious blow. Yen Di, facing the white mirror light, his expression did not change at all. He only raised the saber in his hand. Amidst the deafening roar of a dragon, not only did Yen Di not retract his saber, he instead exerted more force. Wherever the blade pointed, it was even more domineering and sharp. The unrestrained saber, light directly cut through the world in front of her and arrived in front of Lien Zilin. Perishing together with the enemy? When I was fighting for my life, you didn't exist in this world. Lien Zilin's expression was cold as she raised her other hand. At this moment, half of the boundless scarlet sea suddenly turned into a vast expanse of white. In the white sea, a red light flashed and turned into a round mirror. At this moment, the ocean was half red and half white, and there was a spot of light in each of them. The entire ocean was like a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. Compared to the white mirror light in the Red Sea, which could kill people, the red mirror light in the White Sea helped people find a way out. Scarlet light condensed before Lien Zilin, blocking Yen Di's saber. However, just like how he had cleaved apart the Red Sea earlier, Yen Di's saber light swept through everything before it at this moment. The general trend is with me, and I will succeed in every endeavor. All obstructions would eventually be swept away. Yen Di's tyrannical saber actually forcibly broke through Lien Zilin's bright red yin-yang change. A crack was forcibly cleaved open on that crimson mirror by Yen Di's saber light. The blade light and the mirror light were locked in a stalemate. The saber light continued to move forward, and the crack on the mirror became bigger and bigger. Lien Zilin was slightly taken aback, but did not mind it, because that white mirror light that represented death had already descended upon Yen Di's head as well. In this way, the victor had been decided, even though the might of Yen Di's saber arts left her in a rather sorry state. Still, she was confident that even if the crimson mirror was broken, it would still be able to withstand a saber from Yen Di. Yet Yendi would definitely be unable to withstand it as soon as he was illuminated by the white light. While it was rather hard to believe, Lienzulin had to admit that if this immortal bridge martial saint attacked fiercely, he truly possessed the strength to threaten her. Yet, in terms of defense, he was far inferior to her, who was a human immortal. Just as Lienzulin was thinking this, her expression suddenly changed slightly. Streams of qi surged out from above Yendi's head, instantly transforming into a dark, chaotic clump of clouds. Within the clump of clouds, specks of light flickered. They were not bright, not dazzling, not resplendent, not eye-catching. The concept within was hard to fathom and hard to describe. The cloud qi expanded and changed, blooming like a lotus flower. The borders of the petals were blurry as they were indistinguishable from the surrounding space. As the white mirror light that reaped one's life landed on that existence that resembled a clump of clouds and a lotus flower, slight ripples arose. The lotus swayed unceasingly, the cloud qi expanding unceasingly. Yet, as soon as the white light entered that cloud qi, it lost its miraculousness, no longer moving, let alone harming Yendi. Yet, Yendi's saber grew stronger and stronger until that white sea and crimson mirror were completely shattered. His saber did not cease as he continued chopping towards Lienzulin. Lienzulin was shocked. While she was confident and arrogant, having experienced countless battles, Lienzulin had naturally learnt about Broad Creed Mountain's situation before coming. While Yendi was shockingly powerful, it was still within her predictions. Lienzulin had always been on guard against the many treasures that Broad Creed Mountain possessed. Yet, never would she have thought that a grand simplicity splendor cloud would suddenly appear above Yendi's head, actually blocking her killing move head-on. The bright yin-yang change of the bright yin-yang change was unable to do anything to the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Yet, the red-yang change which she used to defend herself had been broken through by a single saber of Yendi's. The saber in Yendi's hands was still the heavenly dragon saber that he had forged himself. Different from before, the current heavenly dragon saber was already a high-grade, sacred artifact. It had only been a few years since Yendi had ascended to the Immortal Bridge stage. It had not been easy for him to forge a high-grade sacred artifact. Still, Broad Creed Mountain's current wealth was abundant. Yen Zhaoga had provided all the remaining dragon corpses of the Myriad Dragon Palace to Yendi, supplementing them with many other treasures. In just a few short years, a high-grade sacred artifact, Heavenly Dragon Saber, had been forged. With the grand simplicity splendor cloud protecting him, Yendi currently had no need to consider defense at all. One with the saber, his martial true intent was displayed to the point of perfection. Even though Lienzulin had already reacted quickly enough, immediately wielding her sacred artifact to protect her, she was still injured by Yendi's saber as she was caught off guard. Everyone who witnessed this scene involuntarily broke into an uproar. It had seemed like an unfair clash. In the end, Yendi, who was an immortal bridge martial saint, had actually won by a single move. The grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yendi's head, his saber held horizontally before his chest as he roared towards the heavens. Human exalt, your reputation is well deserved. This battle was delightful. Let us continue. Lienzulin retreated, her expression heavy. She had originally thought that against an opponent of the mid-Immortal Bridge stage, she would be able to end this battle with her cultivation base, whether the other party was barehanded or using a weapon. Even if the other party was a heaven-defying genius with outstanding strength, how was she, Lienzulin, not also a genius amongst geniuses, having been able to reach where she was now? Still, at the end of the day, she had still been forced to use her weapon. Otherwise, her injuries would have been even more severe. Lienzulin raised her hand, the fresh, bloodied wound on it a shocking sight to behold. She executed the bright red yin-yang change, which symbolized life once more. Where the red mirror light shone, the wound instantly began to heal. Yet, while her flesh and blood healed once more, a scar remained which was twisting unceasingly. It was like an enraged dragon was buried beneath the flesh and blood of her left hand, struggling to break out of it. That was Yen, Dee's saber intent, still remaining within Lien Zulin's body. With her cultivation base at the 10th level of the martial saint realm, she was actually unable to effectively suppress that tyrannical, rampaging saber intent whilst continuing to attack. Chapter 1028. Lien Zulin stared fixedly at Yendi. Everyone else directed their gazes towards that saber-wielding figure as well. Even Lang Qing, Zhuangxin, and the other exalts who were currently battling had diverted some of their attention to this battlefield. Yen Zhaoge's battles at Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain that year had shocked the entire world. If one were to say that Yen Zhaoge's strength had been hard to accurately gauge due to the special factor of the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation in the battle at Circumference Mountain, Yen Zhaoge had forcibly repelled Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing as a seeing divinity martial saint, even beating Yuan Xianqing to the point of undergoing nirvanic rebirth more than once. Taoist East Spring and Zhao Zhan of the 8th level of the martial saint realm had even been slain by Yen Zhaoge on the spot. Such battle accomplishments shocked the world. Having already possessed such strength at the seeing divinity stage, what would happen now that he had ascended the immortal bridge stage? Everyone had a general understanding of Yen Zhaoge's strength. Now, however, Yen Di's strength similarly left everyone sighing in admiration. His saber intent is very strange. It's a little like. Lang Qing seemed to have caught on to something as he gazed at Yen Di, but it was gone in a flash, and that auspicious cloud above his head, that is, Lien Zulin, seemed to have thought of something as well. Still, her brows were tightly knit as she felt like she was looking at flowers through a fog. It was just that whatever she was thinking, the heavenly dragon saber in Yen Di's hand shook as he strode forward to attack once more. This time, Lien Zulin was extremely careful. At this moment, she had completely placed Yen Di on the same level as her, completely treating him as a human exalt. It was as if the person she was battling was not a mid-immortal bridge martial saint, but someone on the same level as Chao Jia or Lu Jinggu. She had not recognized the sharpness of Yen Di's saber arts earlier, even less having thought of the existence of the grand simplicity, splendor cloud. She had wanted to rely on the ferocity of her bright, red yin-yang change to end the battle quickly, taking care of Yen Di within a short period of time. In the end, it had instead been her who had nearly been defeated in just a few moves. Having learnt her lesson now, Lien Zulin fought steadily, countering each move as it came. As a human exalt who had been renowned for many years, she did not just possess a single high-grade sacred artifact, Yen Di. While it was inferior to existences like the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown, it was still virtually comparable to the evil sword Tao Tai, even surpassing weapons like the cloud circulating heavenly light sword, the purple sea sword, and the golden crow incinerating heaven saber. In the hands of human exalts, high-grade sacred artifacts were even more powerful. With the support of the weapon, Lien Zulin's attacks were even more ferocious. The grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yen Di's head completely disregarded his own defenses as he unleashed his full power attacks towards Lien Zulin. Both sides exchanged offense with offense, and the battle was earth-shattering. Having integrated a portion of the concepts of the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture, the life creation heavenly scripture, and the cyclic heavenly scripture into his saber intents, Yen Di, who usually also studied them, his true essence was robust, and his chi returning speed was similarly far superior to that of ordinary immortal bridge martial saints. That was why he was able to support his peerlessly powerful saber technique. However, his opponent was Lien Zulin, who was a human immortal. Yen Di's exhaustion was far greater than when he fought with other enemies. As time passed, his stamina would gradually decline. However, what caused Lien Zulin to feel more and more shocked was that while his true essence and stamina were greatly depleted, Yandi's saber was circulating more and more freely as it was domineering and sharp. He seemed to be gradually adapting to the strength of a supreme martial saint. It was as if the layer of stone covering the surface of a beautiful jade was peeling off bit by bit, and the brilliance within was becoming more and more dazzling. Over there, Yandi and Lienzolin were engaged in a heated battle. At the same time, Yan Zhaoga met the southern Exalt Zhuangxin. After Lu Jinggu had been obstructed by Lienzolin earlier, Zhuangxin no longer had any reservations as he viciously attacked Yan Zhaoga. Meeting enemies, their eyes blazed with fury. Words were already unnecessary at this moment. The massive fiery phoenix spread its wings, obscuring the heavens and obscuring the sun. Infinite, endless rain of fire descended, enveloping the entire spirit inheritance region. The place where it was most concentrated was unquestionably broad Creed Mountain. Everyone said that the southern Exalt Zhuangxin was weak in attack and strong in defense. Still, that was only in comparison to Chao, Jie, and the others who were at the same cultivation level. If it were an opponent beneath the human Exalt stage, it would still be filled with a destructive might that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Yan Zhaoga's expression did not change as he rose up from the peak of broad Creed Mountain, directly striking out with a palm. While he struck upwards, beneath Yan Zhaoga's palm, the sky seemed to be reversing at this moment. The might of the heavens collapsing assaulted the fiery phoenix. Beneath the majestic force of heaven and earth reversal, it seemed as if it wanted to collapse the heavens and the earth here. Space distorted as the fiery phoenix instantly emitted a mournful cry. The scattered rain of fire between the heavens and the earth continued descending as it instead distorted into a clump before exploding and being extinguished. After having ascended the immortal bridge, this cyclic heavenly seal of Yan Zhaoga's truly possessed the divine might that could flip the heavens and overturn the earth. Arise! Zhuangxin snorted coldly. Ripples of water, soil, white qi and purple light instantly enveloping that fiery phoenix. Bolstered by the four virtues, the fiery phoenix spread its wings and soared high into the air once more. The thick earth of meritorious virtue replenished the heavens and extended the Tao, preventing the phoenix's fire from being extinguished. The water ripples of holy virtue were impervious to all arts as they helped the phoenix resist the heaven-shaking, earth-overturning changes. The fortuitous purple light was impervious to killing tribulations as it protected the fiery phoenix from being crushed and slain amidst that distorted space. The white qi of nether virtue was inexhaustible with life force. Not only was it imperishable, it also helped the fiery phoenix to find a way out of this perilous environment. Even more eye-catching was that it was not just the four virtues that enveloped the fiery phoenix. Even the rain of fire that it emitted as it flapped its wings was the same. Bolstered by the four virtues, those meteors of fire also resisted the palm force of Yan Zhaoga's cyclic heavenly seal, becoming tough and sturdy as they continued descending towards Yan Zhaoga. Seeing this from the side, the gaze of his old rival, the southeastern Exalt Chao Jie, immediately hardened slightly. He has improved quite a bit the moment an expert made a move. One would be able to tell the difference between them. Zhuangxin's proficiency in the Phoenix true form scripture was clearly much greater than that of Yuan Xianqing, Zhang Shuren, and Peng He. The four virtues that possessed shocking defensive power were utilized in his attacks at this moment. While his attacks might not be as brutal and violent as those of Chao Jie, Lienzolin, and Lu Jinggu, they were still extremely powerful and filled with toughness as they were unceasing, seemingly without end as they were hard to defeat. With just this move alone, Zhuangxin had already caused everyone to look at him, virtually completely reversing the impression that he had previously left of being weak in offense and strong in defense. Zhuangxin was naturally aware of the special characteristics of his martial arts, as he had also been unceasingly researching them, supplementing and improving them. The results were right before his eyes. Good. Looking at Zhuangxin, Yen Zhaoge cheered lightly. However, he had no intention of evading as he still raised his palm high. At this moment, his aura surged even higher. An illusory figure seemed to appear between the heavens and the earth. Yen Zhaoge stood towering between the heavens and the earth. His palm that was raised high above his head seemed to have truly merged as one with the sky. Lofty, simple, solemn, authoritative, domineering, vigorous. Faced with Zhuangshin's powerful attack, Yen Zhaoge had no intention of evading at all as he met it head-on, unleashing another cyclic, heavenly seal. As his palm descended, the heavens collapsed as it smashed towards the fiery phoenix and Zhuangshin. This was a competition of who was stronger, who was mightier, who was more domineering. Chapter 10:29. Yen Zhaoge's palm overturned the heavens, causing the entire universe before him to hang upside down. A corner of the spatial boundaries of the world beyond worlds vaguely distorted and shattered. Such violent power caused the eyelids of the northeastern exalt, Lu Jinggu, to twitch wildly. This is a palm that an early immortal bridge martial saint can unleash. Such a power that reversed yin and yang and overturned heaven and earth caused the flaming meteors that flickered with four-colored light to be forcibly fixed in midair, unable to move. The colorful light on the surface of the fiery meteor kept shaking. First, the water ripples were shattered, then the yellow soil was blown away, then the purple light was extinguished, and finally the white gas disappeared. Even the cyclic heavenly seal should not possess such great power, being able to allow an immortal bridge martial saint to break Southern Zhuang's earlier heaven 4 virtues. Seeing this, the Western exalt Lang Qing's gaze flickered. This palm of his is based on the cyclic heavenly scripture, yet also contains the essence and profundities of many other supreme martial arts. Lang Qing could recognize the yin-yang heavenly scripture, the life creation heavenly scripture, the Taiji yin-yang palm, the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, and many other supreme divine arts. There seemed to be the orthodox, dim, radiant 12 arts of the dim radiant sect as well. This was not the end. There must be other supreme arts. The problem was, how old was Yen Zhaoge? In just a few decades of life, how could one cultivate and comprehend so many supreme arts at the same time and have such deep attainments in all of them? Even though the Western exalt Lang Qing was experienced and knowledgeable as he presided over a region, he still felt it hard to believe at this moment. Fallen deity, is it? Having lost the support of the 4 virtues, those meteors lost their momentum against this cyclic heavenly seal of Yen Zhaoge's. Under the effects of the martial true intent that grasped the power of the duality of duality, the flames were all extinguished and turned extremely cold. The fiery meteors all turned into ice, and then shattered into fine powder. The world that was scorching hot a moment ago, like a blazing inferno, had now turned into a world of ice and snow. Under the effect of the ice and snow, the fire phoenix seemed to have lost its vitality. The southern exalt Zhuangshin was probably the one who understood Yen Zhaoge's strength the most out of everyone present. As his moves changed, the fire phoenix once again flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. With the 4 virtues added to its body, it wanted to forcefully prop up the collapsing sky and stabilize the upside-down changes of the universe. Yen Zhaoge's palm did not change as he formed a sword seal with his other hand, pointing towards Zhuangshin. The azure dragon roared. If that was all, Zhuangshin wouldn't mind. However, the azure dragon's body emitted rays of sharp purplish red, sword light. It was incomparably ferocious and exterminated all life. For a moment, it was as if the azure dragon was spurting blood. Blood spurted out from every single scale on its body. The exuberant life force turned into extreme death energy at this moment. The death energy condensed into a sword, pointing straight at Zhuangshin. It was precisely Yen Zhaoge's self-created martial art, slaying azure dragon. Having learnt of the existence of Yen Zhaoge's sword arts from the survivors of the Battle of Vast Spirit Mountain that year, Zhuangxin had been rather mindful of it. Now that he was personally facing it, he still felt that it was beyond his expectations. What a brutal sword art! It is clearly of the jade, clear lineage. Yet why is it as brutal as the prime, clear, immortal slaughtering sword? It was not just Zhuangxin. The Eastern Exalt, Taoist, one heaven frowned as well. As compared to Wudong Slope's phoenix, true form scripture, the longevity martial scripture of his clear light locale's lineage was even more disadvantaged against Yan Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. Just now, his flipping sky seal was not activated by the instant thunder method or any other method that stimulates the concentrated burning and eruption of power. It was his normal power. What concerned Taoist, one heaven the most, was this. He himself was proficient in an instant thunder, being able to temporarily erupt with shocking power. Therefore, seeing Yan Zhaoge clash head-on against Zhuangxin, he could not help but feel rather doubtful. Now, however, seeing Yan Zhaoge simultaneously unleashing sword and palm, the cyclic heavenly seal with one hand and the slaying azure dragon with the other, both possessing peerless power, Taoist one heaven knew that his earlier guess had been wrong. This youth before him, who was not even a fraction of his age, was really able to forcibly resist human exalts like him and Zhuangxin as a 7th level martial saint. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon, Zhuangxin's gaze turned solemn. A strand of white qi shook about his body as he merged with the fiery phoenix, suddenly transforming into a thin line of fire that evaded Yan Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. The line of fire spun once in midair, slicing towards Yan Zhaoge's body. Space was sliced into two by this rampaging line of fire at this moment, crimson red where the gap was. Space itself seemed to have been set ablaze as the spatial tear was hard to close. This heavenly splitting flowing fire slash was the peak-killing move of the Phoenix Wing, heavenly net saber. Of the entire Wudong Slope, there was only the southern Exalt Zhuangxin who had successfully cultivated it. Yan Zhaoge returned with a slaying azure dragon, meeting Zhuangxin's heaven splitting flowing fire slash head-on. Having exchanged a move with Yan Zhaoge, Zhuangxin, who had been unable to gain any advantage in the slightest, resorted to the same old trick, the thread of fire that he had transformed into traverse space, attempting to evade Yan Zhaoge's sharpness once more. However, the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring box suddenly appeared within Yan Zhaoge's hands. The sword case opened, and black light shot out in all directions. An ancient bronze sword emerged from it. Grabbing the ancient bronze sword, Yan Zhaoge drew a circle in midair. As the black light flowed, the circle directly turned into a black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force that sucked in the slender line of fire. Things were different now. The current Yan Zhaoge was able to perfectly exert the power of a high-grade sacred artifact. The sword intent of the evil sword Tao Tai merged with Yan Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. Not only was there a powerful suction force coming from the terrifying black hole, but there were also flashes of purplish-red bloodlight that were incomparably fierce. If it was said that the black hole was like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour the heavens and the earth, then at this moment, not only was it going to devour its opponent, it was going to bite it into pieces. The line of fire expanded and transformed back into the fire phoenix. A saber appeared in Zhuangxin's hands as well, the patterns on its blade resembling phoenix feathers. He raised his saber, chopping towards the black hole. Like Lian Zilin, Zhuangxin also possessed more than a single high-grade divine artifact. Weapons and martial practitioners cooperated seamlessly, possessing great strength as they mutually boosted their might. The glow of high-grade sacred artifacts like the bright barbarian Taoist robe and the phoenix cry crown lit up on Yan Zhaoge as he clashed with Zhuangxin, not backing down in the slightest. Seeing the phoenix cry crown that had originally belonged to Zhang Shuren, Zhuangxin's expression turned even colder. The silhouetted fiery phoenix spread its wings before abruptly coming together, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge pointed with his sword, intercepting Zhuangxin's attack. Then he waved upwards with his palm, a golden sun slowly rising into the sky, all-encompassing radiance appearing as it resembled the high sun in the sky. Illuminated by the brilliant sunlight, even the exalts felt unbearably hot as a burning sensation arose on the surface of their bodies. It was precisely the extreme yang seal that could be said to be one of the kings amongst sacred artifacts. Before the great battles of Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain, when Yen Zhaoga's strength had still not been widely known by the entire world, many people had already felt wary of him, believing that there was a great disparity between him and the Immortal Bridge. The reason for this was the extreme yang seal. Having attained the body of an Immortal Bridge martial saint, Yen Zhaoga would be able to fully wield the power of the extreme yang seal. Meanwhile, at its peak, this king of sacred artifacts would be able to easily slay an expert of the 9th level of the martial saint realm with just a single strike. Zhuang Xin, Lang Qing, and the others who were already at the 10th level of the martial saint realm and possessed the bodies of human immortals would definitely not have it easy for them if they were struck by the extreme yang seal. Chapter 1030. Yen Zhaoga raised a hand, the extreme yang seal flying up. The sky up above mightily split open as a gap appeared in the dimensional domain of the world beyond worlds. In the distant sky, the solar star trembled slightly at this moment. In everyone's eyes, the real sun in the sky seemed to have disappeared. Meanwhile, the extreme yang seal before him had transformed into a sun that illuminated the world. As this sun was too close to the ground, everyone felt unbearably hot as the seawater of the royal reed sea evaporated in large areas. Yen Zhaoga's palm descended, that roiling blazing sun smashing down towards the head of the southern exalt Zhuang Xin as well. The southeastern swords mistress and a few other experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm had all been invited over to spectate the ceremony. Even though they were people from the southeastern Yang heaven territory, when they saw that glorious sun descending from the skies at this moment, the southeastern sword mistress and the others all felt their hair stand on end. If any of them were to face this attack, they could only turn around and run. If he couldn't dodge in time, he might be killed on the spot. Bolstered by the 4 virtues and cultivating in the true form of a phoenix, the southern exalt Zhuang Xin, who had always been renowned for his defensive power, did not forcibly resist at this time. A clear phoenix cry suddenly came from his body. Zhuang Xin flicked his sleeve, and a row of colorful and dazzling phoenix feathers flew out from within. In the past, Zhuang Xin's disciple Yuan Xinqing's 5 phoenix fan was also woven from phoenix feathers. However, whether it was in terms of quality or quantity, the phoenix feathers he used were far inferior to what Zhuang Xin was using. These phoenix feathers had not been refined into weapons, but at this moment, under Zhuang Xin's control, they rapidly interwove in midair. At the same time, a tree seed appeared within the circle of phoenix feathers. The seed quickly germinated and turned into a red light in an instant. The phoenix feathers surrounded the red light and used it as a support, turning into a golden parasol tree. The wudong tree was not very big. It was only 30 feet tall. However, an extremely powerful energy burst forth from within. Holy virtue water ripples, nether virtue, white qi, meritorious virtue thick earth, and fortuitous purple light appeared at the same time, and they were all vigorous and abundant. The wutong tree hovered above Zhuang Xin's head. Its branches and leaves swayed as it exuded an aura of reincarnation and immortality. As the extreme yang seal smashed downwards, it was actually held up by the wudong tree for a time. Southern Zhuang brought the tree heart of his wudong slope's progenitor tree. Seeing this, even the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu was slightly shocked. It is no wonder. Clearly knowing that Broad Creed Mountain possesses the extreme yang seal and immortal bridge martial practitioners, how could he not have made preparations for this in coming over this time? The golden wudong tree hung above Zhuang Xin's head, temporarily blocking the extreme yang seal. The domineering sun descended, and the golden parasol tree sank. Its crown collapsed, and its branches and leaves were bent. Still, the straight tree trunk stood firm as it ultimately managed to hold the extreme Yangtze for a short period of time. Making use of this chance, Zhuang Xin executed the heaven-splitting flowing fire slash once more, swiftly hacking towards Yan Zhaoge. This time, the edge of his saber was clearly faster and stronger than before. The sudden acceleration and eruption of power caused Zhuang Xin to rapidly approach before Yan Zhaoge. The extreme Yangtze was powerful to the extreme, possessing peerless might as it seemed like a sure-kill blow. Zhuang Xin firmly believed that this was also when Yan Zhaoge was at his most complacent. With the extreme Yangtze suddenly being blocked, Yan Zhaoge's plans and tempo would also be disrupted. If he launched a sneak attack at this moment, victory and defeat would be reversed. This was the best time for him, Zhuang Xin, to strike. A slender line of fire streaked past, cutting through space and the world as it instantly arrived before Yan Zhaoge. The next moment, it would pass by Yan Zhaoge's neck. "I was just waiting for you." Yan Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he clenched a fist and punched forward. His movements were not swift, instead seeming rather slow. However, after punching out with this fist, the scenes before Zhuang Xin's eyes suddenly changed, as it was as though only Yan Zhaoge's fist remained between the heavens and the earth. This fist seemed to fill the surrounding heavens and the earth, encompassing the entire universe. With himself as the center, regardless of which direction Zhuang Xin focused his attention on, there seemed to be such a fist punching towards him. This fist seemed to occupy the past, the future, all of time. At this moment, Zhuang Xin seemed to have seen through the long river of time, transcending all worldly matters. However, whether it was his past memories or his future prospects, there was such a fist punching towards him at any moment within the long river of time. This fist seemed to originate from before everything had begun. It also seemed like it was quietly waiting for him after everything had concluded. All of Zhuang Xin's hair stood on end as he immediately retracted his saber. Without any hesitation whatsoever, he gave up on his original offensive, focusing fully on defense as he resisted this fist of Yan Zhaoge's, which had arrived first despite having been unleashed later. Bolstered by 4 virtues, rosy clouds filled the sky. Yet, boundless, omnipresent fist intent enveloped him before mightily slamming him down. The lofty southern exalt Zhuang Xin could only grit his teeth and bear it at this moment as he was beaten by Yan Zhaoge to the point of resembling a turtle withdrawing its shell. What fist art is that? Seeing this, the western exalt Langqing, the eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven, and the northwestern exalt Lianzilin all inhaled a breath of cold air. The southeastern exalt Chao Jie and the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu, who stood on the same side as Yan Zhaoge, were stunned as well. Chao Jie's gaze shook as he seemed to have thought of something. The expression of Lianzilin, who was clashing with Yan Di, suddenly changed as she looked first at the grand simplicity, splendor cloud above Yan Di's head and then at Yan Zhaoge's fist. Her thoughts flashed at lightning speed as she blurted out, "The head of the grand clear lineages, grand cosmos, 5 manifestations, the Tai Fist!" Lang Qing, Lu Jinggu, and the others all realized. Not just the Taiji Yin-Yang palm, even the Tai Fist? This martial art has been lost for many years. This Yan Zhaoge is actually proficient in it. The martial art that Yan Zhaoge was executing was precisely the Tai Fist that he had comprehended from the grand simplicity, splendor cloud. Due to him simultaneously cultivating in the 3 purities, he had even integrated some principles of the peerless heavenly scripture into the Tai Fist, forming a fist intent that was unique to him that possessed incomparable power. Even as Zhuang Xin was scheming, Yan Zhaoge was scheming against him as well. In the end, Yan Zhaoge was still superior. With a single fist, the surrounding space was suppressed, time itself suppressed. Zhuang Xin had completely lost the initiative as he was hard-pressed to advance or retreat as he was trapped where he was by Yan Zhaoge's fist. He was unable to move as he could only stubbornly resist. Yet, With a wave of Yan Zhaoge's hand, that brilliant sun suddenly changed as it formed a faint golden ray of sunlight which bypassed the golden wudong tree above Zhuangxin's head. Currently, Yan Zhaoge was already able to control the extreme yang seal as he pleased. This sacred artifact king was not a stupid thing that possessed just power. It could change its size as he wished, possessing infinite variations. Zhuangxin was currently suppressed by Yan Zhaoge's Tai fist, as he was unable to cause the golden wudong tree to change in time. Therefore, after that ray of sunlight had bypassed the wudong tree, it manifested as the brilliant sun once more before smashing down toward Zhuangxin once more. Zhuangxin had used all his energy to deal with Yan Zhaoge. Now that the extreme yang seal was descending from above, how could he still have the strength to resist? He was beaten badly on the spot, bleeding profusely. Fortunately, Zhuangxin's cultivation base was profound and his defensive power was shocking as he was not directly killed. Still, he felt dizzy as his figure plummeted downwards. He wanted to stabilize his footing and retreat, but Yan Zhaoge was unforgiving as he had already charged forward once more. Chapter 1031. When experts fought, it was usually just a thin line. The slightest difference could determine the direction of the battle and the final outcome. Most of the time, the true strength of the two might not be far apart, and they might even be the same. But one wrong step could lead to the risk of losing everything. Just like how the northwestern exalt Lian Zilin had not known that Yan Di possessed the grand simplicity, splendor cloud to protect him earlier, she had instead been injured by him. Just like Zhuangxin at this moment. If it wasn't for the sake of seeking victory in the midst of danger, and had instead been fighting steadily and surely, he wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Zhuangxin suffered a blow from the extreme yang seal, his head bleeding as he saw stars. He was also a veteran of hundreds of battles, and he knew that it was more important for him to stabilize his footing at times like this. Otherwise, if Yan Zhaoge had continued his victorious pursuit with the extreme yang seal, continuing to strike down unceasingly, he might not have been able to retaliate at all, as he would have been casually beaten to death by an immortal bridge martial saint just like that. However, it was impossible for Yan Zhaoge to let him do as he swiftly pursued with a slaying azure dragon. Zhuangxin could only barely defend against it. The ruthless sword Qi kept trying to break through his true essence. The water ripples of the holy virtue broke, and the purple light of fortuitous virtue dimmed. The thick soil of meritorious virtue tried its best to replenish it, but it felt powerless. The white qi of nether virtue began to play its main role, fighting for a chance of survival for Zhuangxin. After blocking Yan Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon, the terrifying extreme yang seal smashed downwards once more. Zhuangxin summoned the golden wudong tree, barely managing to resist the extreme yang seal once more. However, the wudong tree was connected to his heart and blood. Now that he was injured, the golden wudong tree's branches and leaves had withered slightly, and its strength had decreased. As this went on, the momentum of the extreme yang seal grew increasingly ferocious, suppressing the golden wudong tree as it descended unceasingly, getting closer and closer to Zhuangxin himself. Langqing, Lian Zilin, and Daoist one heaven frowned when they saw this. Of everyone present, the Western exalt Langqing actually had the ability to help Zhuangxin, because he was the fastest, while he was unable to do anything to the southeastern exalt Chaojie. If he wanted to help Zhuangxin and the others, Chaojie, who relied on inaction, could not guarantee that he would be able to intercept him in time every time. During the fight, just now, he had helped Lian Zilin several times. While she would often only have the chance to unleash a single move before she would be entangled by Chaojie once more, these interruptions and disruptions in his attacks were already sufficient for the injured Lian Zilin to stabilize her footing once more. The Western exalt Langqing unleashed his ability to shift space to the maximum, his figure seemingly omnipresent as he was even more elusive, making it hard to guess where he would appear next. He had taken care of the entire battlefield, Besides the northwestern exalt Lianzolin, the eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven had also received Lang Qing's help. There was only the southern exalt Zhuang Xin, whom Lang Qing had not been able to take care of. It was not that he did not want to. Instead, Yan Zhaoge possessed an extraordinary cultivation base in the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture. He was not like Yan Di, who had simply comprehended the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture, raising his saber intent and increasing his qi returning speed. Yan Zhaoge's attainments in the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture were much deeper than Yan Di's. Just like how neither Chao Jie nor Lu Jinggu would attempt to surround and attack the northwestern exalt Lianzolin. As soon as the yin-yang finger was executed, unless the opponent was clearly much stronger or was able to break through this supreme martial art, they would not have to fear being surrounded and attacked by their enemies at all. If Lang Qing attacked Yan Zhaoge, it would still be fine if it was a continuous series of attacks. However, if he casually struck out every now and then, Yan Zhaoge would only direct his attacks towards the southern exalt Zhuang Xin, making things even worse for him. There is still another way to break out of this. Lang Qing's gaze flickered slightly. Meanwhile, the gaze of the southern exalt Zhuang Xin, who was being suppressed by Yan Zhaoge, similarly flickered slightly. The extreme yang seal up above finally crushed the golden wudong tree, descending once more. Busy dealing with Yan Zhaoge's attacks, Zhuang Xin did not have the strength to resist as he suffered another blow from the extreme yang seal. Beneath this blow, half of Zhuang Xin's body was virtually charred black as he only managed to escape death by relying on the white qi of nether virtue and the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue. Now, however, Yan Zhaoge did not continue his killing blow as he instead executed the Tai fist once more, suppressing Zhuang Xin. Now, however, he diverted some of his attention to wield the extreme yang seal, turning to attack the eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven. As soon as this was done, everyone was shocked. The spectators were all taken aback as they did not understand why Yan Zhaoge would give up on the already injured Zhuang Xin, instead going to attack Taoist One Heaven. Everyone understood the principle that it was better to break off a single finger than injuring 10 fingers. At the end of the day, that was the southern exalt who was a human exalt. Even if he was injured, his strength was still extraordinary. While the spectators could not understand this, the gazes of the experts, currently clashing, flickered simultaneously. "Good fella! Calm enough!" the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu roared. "Leave him for last." Amongst the spectators on Broad Creed Mountain, someone now reacted, "Yan Zhaoge, he does not want the southern exalt to undergo nirvanic rebirth." His words hit the nail on the head. Everyone was enlightened. As martial practitioners of Phoenix, Wudong Slope underwent nirvanic rebirth, their cultivation bases and strength would be no different from before they had been reborn. It would not be as simple as just preserving their lives. Unless they had been weakened by a force like the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation before undergoing nirvanic rebirth, all their injuries would be healed as they would return to their peak state. If Yan Zhaoge killed Zhuang Xin now, the result would be Zhuang Xin undergoing nirvanic rebirth, his injuries completely healed as he would be filled with vigor and vigor once more. At that time, having learned from this experience, Zhuang Xin would definitely not take any more risks as he would advance steadily and steadily. Not just that, because his injuries had healed, the currently weakened golden wudong tree would also be able to regain its peak strength. In that case, it would not be so easy for Yan Zhaoge to replicate his earlier battle results. Now, the already injured Zhuang Xin was indisputably much weaker than he had been at his peak. Yan Zhaoge could completely split some of his attention to help the others deal with Lang Qing, Taoist One Heaven, and Lianzolin, even as he was entangled with him. After the other three had been defeated or retreated, he would then be able to deal with Zhuang Xin. Other than when one's lifespan comes to an end and they enter nirvanic rebirth, the phoenix cannot commit suicide. Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at Zhuang Xin. While cultivating in the phoenix true form scripture and obtaining great power, you are still restricted by it. Zhuang Xin gazed coldly at Yan Zhaoge, not uttering a word. The Western Exalt Lang Qing frowned. Defeating an Exalt at the Immortal Bridge realm is such a glorious feat this Yan Zhaoge is actually able to forcibly maintain his mental state, remaining calm and not getting careless at all, such that this method of breaking the situation cannot be implemented. No wonder, it is no wonder that he was able to walk this far. This is not merely something that can be nurtured with martial talent and supreme martial arts and treasures. Lang Qing sighed inwardly, his figure instantly vanishing from the spot. There was virtually no time at all as he appeared somewhere else at the same time as he vanished. A transparent, formless saber condensed within his hand as he attempted to block the extreme Yang seal for Taoist One Heaven. This time, however, the southeastern Exalt Chao Jie's sword arrived first despite having been unleashed, blocking Lang Qing's spatial saber with a single sword. Chapter 1032. As Chao Jie blocked Lang Qing with a single sword, Yan Zhaoge's extreme Yang seal was unobstructed as it struck towards Taoist One Heaven. Taoist One Heaven was currently in the midst of clashing with the northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu. Seeing the extreme Yang seal strike over now, he could only evade. Lu Jinggu disdained to join hands with others to besiege him. He turned the spear in his hand around and smashed the end of the spear toward Taoist Priest One Heaven, forcing him to retreat. Taoist One Heaven's gaze was deep as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. Zhuangshin's injuries were not light as he was suppressed by Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge split off the extreme Yang seal, striking towards his other opponents. The northwestern Exalt Lien Zolin was proficient in the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture as she did not fear being ganged up on. The western Exalt Lang Qing was proficient in the spatial heavenly scripture as his figure drifted unpredictably. Therefore, the eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven met with misfortune. As Lang Qing thought of ways to help Taoist One Heaven deal with this situation, he was also paying attention to Yan Zhaoge himself. He attempted to forcibly send Zhuangshin undergoing nirvanic rebirth with his own power, helping Zhuangshin to extricate himself from Yan Zhaoge's suppression and regain his combat prowess. However, Yan Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this. Perhaps it should be said that he was specifically waiting for Lang Qing, besieging the enemy and attacking the reinforcements, using Zhuangshin to lay a trap, luring Lang Qing into the trap, and then thinking of a way to heavily injure him. Very quickly realizing this, Lang Qing sighed inwardly at Yan Zhaoge's craftiness. Meanwhile, Zhuangshin, who had become bait, would undoubtedly feel even more stifled. On the other side, Lu Jinggu shouted, "Tiani, are you going to fight to the death with us as well?" As he shouted, the high-grade sacred artifact in his hand, the purple-gold lightning spear, turned around once more, its tip once more aimed at Taoist One Heaven, piercing through the void. Taoist One Heaven was currently raising his hands to parry the extreme Yang seal. Lu Jinggu's attack was too fast. He didn't have time to dodge, and the spear was already in front of him. "Duo!" Taoist One Heaven shouted in a low voice, and a huge purple orb appeared in midair. Boundless lightning filled the air at this moment. Seeing that purple orb, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. How many fragments has this old bull collected? Looking at this head and the power of lightning within it, I'm afraid that more than half of the eye of the Thunder Emperor is here. There was a flash of light in the purple pearl. It was as if a god had blinked his eyes. In the blink of an eye, boundless lightning exploded out, shaking heaven and earth. At this moment, the radiance of the great golden sun was illuminated into a greenish-purple color. The fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor in Taoist One Heaven's hand erupted with astonishing power. Violent thunderbolts surged into the skies, even shaking off the extreme Yang seal in that instant. The Taoist quickly changed his move and managed to block Lu Jinggu's spear by a hair's breadth. Lang Qing attacked Lu Jinggu, trying to help Taoist One Heaven out of his predicament. However, Chao Jie arrived before Lang Qing, intercepting him again. Lu Jinggu, on the other hand, attacked Taoist One Heaven with each spear strike faster than the last. After Taoist One Heaven's eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment erupted once more, its aura instantly plummeting, its luster also growing dim. The special characteristics of an instant's thunder caused it to require a very long time to recover after an eruption. After all, this was only a fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor. The dull thunder pearl, which seemed to be covered in dust, returned to Taoist One Heaven's sleeve. Meanwhile, the extreme yang seal that had been sent flying up above was currently surrounded by a dense layer of purple thunder light. The lightning snakes kept jumping back and forth, but they also kept shattering. The light of thunder vanished as the sunlight grew brighter and brighter. The extreme yang seal quickly regained its vitality before it struck down towards Taoist One Heaven's head once more. However, right at this moment, heaven and earth suddenly trembled. Yan Zhaoga, Yan Di, Chao Jie, and Lu Jinggu simultaneously frowned. The eyes of Zhuang Xin, Lang Qing, Taoist One Heaven, and Lian Zilin lit up. On Broad Creed Mountain, the southeastern swords mistress and the others had not felt it at first. However, at some point in time, all of them suddenly felt an immense pressure. That pressure almost caused them to be unable to refrain from prostrating on the ground, and they felt that the circulation of true essence in their bodies was not smooth. The world, which had been in chaos because of the battle between supremes, suddenly calmed down at this moment. The light in the sky suddenly dimmed. The extreme yang seal still resembled an actual sun, but the sun, moon, and stars in the sky had lost their radiance. As Yan Zhaoga and the others raised their heads and gazed upwards, they saw that the sky above their heads had shockingly turned into the great earth at this moment. Below them was still the sea, and below the sea was land. However, at this moment, the sky had turned into land. As the saying goes, change the heavens and earth, or turn the heavens and earth upside down. At this moment, however, it was as though the heavens no longer existed, only the earth remaining. As Yan Zhaoga and the others hovered in midair, whether it was above or below, there was only the great earth with no sky at all. Everyone seemed to be situated in an underground world, as they were all surrounded by soil. The pressure that they were currently feeling originated precisely from the great earth up above. The thick earth that bore all things pressured down at this moment, causing all existences down below to feel as though they were bearing an infinite weight. The numerous peaks of Broad Creed Mountain were all shaking slightly, actually vaguely showing signs of sinking, as it was, as though they were about to be forcibly pressed down into the sea by the immense pressure. Yan Zhaoga and the others could similarly feel that immense pressure which caused their movements to turn sluggish and sluggish. In contrast, Zhuang Shen, Lang Qing, and the others were not affected in the least. Therefore, in virtually just an instant, they launched a counterattack. Yan Zhaoga and the others, who had vaguely gained the upper hand due to having suppressed Zhuang Shen earlier, instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. The situation between the two sides was reversed in an instant. The advantage of Lang Qing and the others was rapidly expanding more and more fiercely. Meanwhile, all of this originated from someone who had yet to even truly make a move himself. Heaven Emperor. Raising his head and gazing over, Yan Zhaoga saw that a tree had suddenly appeared amidst space before him without any prior warning whatsoever. It was a tree that was rooted in the sky up above. From his perspective, it was an upside-down tree. Its branches and leaves flickered with green light as they enveloped the great earth above and below. It was as though it had always been there. No one appeared. Still, seeing this great earth that had replaced the sky, seeing this ancient tree, everyone knew what this signified. One of the world beyond worlds 5 emperors, the Heaven Emperor. Everyone's hearts abruptly sunk. The Heaven Emperor had arrived, but the Brocade Emperor had yet to appear. With the Brocade Emperor not present, who could stand against the Heaven Emperor, the Heaven Emperor did not even need to make a move. Just by simply standing there, his aura and pressure were already enough to reverse the situation of the battle. changing the direction of victory and defeat. More importantly, an emperor of an immortal clan as an opponent brought despair to the human realm. Leakless true immortals. What was leakless? None of the arts of the human realm could harm them. This was not a saying that had only existed after the great calamity. Instead, it was the common understanding of all experts in the heavens above and beneath the earth that had existed since ancient times. Besides the immortal, exterminating formation that represented the end of everything, immortal experts could only be dealt with by immortal techniques. Speaking of immortal techniques, everyone's gazes now converged on Yen Zhaoge. It was rumored that he had obtained the legacy of the dim, radiant emperor. Was that legacy actually an immortal artifact that had already been successfully forged? Chapter 1033. If the dim, radiant emperor's relic was an immortal artifact that had already been successfully forged and Yen Zhaoge was able to wield that immortal artifact, while the chances were still slim, there might still be a chance. At the very least, he was no longer in complete despair. But in fact, most people were still not optimistic. After experiencing the initial excitement when the news first came out, people gradually calmed down after so many years. The information which had originated from the Radiant Light sect at the very beginning was likely inaccurate. Perhaps Yen Zhaoge had indeed obtained a relic of the dim, radiant emperor, but it might not be an immortal artifact. At the very least, the possibility of it being a real immortal artifact that had been completely refined was not high. On one hand, it was because the dim, radiant emperor himself had never forged an immortal artifact when he was alive. On one hand, it was also because Yen Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had never seen a single trace of that immortal artifact, despite having traversed the world for so many years. If one were to say that while Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners were powerful in the past, their cultivation bases had still been low at this point in the battle today, if Yen Zhaoge truly possessed an immortal artifact and wielded it, he would have already ended the battle before the Heaven Emperor even had to descend. Thinking of this, the hearts of those on Broad Creed Mountain all sunk as they vaguely felt despair. Having become the focus of everyone's attention, Yen Zhaoge's expression was as per usual. He released his suppression of the southern Exalt Zhuang Xin. Raising his hand upwards, the myriad dragon palace appeared, its great doors opening as numerous dark streams of qi emerged from within. In the boundless void of the great hall, a huge black iron wheel quietly rotated. As the black iron wheel flew out of the myriad dragon palace, it immediately became the focus of everyone's gazes. The dim, radiant wheel, this supreme treasure of the dim, radiant emperor Yin Tianxia, had finally reappeared in the world beyond worlds. As the dim, radiant wheel slowly rose into the air, the world before them, which had already been dark and gloomy due to the earth having replaced the sky, became completely pitch black, its radiance extinguished. But in that boundless primordial darkness, a speck of light suddenly lit up, bright and pure. The dim radiant wheel currently existed between light and darkness. The slowly spinning black iron will seem to have been split into two by an invisible line. Half of it shone with resplendent light, glistening and dazzling, while the other half blended into the darkness and was hard to see. However, when everyone focused their gazes, the entire dim radiant will seem to be covered in a layer of dim radiance. It was neither bright nor dazzling, as it was all hazy. There was a clear distinction between light and darkness. Everything was blurry and hazy. Two seemingly contradictory scenes were simultaneously manifested on the dim, radiant wheel, causing one to be unable to help but suspect if one of them was an illusion. But at this moment, they were perfectly united and coexisting, revealing the profound principles and concepts. At this moment, 9 of the 12 holes on the black iron wheel flickered with an indescribable radiance. The rotating dim radiant wheel suddenly halted before radiance shot out from one of its holes, landing on Broad Creed Mountain down below. The opposing force prevented Broad Creed Mountain from sinking into the sea. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge struck downwards with a cyclic heavenly seal. Under the combined effects of the two forces, With the momentum of uprooting mountains, the numerous mountains of Broad Creed Mountain no longer descended, instead slowly rising upwards. Gazing at the dim radiant wheel, countless people murmured to themselves, "That is the treasure left behind by the dim, radiant emperor," even as their minds shook, looking at how only 9 of the 12 slots on the dim radiant wheel were glowing. Many people sighed inwardly. At the end of the day, it has yet to be truly forged. Immortal weapons, as the name suggested, were weapons forged by experts who had pushed open the immortal gate. If the dim, radiant emperor had yet to completely forge it, Yanjiaoga of the martial saint realm would naturally be unable to use it successfully. Still, the difference between immortals and mortals was a heavenly chasm that was hard to surmount. If it was not an immortal artifact, how could it resist an emperor who had already pushed open the door to immortality many years ago? Dim, radiant 12 arts, second art, reflection. A voice resounded amidst space, clear and pleasant to the ear as it resembled the striking of a bell and the sonorous voice of the great Tao. It has been many years since I have seen such orthodox, dim, radiant 12 arts. The massive tree that towered to the heavens above vanished as a Taoist appeared in midair. He wore an apricot yellow Taoist robe, a golden crown on his head, and a crane cloak on his body. His face was like jade with 3 long strands of beard. While he was not as handsome as the brocade emperor Fu Yinqi, he was still ethereal and otherworldly. This was none other than one of the world beyond world's 5 emperors, the Heaven Emperor. While this was his first time seeing him in person, Yanjiaoga had already long since memorized the image of this world beyond world's bigwig expert. Everyone else recognized this true immortal as well. As the Heaven Emperor truly appeared, the terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire area instead strangely vanished. Whether it was Yan Zhaoga, Chao Jie, and the others in midair, or those on Broad Creed Mountain down below, their bodies all relaxed. Still, they all felt even more nervous. Seeing the Heaven Emperor's true appearance, Lang Qing, Zhuang Xin, Taoist One Heaven, and Lien Zolin all ceased their attacks. They simultaneously bowed towards the Heaven Emperor. "Your Majesty, Heaven Emperor." The Heaven Emperor nodded. This humble Taoist has been itching for a moment. "Everyone, please let this humble Taoist pass." Lang Qing said, "Of course." Zhuang Xin sat in the meditative position amidst space, quietly regulating his breathing as he treated the injuries that Yanjiaoga and the extreme Yang seal had inflicted on him. Still, his gaze was still fixated on Yanjiaoga and the dim, radiant wheel. Amidst his hatred, there was also some complex emotions within his gaze. While the dim, radiant wheel was indeed not a true immortal artifact, its might was still shocking. Yanjiaoga's own strength was far from comparable to that of ordinary immortal bridge martial saints. With the extreme Yang seal and the dim radiant wheel in his possession as well, however unwilling Zhuangxin was, he had to admit that he probably would not be able to exact vengeance on his own. More importantly, with the potential and strength that Yanjiaoga had displayed, it would be increasingly impossible for Zhuangxin to personally exact vengeance in the future. It was just that since the dim radiant wheel had yet to become an immortal artifact, the outcome of today's battle could not possibly be changed. It is destined that the brocade emperor will not be able to arrive in time. Zhuangxin looked coldly at Yanjiaoga and the others. The Heaven Emperor strode through space, arriving neither hurriedly nor slowly before Yanjiaoga and the others. The southeastern exalt Chao Jie faced him indifferently as he stood where he was. The northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu calmly bowed towards the Heaven Emperor. This old man, Lu Jinggu, greets the Heaven Emperor. "You are polite, fellow Taoist Lu." The Heaven Emperor nodded slightly before saying, "Fellow Taoist, you can leave now or watch from the sidelines." This humble Taoist does not mind either. Lu Jinggu's expression did not change as he said, "This Lu's assistance this time will not change because of who the opponent is. I only ask my conscience, not the outcome. I have overestimated my own abilities and have made a fool of myself, Heaven Emperor." "It is fine." The Heaven Emperor shook his head. Since that is so, I will speak with fellow Taoist Lu again later. With that, he raised a hand, the wide sleeve of his Taoist robe unfurling. Space circulated as the universe shifted. Lu Jinggu suddenly shrunk as he was directly kept within the sleeve of the Heaven Emperor. A human exalt had soundlessly vanished without a trace, as though he had never come to Broad Creed Mountain in the first place. Chapter 1034. The Heaven Primordial Emperor's expression was indifferent, his left hand behind his back as he flicked his right sleeve. The lofty northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu was instantly kept within his heaven-earth within sleeve. A supremacy was instantly suppressed. The Heaven Emperor's movements seemed natural and casual, without the slightest trace of the mundane world. Even the commoners of the secular world, who did not possess any cultivation, were able to clearly see his movements. However, no one was able to react in time. The seemingly contradictory feelings interweaved into a profound concept. A feeling of helplessness and despair arose within the hearts of those on Broad Creed Mountain. What was the difference between immortals and mortals? This was the power of a true immortal emperor. There was a saying that when a true immortal descended to the mortal world, he would stand firmly in an invincible position, but he might not necessarily be invincible in the world. Actually, this was for the sake of being cautious, because in this world there were indeed peerless geniuses like Long Xueji and Chen Qianhua who could contend against true immortal emperors as exalts. It was even to the extent that with Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's performance today, many people acknowledged that they would also be such powerful existences in the future. However, such people were, after all, rare exceptions. Excluding such special cases, the real general situation was that the difference between immortals and mortals was like the difference between heaven and earth. An immortal descending into the mortal world was invincible. Not invincible in a one-on-one fight, but invincible everywhere. Numbers were meaningless. A true immortal could crush the combined might of so many human immortals. After keeping the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu away, the Heaven Emperor's right sleeve did not cease in the slightest as it swept through the air. The brilliant sun was instantly extinguished, and the world seemed to have turned from day to night in an instant. The extreme yang seal in midair no longer radiated radiance, as it was directly sent flying by the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. He flicked his sleeve once more, stirring the dim, radiant wheel. The dim radiant wheel instantly flew out as well, the radiance within its 9 slots dimming. Seeing this scene, the hearts of those on Broad Creed Mountain all sunk to the very bottom. The Heaven Emperor was neither fast nor slow as he looked at Chao Jie along the way. The next time Kunlun Mountain sets up the 10 Directions Rui Formation will be about 100 years later. In these past few years, our Taoism's vitality has gradually recovered, and there have been many outstanding youths appearing. It's gradually about time for our Taoism to blossom and bear fruit. Heaven Emperor said calmly, "My disciple, Qing Shizi, was also one of them. It's a pity that he's gone. Apart from Qing Shizi, there are also 3 others who may all become exalts in recent years. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be very difficult for the position of the 10 exalts to be left vacant in the past to repeat itself." As the Heaven Emperor spoke, he slowly raised his hand, extending a finger to point at Chao Jie. "At the very least, there won't be any major problems with only you missing." Now, Yan Zhaoge emerged from the crowd, walking forward to meet the Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Primordial Emperor's tone was indifferent. "Whoever I kill first makes no difference to this humble Taoist." "Still, Chao Jie, are you going to hide behind a junior? That's not like you." The southeastern exalt Chao Jie did not speak as he just looked at Yan Zhaoge. When the Heaven Emperor had first appeared earlier, Yan Zhaoge had sent a sound transmission to him and Lu Jinggu. "I have a method that has a 50% chance of success, but it can only be used when the Heaven Emperor attacks me. The 2 of you should not clash head-on against the Heaven Emperor." While Chao Jie did not know what Yan Zhaoge was planning, he could only trust him now. Although Lu Jinggu was suppressed, his life was not in danger. Seeing that Chao Jie did not reply, the Heaven Emperor did not mind as his gaze shifted to Yan Zhaoge before him. This is where our sect is located. The Southeastern Exalt has graced us with his presence and is a guest. This Yen is untalented, but as the host, there is no reason for me to let a guest stand at the forefront to block a calamity for our sect. Yan Zhaoge was currently facing the Heaven Emperor. The Taoist before him appeared calm and composed, appearing rather ordinary as he emanated no pressure at all. Still, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel that his soul seemed to be shaking slightly. He inhaled deeply, simultaneously striking out with his hands as the extreme yang seal and the dim radiant will both flew back into his hands. The extreme yang scripture and the dim radiant 12 arts circulated together, nourishing the treasures in his hands. The extreme yang seal and the dim radiant will shook slightly, gradually regaining their luster as they regained their vitality. Still facing an emperor, they still lost their momentum. Watching this scene from the side, the Western Exalt Lang Qing slowly shook his head. After the great calamity, our Taoism declined. Now that we have finally regained some of our vitality, we are now in the midst of flourishing. This might be the best era for geniuses with potential. Under normal circumstances, for an outstanding youth like you, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and their majesties would more or less take care of you for the future of Taoism, even assisting you in your growth. Even if you are a little arrogant or commit some mistakes, their majesties would still tolerate it. Lang Qing's gaze fell on the dim, radiant wheel, his emotions rather complex. A pity that you have obtained Yin Tianxia's legacy. Fortune and misfortune come together. You think that obtaining the embryonic immortal artifact is a fortuitous encounter, gaining a massive advantage. Yet, you do not know that you have lost even more as a result. It would be fine if their majesties did not personally deal with you. Still, you have offended the Heaven Emperor. No one can save you, and no one will come to save you. He glanced at the grand simplicity, splendor cloud above Yendi's head. I do not find it strange that the Brocade Emperor is willing to help Chao Jie. Still, I have always been unable to understand why he is willing to help you. Only today do I know that it is actually for the Tai Fist. A pity that he was unable to make it here in time. The Heaven Emperor's expression was mild as he did not speak harshly, as he just looked quietly at Yan Zhaoge. As he sized up the young man, he took an entirety of this young man who had first foiled his plans and then killed his disciple. What an outstanding young man! The Heaven Emperor said harmoniously, his extended finger no longer pointing at Chao Jie, but at Yan Zhaoge as it continued forward. Yan Zhaoge instantly felt as though a great mountain was weighing down on him, his entire person from fleshly body to soul, inside out, seemingly about to be crushed into smithereens. That heaviness seemed insufficient even to be described as bearing the weight of an entire world on his back. Beneath such a feeling, let alone resisting it, even evading it would be hard for him to do so. There was virtually no part of his entire body that he could move at all. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, an ineffable glow flickering within them. Now, however, the Heaven Emperor knit his brows slightly, his finger halting slightly in midair. Everyone present was taken aback, feeling puzzled and unable to comprehend this. Still, the expressions of Yan Zhaoge, Yendi, Chao Jie, and Lang Qing all changed slightly as well. They could vaguely feel that a massive change had occurred in the circulation of the spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth. The source of this change did not lie in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea. Instead, it originated from further west. The Royal Reed Sea was located by the western border of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Further west was the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, Circumference Mountain. There, the spiritual qi of water suddenly skyrocketed, instantly erupting as it was virtually comparable to the Royal Reed Sea, which was filled with water everywhere. That is the Dynasty River. Zhuang Xin, who was seated in the meditative position within space, abruptly stood up. The severed Dynasty River has been restored. Yen Zhaoge was taken aback by this sudden turn of events as well. The Dynasty River had been restored at Circumference Mountain, as it would not have had any effect on the situation in the Royal Reed Sea at all. With the Heaven Emperor having descended and the Brocade Emperor yet to arrive, it would be impossible for Yen Zhaoge and the others to retreat to Circumference Mountain now. Still, why had the Dynasty River been restored? What did this imply? Chapter 1035. While everyone else could sense the changes in the spiritual chi veins of the Royal Reed Sea, they were unable to sense what was happening so far away at Circumference Mountain. It was just that everyone could sense that the atmosphere on the battlefield had begun to change. While the Heaven Emperor was rather surprised, he actually did not care much about the recovery of the Dynasty River. What truly caused him to frown was something else. He gazed at his finger that was pointing towards Yen Zhaoge. That finger was shockingly enveloped by a layer of frost at this moment. Yen Zhaoge, Chao Jie, Zhuangshen, and the others quickly noticed this as well. Zhuangshen, Lang Qing, and the others who had previously felt that victory was within their grasp instantly no longer felt so good. Such a cultivation base, such strength, such characteristics caused the exalts to immediately think of a single person. Still, why had that person appeared here, and why had he stopped the Heaven Emperor? A stunned look appeared in the gaze of the southeastern exalt Chao Jie as he suddenly turned to look at Yen Zhaoge and the others. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di were rather bewildered and doubtful as they cautiously observed this sudden change. The Heaven Emperor turned to look in another direction amidst space. There, a massive shadow slowly surfaced. Following his gaze, everyone saw that amidst mid-air, a massive black snake had broken through the great earth up above, appearing before them. That black snake was shrouded in water chi, resembling a long black river, as its aura was even stronger than that of a true dragon. As the black snake hissed, it was not the stench of blood that emanated from it. Instead, it was an icy cold chi that pierced the bone. On its head was a jade carriage. Around the jade carriage stood young boys and girls, either holding a scepter or touching a precious pearl, while golden curtains hung from the jade carriage, preventing those within from seeing their appearances clearly. However, seeing this black serpent carrying the jade carriage as it soared through the air, even the others of Broad Creed Mountain knew who it was. The only female amongst the world beyond worlds, 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors. She could also be said to be the current #1 female expert of the world beyond worlds. The profound, majestic emperor, also known as the Cold Emperor's Jie Mingkong. In the world beyond worlds, people were more accustomed to calling her the female emperor. She was one of the current 5 emperors alongside the Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor. Of the 5 emperors, the female emperor was the most independent. As long as it did not concern her, she would never participate in the affairs of others. The great battle between the Brocade Emperor and the immortal artifact Mars halberd that year had been one of the rare battles between emperors in recent years. Yet, the female emperor who was at Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds remained completely indifferent. Not only had she not shown herself, she had also not spread any word about it. Currently, while the Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor had returned to the world beyond worlds, the other experts of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were actually still mostly in extra-dimensional space. The female emperor had been in the world beyond worlds all these years. Still, whether it was the Heaven Emperor, Zhuangshen, and the others, or Yen Zhaoge and Chao Jie, they had even considered the possibility of the temperamental upper exalt appearing in their plans. The only thing they had not taken into account was this emperor. Yet, she who rarely left Kunlun Mountain had come to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea today, to Broad Creed Mountain. And as soon as he arrived, he actually stopped the Heaven Emperor from making a move. Lang Qing, Zhuangshen, and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Even the southeastern exalt Chao Jie was greatly puzzled. He immediately swiveled his head to look at Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, yet heard Yen Zhaoge asking via sound transmission now, "Is this the helper you invited, Your Majesty?" Chao Jie glanced deeply at Yan Zhaoge, seeing that his solemn expression was not fake at all. He slowly shook his head. "It is not me." Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated as he gazed once more at the Heaven Emperor in midair and the jade chariot atop the head of that massive black snake. Falling into deep thought, the Heaven Emperor similarly gazed at that jade chariot, asking, "Why is fellow Taoist Jie stopping this humble Taoist?" As he spoke, numerous ripples seemed to arise between the heavens and the earth. The massive black snake coiled its body, the scales of its entire body pulsing unceasingly. The golden curtains hanging from the jade chariot above its head moved despite the absence of any wind, drifting to the sides. Gazing over, everyone saw that it was clearly an ice sculpture seated within the jade chariot. It was just that there was a figure within the ice sculpture. It was a beautiful woman in white clothes who wore a black jade thumb ring on her right index finger. The woman was completely sealed within the ice, her eyes closed as she seemed to be in a deep slumber. Chao Jie, Zhuangxin, and the others did not find this strange. The female emperor cultivates in a profound art, sealing herself in ice all year round. Her eyes especially are rumored to have not been opened for over 100 years already. Chao Jie explained to Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. Looking at that ice sculpture, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge nodded silently. Atop the head of the black snake, the young boys and girls standing by the side of the jade chariot now simultaneously bowed towards the Heaven Emperor, Chao Jie, Zhuangxin, and the others. After that, the leading boy said, "Heaven Emperor, apart from her own wishes, our palace lord has come here on behalf of someone else. There is no need to continue speaking." The Heaven Emperor suddenly spoke, cutting off the other party's words. "This humble Taoist can understand that fellow Taoist Jie cherishes talent. Even this humble Taoist rather admires this young man Yan Zhaoge. Usually, turning hostility into friendship would also be a wonderful thing." The Heaven Emperor shook his finger, shattering the ice on it. Still, this Yan Zhaoge first opposed this humble Taoist and killed this humble Taoist's disciple Qing Shizi. If this can be easily let go, this humble Taoist will not be able to establish himself in the world beyond worlds in the future. He was not as casual as he had been when dealing with Chao Jie, Lu Jinggu, and the others now. He extended his hands forward, one up and one down, bringing them together towards the center. The great earth above instantly descended. The royal reed sea was sandwiched between them, wanting to crush everything into smithereens. Within the jade chariot atop the head of the black snake, the surface of the ice sculpture flickered with a jade-like luster. Ice suddenly surfaced on the surface of the great earth of the dark, sealed world up above. Boundless glaciers rapidly expanded, encompassing the entire area. Instantly, the sky above Yan Zhaoge and the others was frozen over by glaciers once more after the great earth had replaced the sky. There was transparent ice everywhere, flickering vaguely amidst the darkness. The sound of cracking resounded from time to time as cracks appeared on the surface of the glaciers. Still, they were quickly frozen over by even thicker ice. The Heaven Emperor's figure flickered as he instantly vanished from the spot. Then, virtually at the same time, he appeared atop the head of the black snake, right before the jade chariot. Then he waved his left sleeve, his sleeve unfurling towards that ice sculpture within the jade chariot. In order to prevent any further accidents from occurring, the Heaven Emperor had used a supreme technique right from the start. After his first spear strike, he had instantly arrived before the jade chariot atop the head of the black snake. Then, with a wave of his left sleeve, he had executed the heaven-earth within sleeve. This was a powerful technique that would still give him a chance of securing victory, even against bigwigs of the same cultivation level. As his sleeve unfurled, heaven and earth shifted as space and time turned illusory. That black snake that seemed even more massive than a chain of mountains instantly shrunk, resembling an earthworm as it was about to be sucked into the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. The jade chariot atop the head of the black snake was as small as a speck of dust, as ordinary people would not be able to see it clearly at all. Still, just as the black snake was about to be sucked into the Heaven Emperor's sleeve, a powerful light suddenly erupted from the top of the black snake's head. The ice sculpture within the jade chariot emitted a crisp sound before breaking apart, revealing the white-clothed woman within. Chapter 1036. The ice shattered, and the real body of Empress Jie Mingkong finally appeared in front of everyone. Her eyes were still closed. She simply stretched out her palm and held it like a blade. Then, she chopped down in the air. With this slash, the cold chi converged, and the void was no longer cold. But the boundless sharpness, with the power to split the heavens and split the earth, broke the world in front of him. Resplendent radiance surged forth, slashing apart the dark and gloomy space. A new world was about to be opened. The white-clothed woman's palm was as white as jade a moment ago, but now it was hazy and gloomy. From the acupoints on her palm, streams of graceful chi rushed out. As they intertwined, they faintly condensed into a shadow. Under the cover of the shadow, the slender palm seemed to have turned into an object that looked like a banner, but not a banner, and an axe, but not an axe. The female emperor's attack shockingly revealed the concept of the heaven-opening scripture of the jade, clear lineages, primordial heavenly scripture. She used her palm as a blade, and with a single blade strike, she simply intended to split apart the chaos, separate the primordial world, re-establish the earth, water, fire, and wind, and split open the heavens and the earth. In the past, Yen Jiaoga had once witnessed Mars Halberd's attack. After the blurry darkness had been completely split apart by the bright light, boundless flames had been revealed. They were between earlier and later heaven, possessing infinite vitality and boundless might. At this moment, the Empress's saber split the darkness apart, revealing an endless stream of water. This water also existed between the innate and the acquired. It seemed to contain endless warmth of vitality, but also endless coldness of killing intent. Where the flowing water passed, the inverted universe within the Heaven Emperor's sleeves, the distorted space-time, was bathed in the light of water. The black snake immediately grew large once more, lifting up the jade carriage as it flew out of the area enveloped by the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. When the Heaven Emperor saw this, he didn't go too far, and his figure swiftly teleported through space. He had obtained the 10,000 Longevity Mountains, Fifth Manor Locale's great immortal suppressing yuan's direct lineage, and cultivated in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture of the jade, clear lineages, primordial heavenly scripture. His comprehension towards the principles of space and time was extremely profound. With just a thought, he passed through the female emperor's obstruction and arrived before Yen Jiaoga. The female emperor's eyes were still closed as she exited the jade carriage and chased after the Heaven Emperor. While she did not cultivate in the spatial heavenly scripture like the Western Exalt Langqing, having already pushed open the door to immortality, the female emperor's speed would only be faster than Langqing's. Her jade-white hand clenched into a fist, flickering with an icy blue radiance as it struck towards the Heaven Emperor's back. The Heaven Emperor did not stop, did not turn around, did not dodge, did not block. Using his back as a shield, he took the blow from the Empress. In the instant that they came into contact, ripples like a river of time appeared within the Heaven Emperor's eyes. He was enveloped by the river of time, and the time in the void around him flowed backward. Time flowed backwards, forcefully rewriting the fact that the Heavenly Emperor had been struck by the female Empress's fist, causing the scene before everyone's eyes to revert to when the fist was still a distance away. Other than the female Emperor, who was also a true immortal, only Yen Jiaoga, who cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture, and Yen Di, who was protected by the grand simplicity, splendor cloud, could sense something amiss. In the eyes of others, including Chao Jie and the other sovereign experts, they were only slightly dazed, not feeling that they had seen the female empress strike the Qian emperor with a single punch. Empress Jie Mingkong snorted lightly and suddenly opened her clenched fist. Changing her fist into a claw, the great Empress turned the formless river of time into a tangible one. She grabbed the river of time as if she was grabbing a piece of cloth. Coldness wreaked havoc, surging cold energy eroding the mysteries of the river of time, as if it had turned into ordinary flowing water. Then the water turned into ice. The river of time formed of the Heaven Emperor's immortal chi was instantly frozen into a glacier. Meanwhile, the female Empress's second punch descended once more. Who? The Heaven Emperor exhaled slowly, still not halting or turning as he forcibly received the female Empress's punch with his body once more. He was unable to dispel this punch. Green chi flickered on his fair face. With a flick of his right sleeve, a stream of air swirled around him, and a figure flew out from within. It was shockingly the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu, who had been suppressed by the Heaven Emperor's Heaven Earth within sleeve earlier. Because the Heaven Emperor had been injured by the female Empress, now he had been forced to be released. However, the Heaven Emperor made use of this chance. Not only did he not halt, he instead sped towards Yan Zhaoga. The Heaven Emperor was shockingly trying to kill Yan Zhaoga, even at the cost of being injured himself. Streams of green light surged from where the female Empress had struck on his back. It was as if a tree had sprouted, a sapling breaking through the soil before instantly growing into a massive tree that towered into the heavens. The green light intermingled, resembling the entanglement of tree branches as it entangled the female Empress's arm, preventing her from advancing any further. The female Empress knit her brows slightly as she saw the massive green tree before her instantly multiply, directly transforming into an entire forest that surrounded her. Numerous massive trees that towered into the heavens were connected, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun. Spiritual chi circulated as a sealed world was formed. Just destroying these massive trees alone would not be sufficient for the female Empress to quickly escape. The forest before her was a massive formation. The Heaven Emperor had casually established a formation that was even more powerful than the incomplete 9 bends Yellow River formation that Yan Zhaoga had previously set up at Circumference Mountain with the help of the Dynasty River. Having temporarily stalled the female Empress, the Heaven Emperor continued traversing space, instantly arriving before Yan Zhaoga. While the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu had just broken free, he was still rather dizzy as he was unable to understand the situation. Still, as he saw this, even though he knew that he was not the Heaven Emperor's match, he still strode over to assist Yan Zhaoga. Just nice for people. The Heaven Emperor's gaze swept calmly across Yan Zhaoga, Yan Di, Chao Jie, and Lu Jinggu. Tai Imperial Breaking Formation? It has no use at all, let alone the immortal exterminating formation. There were no other formations that could allow martial saints to slay immortals. Even if there were, the Heaven Emperor would not care about it. In the current world beyond worlds, he, the Heaven Emperor, was number 1 amongst the 5 emperors in terms of formations. Qing, Shizi, and Taoist, leading Mist, who had perished in the 9 bends Yellow River formation, had not been able to inherit his attainments in formations. Still, Taoist Shi, who had only listened to his teachings back then, was extremely outstanding amongst the immortal bridge martial saints of the entire world beyond worlds in terms of formations. Besides Taoist Shi's exceptional talent in formations, this was inextricably linked to the teachings of the Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor had possessed a fragmented diagram of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation in the first place. If Yan Zhaoga and the other 3 had set up this formation before him, he would be able to break it with a flick of a finger. Whether or not the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was present made no difference to the Heaven Emperor. It was the same for other formations as well. With the 9 bends Yellow River formation before him, if it was not controlled by an expert who had pushed open the door to immortality, the Heaven Emperor would regard it as nothing as he would directly trample over it. He was only concerned about the female Emperor behind him now, who might be able to rush out of the formation that he had set up at the last moment at any moment. Therefore, the Heaven Emperor did not waste time on words, as he directly tapped towards Yan Zhaoge's forehead once more. Within the forest, the female emperor's face was cold as frost as she felt the changes outside the formation. "Heaven Emperor, don't play these petty tricks." Her closed eyelids suddenly trembled slightly as she was about to open them. "Still," she quickly exclaimed softly as she sensed that something was wrong. The Heaven Emperor, who had staked everything on this one gamble, discovered this abnormality as well. It was as though he was already unrelated to the battlefield before him as he stood there quietly, only able to wait for the results of the battle between the two emperors. Light flickered on Yan Zhaoge's body at this moment, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Chapter 1037. With the arrival of two great emperors, the final outcome of this battle seemed to be determined by the outcome of their battle. When the Qian emperor had risked his injuries to temporarily break away from the female empress, the others couldn't help but feel despair. As the Heaven Emperor pointed towards Yan Zhaoge, incomparable pressure appeared once more, virtually suffocating Yan Zhaoge. He could even hear the blood in his body exploding and the sound of his bones creaking. His body felt like it was about to be crushed into a pile of mud in an instant. Beneath the extreme pain, Yan Zhaoge's expression was solemn, but his gaze remained calm and clear, not panicking in the slightest. The extreme yang seal in his hand roiled with blazing sunlight which seemed infinite and boundless as it unceasingly poured into the dim, radiant wheel. Of the 12 slots on the dim, radiant wheel, 11 were dim and devoid of light at this moment, with only one surging with dazzling light. The radiance seemed to be eternal, illuminating the heavens. Bolstered by the power of the extreme yang seal, the 8th art of the dim, radiant 12 arts, the art of eternal brightness, displayed shocking power. Even if the dim, radiant sect had reappeared, other than the dim, radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia when he had been a human exalt that year, no other martial saint expert would be able to execute such a powerful technique. As Yan Zhaoge wielded the dim, radiant wheel and executed the art of Everbright, he had already reached the peak of the martial saint realm. The boundless radiance was constant and unchanging, without the slightest fluctuation, illuminating the entire world. Such a stable radiance seemed to have condensed into a solid form, sealing off the entire world. It was truly a sight to behold. However, such power, the pinnacle of the human world, still stopped in the end. The Heaven Emperor's finger was still unceasingly advancing. The pressure on Yan Zhaoge's body continued to rise unceasingly. Now, however, a change suddenly occurred in the royal reed sea down below, which had originally only been used as a battlefield, having been utterly destroyed. Streams of light suddenly surged from the depths of the sea, congregating in the spirit inheritance region of the Western Sea before finally landing on Broad Creed Mountain. In the end, those streams of light transformed into a profound and complicated sigil. The sigil was incomparably massive as it enveloped the entire Royal Reed Sea, even expanding towards the surrounding territories. The color of the flowing light was gold and black, holy and heavy, lofty and vigorous. In the instant that this sigil appeared, the people of the Royal Reed Sea could only feel as though the heavens and the earth had separated before their eyes once more. The land formed by the heaven primordial great emperor's immortal chi was still there, but now it gave people the feeling that it was the vault of heaven. Heaven and earth became distinct once again. It was no longer just two lands, one above and the other below. This was because the true earth below had become incomparably thick and solid at this moment, far surpassing the earth above. When the two were compared, it naturally gave rise to the feeling of heaven above and earth below. When the heaven primordial great emperor saw that seal, his eyes immediately erupted with a shocking light. The power and concept contained within the curse mark was exactly what he was looking for. It originated from one of the 4 imperials of Taoism, the concept of power of the Earth Empress, earthly Tao orthodoxy. He had schemed for many years, ordering King Xianwen, Dao Shi, Xinlingzi, and the others to come to the Royal Reed Sea to set up the heaven-bearing effecate formation, hoping that they would be able to find all of this without alerting anyone else. There was a letter from the Lady of Earth here. The calligraphy had already completely merged with the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. Here in the royal reed sea, it was hidden formlessly as it was hard to uncover. Even if the Heaven Emperor wanted to find it, he would need a very long time as well. Therefore, he left the matter to Xinlingzi and the others, who knew that it would ultimately be all for nothing because of Yan Zhaoge and the southeastern Exalt Chaojia. He had made up his mind this time that after taking care of Yan Zhaoge and the others, he had not hesitated to remain here, patiently searching for it. Yet, never would the Heaven Emperor have thought that it would actually be snatched up by Yan Zhaoge first. The problem was that even he, an emperor who had pushed open the door to immortality, had been unable to do so. How could Yan Zhaoge, an immortal bridge martial saint, have caused the Lady of Earth's calligraphy to appear in this world within a few short years? At this moment, the Heaven Emperor was both shocked and enraged as his expression finally changed greatly. Gazing over, he saw Yan Zhaoge bathed in radiance. Numerous runes of radiance formed numerous ribbons of light which coiled around Yan Zhaoge's body. The power of the extreme Yang seal and the dim radiant wheel descended, jointly forming a strange mechanism under Yan Zhaoge's control as such changes occurred in the royal reed sea down below. More importantly, the power of the Heaven Emperor's attacks directed at Yan Zhaoge was actually directed unceasingly into the great earth down below through this mechanism. A wound appeared on the surface of the Heaven Emperor's body. No blood flowed from the wound as it instead flickered with radiance. This had not been caused by the female emperor earlier, nor was it an actual wound. Instead, it was a wound of principle, signifying that the concept that the Heaven Emperor cultivated in was flawed. Yan Zhaoge raised his head, calmly looking at that flickering wound on the Heaven Emperor's body as he recited scriptures. 9 magnificence, Jade Imperial Palace, 7 treasures Royal Room, bearing the heavens' mandate, dominates Yin and wields Yang. The Tao is exalted and contains great light, virtue stored in gentleness and purity, emulating the vast heavens, fundamentally nurturing the beauty of the earth essence, forming the benevolence of the Mother Tao. Great sorrow and great desire, the benevolence of the great sage, bearing the imitations of the heavens, the Earth Queen's earth essence. The contents of the scripture that Yan Zhaoge was reciting were precisely the treasure-warning scriptures of the Earth Queen's earth essence, which were known to all of Taoism. But at this moment, coupled with the ritual he was activating, the Heaven Emperor was taken aback. Earth Mother Tao ritual. As soon as these words left his mouth, even the female emperor was taken aback. Chao Jia, Lu Jinggu, Zhuang Xin, and Lang Qing were even more stunned. Unlike the heaven-bearing effecate formation which is still passed down, this ritual was completely lost following the great calamity. Even the earthly sovereign doesn't have it. The Heaven Emperor's gaze was blank. If he was proficient in this Earth Mother Tao ritual, coupled with the heaven-bearing effecate formation, he would have long since been able to find the book hidden here. Looking back on many problems, I might be able to find a way to resolve them. With the ritual having succeeded, Yan Zhaoge looked at the Heaven Emperor, smiling. Why are you so fixated on this place? I believe that it is not without reason. Heaven Emperor, your foundation is the Tao tradition of the legendary 5-manner locale, left behind by the primordial suppressing immortal. Sadly, it is incomplete and flawed. In order to make up for this flaw, besides continuing to search for the Tao tradition of the 5-manner locale, you also targeted the Tao tradition of the Earth Queen, learning that her book is here. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. This untalented Yan inadvertently obtained the Earth Mother Tao sacrificial ritual technique, along with the heaven-bearing effecate formation. I have long since made preparations. It is just that if I want to truly bring out the Earth Mother Earth's calligraphy, I will still require your power. Only then will I be able to do so. The Heaven Emperor calmed now as he gazed at Yen Zhaoge. So what? The Earth Queen's book is useless in your hands. Retrieving it is helping this humble Taoist. Give it to this humble Taoist. With that, he ignored Yen Zhaoge as he abruptly opened his palm, becoming incomparably massive as it seemed to envelop the entire royal reed sea. Grabbing that sigil. Chapter 1038. The Heaven Emperor grabbed towards the sigil that enveloped the royal reed sea. Yen Zhaoge said slowly, "It is indeed of limited use to me. I cannot bring it out of the royal reed sea. It is not of much help to my cultivation. I cannot wield it to deal with other enemies either." Still, Yen Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the Heaven Emperor. "It should still be sufficient to entertain you here in the royal reed sea." Amidst his words, streams of light converged beneath Yen Zhaoge's feet, black and gold intermingling before rising upwards. With the sigil formed of the Earth Queen's handwriting as its foundation, a silhouette gradually condensed in the air above the royal reed sea. It resembled a blurry figure. As the Heaven Emperor's palm landed on that silhouette, his power was instantly obstructed. His gaze turned solemn as he discovered that his power was being forcibly directed towards the great earth down below, returning to the earth. The Heaven Emperor pondered momentarily before abruptly changing his stance. His gaze seemed to transform into an eternal river of time at this moment. While he had the Tao tradition of 10,000 longevity mountains, 5 manor locale as his foundation, comprehending the profundities of life in thick earth and the Tao of the variations of space. Apart from that, the Heaven Emperor was also highly proficient in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. Yet, just as he was about to reverse time, that Tao wound that flickered with radiance on his body flickered intensely as well. At the same time, the sigil down below that enveloped the royal reed sea suddenly dimmed somewhat. Yet, that silhouette that was birthed from the sigil became unprecedentedly bright. A majestic, heavy force was born from within, infusing into the Heaven Emperor's open palm. The Heaven Emperor's body shook abruptly as he retracted his palm, focusing on Yen Zhaoge and the sigil down below. The descent of an immortal is virtually invincible. True immortals of Taoism are truly powerful. Yen Zhaoge formed seals with his hands, bringing them together before his chest. With my current cultivation base, even if the dim radiant wheel is a true immortal artifact that has already been completely refined, it would probably still be unable to stand against you. Still, I only obtained the dim radiant wheel and the extreme yang seal to provide sufficient spiritual qi to sustain the Earth Mother Tao ritual. The Earth Queen's handwriting that you have always been searching for, Heaven Emperor, is what I have prepared for today. Yen Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly. Only you can activate this formation, and it can only be used on you. It cannot be used to summon others. Still, there is no need to use it either. Zhuang Shen's face was sunken and cold as he gazed at Yen Zhaoge, veins vaguely throbbing on his forehead. The faces of Lang Qing, Lian Zolin, and Taoist One Heaven, the 3 Supreme Being experts, were as gloomy as still water. The arrival of the Great Empress was beyond everyone's expectations. However, Yen Zhaoge had actually been able to resist the Heaven Emperor alone. This had surpassed their expectations. Behind the Qian Emperor, the towering trees were cut down. Jie Mingkong, the female emperor, walked out with her eyes closed. I had originally planned to slowly search for them after killing you all. The Heaven Emperor's expression did not change. Right now, it is just 2 matters being carried out at the same time. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, opening it towards Yen Zhaoge and the later Earth text. Space distorted, and the universe shifted, wanting to collect Yen Zhaoge and the later Earth text together. Yet, Yen Zhaoge ignored this as he dealt with the myriad changes by remaining unchanging, wholeheartedly focusing on maintaining the Earth Mother Tao ritual. His true essence and the power of the extreme yang seal and the dim radiant wheel were all supplied to the ritual in an endless stream as he used it to activate the sigil formed of the later Earth text. The sigil flickered with radiance once more. Yendi, who had previously seemed uninvolved in this matter, now let out a light shout. The grand simplicity splendor cloud above his head rose, leaving his head and landing on the sigil. Affected by this, the sigil changed once more, actually manifesting the phenomenon of chaos. The power of the grand simplicity splendor cloud and the later earth text combined as the illusory silhouette in the air above the royal reed sea actually formed illusory scenes of space and time changing as well. The Heaven Emperor's heaven earth within sleeve was actually unable to do anything to Yen Zhaoge for a time. At the same time, the female emperor had already arrived before the Heaven Emperor once more. The latter could only retreat. Still, he did not give up as he shifted amid space, seemingly omnipresent as he continued attacking Yen Zhaoge. Yet, each of his attacks was dispelled by the power of the later earth text. The majestic power was channeled into the great earth before instantly counterattacking once more. You should understand now, Heaven Emperor, Yen Zhaoge smiled. The more ferocious your attacks, the more powerful the mechanism's counterattack will be. The Heaven Emperor did not speak as he transformed into a myriad of forms, attacking the sigil in an endless stream without pause at all. He attempted to attack at a sufficiently high frequency to surpass the reaction speed of the later earth text. Yet, in the end, each of his attacks was counterattacked without being discounted in the slightest. The aftershocks of the Heaven Emperor's final full-powered strike virtually ripped a corner of the world beyond worlds apart, affecting the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Some things just have to be believed. The sigil formed of the later earth text resembled the deepest, heaviest, firmest great earth as the Heaven Emperor was forced to retreat in vain once more. Not just that domineering, vigorous force was also counterattacked in full against the Heaven Emperor. Affected by the injuries inflicted by the female emperor earlier, the Heaven Emperor's movements were beat too slow as he could not dispel it in time, as he could only forcibly block this blow. His figure shook amidst space as green chi surfaced on his fair face once more, not dissipating for a long time this time. The Heaven Emperor gazed at Yen Zhaoge, who was enveloped by radiance at the center of the mechanism down below. The royal reed sea was completely silent at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, unable to say a word. That was an emperor who had truly pushed open the door to immortality and ascended into the mortal realm. Immortals and mortals were different, ascending to the heavens with a single step as everything in the human world was beneath their feet. Even an exalt of the human realm expert would be instantly suppressed by the Heaven Emperor. Human immortals were finally tainted with the word human, as they would be hard-pressed to stand against true immortals. Yet, this true immortal emperor had been met with a wall in front of an immortal bridge martial saint now, his nose full of dust. Even the gazes of the southeastern exalt Chao Jie and the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu, who had been battling alongside Yen Zhaoge, were no longer the same as they looked at him now. They actually vaguely knew that there was something in the royal reed sea that was very important to the Heaven Emperor. Yet it would be very difficult to extract. Even with the Heaven Emperor's cultivation base, the amount of time required to do so would be in the hundreds of years. How would one extract this thing? After having extracted it, how would one make use of its profundities to stand against an emperor? These problems were sufficient to stump everyone. Yet, that youth enveloped by radiance had resolved all of them. Therefore, he had also accomplished a shocking feat. After detecting the profundities of the later earth text, the female emperor no longer made a move as she just quietly watched the clash between Yen Zhaoge and the Heaven Emperor from the side. While her eyes were closed, she was fully aware of everything that was going on. Even if the Heaven Emperor had not been injured from clashing with her, as long as the later earth text was here, he would still have been unable to take down Yen Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. Even without her and the Brocade Emperor, Broad Creed Mountain might still be able to stand tall in today's battle. Today, Yen Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain were destined to shock the world beneath the heavens once more. Yen Zhaoge would be stepping on the Heaven Emperor's shoulders, allowing his fame to flourish even further. What left the Heaven Emperor even more despondent was the fact that the later Earth text that Yen Zhaoge was using to step on him was precisely the existence that he had always yearned for. Chapter 1039. Empress Jie Mingkong had no intention of attacking. While she closed her eyes, her gaze was currently moving between Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di, and the Heaven Emperor. His face, which had always been cold since he appeared, thawed slightly at this moment, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qian Yuanzi, you are bullying the weak. Since you failed to take him down the first time, do you have the nerve to try again? The female empress said indifferently. The Heaven Emperor stood in the air. After a long time, the green qi on his face finally dissipated, his injuries temporarily suppressed. If he did not attack, the later Earth text would naturally not retaliate. The item below involves my cultivation level. I have to obtain it. The Heaven Emperor said calmly. Moreover, Broad Creed Mountain's Yen Zhaoge killed this humble Taoist's proudest disciple, Qing Shizi. This humble Taoist must seek justice for this disciple no matter what. The female emperor was shocked. Even if I were not here, you would not be able to do anything to this Broad Creed Mountain. The Heaven Emperor said, if Fu Jinxiu does not come, and if you do not act, victory or defeat is still unknown. Not bad. You'll be the main attacker. Zhuangxin and the other three will assist you. The female emperor closed her eyes, raising her brows slightly, with Yen Zhaoge having to host the ritual to block you. The ritual is only effective against you. With Yen Di, Chao Dongnan, and Lu Dongbei fighting 3 against 4, it would be difficult for them to cope. Still, if you focus solely on defense, you will still be able to hold on for a very long time. The only thing you have to worry about is patiently setting up a formation to trap the Royal Reed Sea, slowly wearing down Broad Creed Mountain. The Water Empress sneered. You are someone who has pushed open the gate of immortality. Don't you find it embarrassing to use such a method to deal with a martial sage? Although the big Heaven Emperor's injuries were even heavier than before, his emotions had already calmed down, whether it is through trickery or strength, since they have the ability to obstruct this humble Taoist. Then this humble Taoist will treat them as opponents on the same level. Since that's the case, how is there a need to talk about losing face? This ritual originates from the dim radiant wheel and the extreme yang seal as well as Yen Zhaoge himself. As the dim radiant wheel has yet to become an immortal artifact, it will ultimately not be able to outlast you. The Empress said faintly, but don't be too complacent. Even though I don't know why Fu Yunqi's hands and feet are tied up, he will definitely come if he keeps delaying. The Heaven Emperor sighed softly as he looked at the sigil formed of the later Earth text down below. That's right. That is why victory and defeat in this Royal Reed Sea is ultimately hard to predict. He gazed at Yen Zhaoge, bringing up the old topic again. Truly an outstanding youngster. Before today, this humble Taoist really had not thought that this would be the result. Your Majesty, you're too courteous. Yen Zhaoge answered mildly, indeed. Currently, this situation would only be like this in the Royal Reed Sea. Without the Earth Queen's letter, I would probably not even be able to receive a single blow from you. Yen Zhaoge raised his head and met the Heaven Emperor's gaze. Still, even if you cannot take me down today, there will come a day when I do not need to push open the door to immortality. Even having left this Royal Reed Sea, you will still be unable to do anything to me. Forgive me for being impetuous, but that day is not far away. Yen Zhaoge's tone was casual, as if he was having a casual conversation with the Heaven Emperor. But the world was dead silent. Everyone stared dazedly at Yen Zhaoge, only a single thought in their minds. Savage, arrogant. Still, as long as they recalled the scene of Yen Zhaoge clashing with the southern exalt Zhuangxin earlier, they all felt that what this youth had said was not impossible. No, it was not impossible. Instead, it would definitely become a reality. An early immortal bridge martial saint had even been able to gain the upper hand against a human exalt of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. Even with a supreme treasure like the extreme yang seal, it was still something that shocked the entire world. With such strength, his potential was similarly shocking. It was true that the higher one's cultivation base, the slower one's progress would be, the harder it would be to cultivate, and the longer it would take. Still, in comparison to Yan Zhaoga's current age and the speed at which his cultivation base had risen, no one would deny that this youth would definitely ascend to an even higher peak. Also, it would be a very rapid rise. The title of fallen deity was well deserved. Thinking of this, no one felt that Yan Zhaoga was arrogant any longer. As long as he did not venture out and cultivated in the royal reed sea, there would definitely come a day where he would not fear emperors, even without opening the door to immortality. The Heaven Emperor's gaze flickered slightly as he gazed at Yan Zhaoga. Beneath this emperor's gaze, Yan Zhaoga spoke in a composed manner. 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories. Many people may vaguely know of your goal, but are not clear on the details. This matter concerns your cultivation. Obstructing one's path is akin to killing one's parents. Therefore, they did not interfere. The Brocade Emperor only gave the southeastern exalt a hand, as he himself did not get too deeply involved. Now that I know what exactly is going on, however, I instead find it rather strange. Why are you not willing to resolve this matter openly and honestly, Heaven Emperor? With Taoism's revival following the Great Calamity, it is precisely a time of unity. I believe that the other emperors also hope that you can make up for your shortcomings and improve. Yan Zhaoga looked at the Heaven Emperor. Is there some other reason apart from that? The Heaven Emperor did not react in the least as he hovered in midair. Even now, I am still unclear on what taboo I violated in obtaining the dim radiant wheel. Yan Zhaoga continued. Still, with the other sovereigns of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, not openly supporting you in attacking Broad Creed Mountain this time, can I take it that your actions are actually somewhat taboo as well, Heaven Emperor? Hearing these words, the Heaven Emperor's gaze finally hardened. The female emperor instead smiled. He is indeed an outstanding young man. The Heaven Emperor's actions are not taboo. It is just that we are rather doubtful. Therefore, we decided to wait and see, neither obstructing nor supporting him as we see what exactly he intends to do. As for why I have come, the female emperor's smile gradually retracted as she closed her eyes, scanning the Heaven Emperor, Zhuangshen, and Langqing. My attendant already said it at the start. While it is of my own will that I have come, it is more that I have been entrusted to do so. As soon as these words left her mouth, the expressions of Zhuangshen, Langqing, and the others changed once more. The female emperor was a lone wolf who never begged or helped others. While it was said that she had been entrusted to do so, even the other emperors in the world beyond worlds might not be able to get her to act on her own. Only the 3 sovereigns might be able to get her to act. The Heaven Emperor, too, felt surprised and puzzled by the female emperor appearing to help Broad Creed Mountain. Initially, he had not waited for the attendant of the female emperor's lineage to finish speaking before he had acted once more in order to prevent the name of one of the 3 sovereigns from appearing. At that time, whether he acted or not, there would definitely be one side who would look bad. If he pretended not to know and tried to reason things out afterwards, he would not lose face, as there would be much room for negotiation. It was just that the development of things afterwards completely surpassed his predictions. Heaven Emperor, rather than thinking about how to breach the royal reed sea, you should first consider yourself. The female emperor's voice was clear and cold. Everyone's hearts jolted as they simultaneously gazed towards the west. There, someone was currently approaching. That was in the direction of the southern blazing Heaven Territories Circumference Mountain. Yan Zhaoga and the others seemed to realize something. The severed waters of the Dynasty River regaining their flow was the handiwork of the newcomer. The Heaven Emperor did not care about the newcomer's cultivation base. Still, the martial concept that emanated from him caused his expression to change slightly as he seemed to have thought of something. Chapter 1040. Due to the arrival of the female emperor and the Heaven Emperor, The thick earth that had previously obscured the sky was already slowly breaking apart. Due to the descent of the female emperor and the heaven emperor, the thick earth that had previously obscured the sky was already slowly breaking apart. The royal reed sea had seen the light of day once more. Still, the scenes of the world had long since changed completely. Currently, 3 powerful auras emanated from Circumference Mountain in the west of the royal reed sea, heading straight for Broad Creed Mountain in the Spirit Inheritance region of the royal reed sea. The sword light that split the heavens and the earth arrived before them in an instant. The sword light gradually grew dim, 3 figures appearing within. One of them was a tall, white-clothed youth who was handsome and transcendent. A sword hung by his waist. While it was in its sheath, it still caused one's heart to tremble. As soon as it was unsheathed, it would shock the heavens. The bright sword light enveloped this white-clothed youth's entire body. Wherever he passed, space and time seemed to be slashed apart as all things got out of his way. On the left and right of this white-clothed youth were 2 other people. The one on the right was a middle-aged man. While this middle-aged man looked unprepossessing, he was similarly covered in bright sword light that seemed like it could split the heavens and split the earth apart. The one on the left was a black-clothed youth. While he could be considered handsome, he had a rather cold aura as he was silent. The sword light on his body did not flourish as he just silently walked alongside the white-clothed youth and the middle-aged man, arriving before the Heaven Emperor and the female emperor. The 3 first glanced at Broad Creed Mountain. Seeing that Yen Zhaoga, Yen Di, and Broad Creed Mountain were fine, they all nodded slightly. As Zhuangxin, Lang Qing, and the others saw this, their pupils involuntarily dilated slightly. That white-clothed youth led the way as the 3 first greeted the female emperor. This junior greets the female emperor. The female emperor nodded. You arrived a little late. We were the ones who were delayed. The white-clothed youth bowed before straightening himself, looking towards the Heaven Emperor. Your Majesty, Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor's gaze shifted from Yen Zhaoga to the trio as he was silent for a long time. Beside him, the Western Exalt Lang Qing's face was dark. Bai Tao, you actually came here. That white-clothed youth said, while you and Southern Zhuang were willing to offer some benefits to my southwest Vermilion Heaven territory of my master's orders, I naturally had to follow them rather than what you offered. The white-clothed youth's name was Bai Tao. Still, in the world beyond worlds, people were more familiar with another name. The ruler of the southwestern Vermilion Heaven territory, the Southwestern Exalt. If Bai Tao was merely the Southwestern Exalt, the Heaven Emperor's expression would not be so solemn at this moment. The reason why a true immortal great emperor, who had pushed open the gate of immortality, was not because of Bai Tao and the other 2, but because of their master. The trio of the Southwestern Exalt, Bai Tao hailed from Jade, capital crag of the central June Heaven territories, Kunlun Mountains, Northern High Peak. Their master was the current supreme existence of the world beyond worlds, the sword sovereign of the 3 sovereigns. Among the 3 sovereigns, the sword sovereign was the youngest, but he had always been on par with the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. He was still in the outer realm and had yet to return. However, the appearance of Bai Tao's group of 3 here made it hard for people not to think about it. In particular, with just the 3 of them, the Empress wouldn't be able to make a move. Having obtained the legacy of the former dim, radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, Yen Zhaoga is Yin Tianxia's true descendant. Lang Qing said hoarsely, even if the sword sovereign cherishes talent, he would still have to think thrice over the entanglement within. Bai Tao shook his head. West Lang, do you still not understand? Looking at Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di, he sighed mightily. They are surnamed Yen. Lang Qing was taken aback. Surnamed Yen, wait. He looked like he had seen a ghost as he looked in shock at Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di. It's that Yen. Zhuangxin, Taoist One Heaven, Lien Zolin, and even Chao Jie and Lu Jinggu were all puzzled at first before looks of shock appeared on their faces. Everyone looked at Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di. Lien Zilan blurting out, "They are Yan Xintang's descendants." On Broad Creed Mountain, many people were at a loss. Still, there was also a name that only existed in history and legends that surfaced in the minds of some of them. Yan Xintang. As compared to his actual name, more people knew his title. One of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries who had stabilized the world beyond worlds that year. The Exalted Gold Luminary. The number one figure of Taoism in the Tao of the Sword after the Great Calamity. The sword god Yan Xintang. It was not without reason that Lang Qing, Zhuangxin, and the others were able to relate this ancient legend to the scene before them. The current sword sovereign of the world beyond worlds' 3 sovereigns was precisely the personal disciple of the Exalted Gold Luminary, the successor to his legacy. Could the sword sovereign have made a mistake? Zhuangxin said in a heavy tone, "The father and son of Broad Creed Mountain's Yen family originate from a lower world. They're not locals of the world beyond worlds. If they are of the same surname, the exalted solar luminary of the Kunlun 9 luminaries and the profound sovereign of the roving Jade Heavens were both surnamed Gao. Still, I don't see them being related by blood at all." Looking at Zhuangxin, Bai Tao saw that while the other party's expression was solemn, his gaze seemed to surge with blazing flames. He sighed softly. They are Grand Master's descendants, but they are not just any descendants. As Bai Tao said this, he gazed at Yan Di with a rather complex gaze. Speaking of this Bai has to call him senior apprentice uncle. Zhuangxin looked disbelievingly at Yan Di. He is the son of the exalted gold luminary. It is not strange that Zhuangxin and Lang Qing have not heard of him. The female emperor now said mildly from the side, "You should have heard of the exalted gold luminary's wife before, Heaven Emperor." The Heaven Emperor, who had been silent all along, finally spoke now. "Sword Emperor Di Qinglian of the roving Jade Heavens." Sword God Yan Xintang. Sword Emperor Di Qinglian. The union of the 2 most outstanding geniuses of the Tao of the Sword of post-Great Calamity Taoism a few thousand years ago was something few people knew of now. Still, back in his youth, the Heaven Emperor's name had reverberated like thunder. Yan Di, what a Yan Di? The expression on the Heaven Emperor's face changed. If not for this name, this humble Taoist would instead have paid attention to his surname. Standing quietly beside his father, Yan Zhaoga turned and saw that Yan Di's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, just that his gaze was growing increasingly sharp. Looking at the Heaven Emperor again, Yan Zhaoga could imagine how despondent he must be. Yan Di's name was a combination of the surnames of his parents. Still, it was rumored that the exalted gold luminary and his wife had already been dead for over 2,000 years. Meanwhile, Yan Di was still not even 100 years old. This just did not add up. It would probably be more believable to say that it was a coincidence. The gazes of the Heaven Emperor and the others that looked at the female emperor and Bai Tao were filled with rage as they felt that the other party was intentionally making a fool out of them. This humble Taoist has seen a portrait of the exalted gold luminary before. The Heaven Emperor exhaled slowly. If they were biological father and son, how could there be no similarities? The flesh and blood of the sword god and the sword emperor instead cultivates in saber arts? With so many contradictions, how can you be certain that he is a descendant of the exalted gold luminary? The female emperor Jie Mingkong smiled coldly, not deigning to answer him. The southwestern exalt Bai Tao remained courteous as he cupped his hands towards the Heaven Emperor. "Heaven Emperor, please look over there." Following his finger, the Heaven Emperor's gaze abruptly focused. A clump of clouds that resembled a blooming lotus floated silently above Yan Di's head. Chaotic and dim, the boundaries of time and space were blurry amidst the clump of clouds. Chapter 1041. Tai Yi, the head of the grand cosmos 5 ties. It symbolized the most primitive form of the universe. There was no light, no shape, and it was silent and formless. Even the boundaries of time and space were blurred. There was no prior and no after, no beginning and no end. Looking at the grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yendi's head, the Heaven Emperor's gaze hardened as many of his previous doubts were easily resolved. What was left was more of a gloomy feeling. Yen Zhaoge did not speak as he quietly listened to the conversation of the female emperor and the Heaven Emperor. Many of his earlier doubts had been answered, his guesses verified. Why had the grand simplicity splendor cloud come to find his father on its own accord? And why did his father feel a sense of familiarity and closeness towards it? Because this was the existence that accompanied him all those years ago. The first time Yen Zhaoge had seen the grand simplicity splendor cloud, he had found its strange form different from what he knew of grand simplicity. It was as if he had stepped from the beginning of the innate realm to the acquired realm. Actually, the reason for this was that the grand simplicity splendor cloud had been born alongside Yendi, resembling a prenatal coat as it had gone through the process of being born from birth to birth alongside him. After his birth, due to some special reasons, Yendi had always been resting within the grand simplicity splendor cloud. The concept of time within the grand simplicity splendor cloud was blurry as the flow of time within Yendi's life was virtually still. Time passed quickly in the outside world, and 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. It was only one day when the fruit had ripened and fallen that Yendi could truly be considered to have arrived in this world. Why did this happen? Yen Zhaoge dared not be certain. He could only guess based on the information that he currently possessed. On one hand, his grandfather and grandmother, Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian, had met with mishaps. The pregnant Di Qinglian had temporarily entrusted the child to the grand simplicity splendor cloud for his safety. On the other hand, his father Yen Di bore the legacy and hopes of his grandfather and grandmother. In the past, Yen Zhaoge had not known that Yen Xintang of the Jade, clear direct lineage, had actually married Di Qinglian of the Prime, clear direct lineage that year. Otherwise, he would have thought of it long ago. Why? Because the more condensed and pure that true martial intent of his father's, the more Yen Zhaoge felt it to be familiar. The Jade, clear lineage's primordial heavenly scripture, heaven opening scripture. It divided the primordial world, split the heavens and the earth, stabilized the earth, water, fire, and wind, and created the fortune of the primordial world. Prime, clear, numinous treasure, 4 swords, immortal exterminating sword. A single sword strike broke through all techniques. It was all-conquering, and it put an end to the principles of the heavens. It announced the arrival of the last days and the end of creation. The former created the world, while the latter destroyed the world. When the two became one, there was a beginning and an end. It was the process of creation, the momentum of the great Tao. The general trend is with me, and I'll be invincible in every endeavor. There's nothing I can't overcome, and I'll sweep through everything that obstructs me. The power of the heaven-opening book and the exterminating immortal sword was even more astonishing after they were combined. Yen Zhaoge also had to give a big thumbs up to his grandparents, whom he had never met in person. They had come up with a brilliant idea, an idea somewhere between madness and genius. And the most amazing thing was that they didn't just imagine, but they also turned their ideas into reality. What had helped them achieve all of this was the treasure they had unintentionally obtained, the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Just having the grand simplicity splendor cloud was not enough. They themselves could not complete this martial art, nor could they cultivate it. Only the children born from their union had a single chance to succeed. This was the crystallization of the combined efforts of the family of 3, a supreme martial art that only Yen Di could cultivate in. Perhaps it was also the final gift that Yen Xintang and Di Qinglian had bestowed upon their son. It was precisely because this martial art had been born alongside Yen Di that Yen Di had remained dormant within the grand simplicity splendor cloud all this time. It was only after 2,000 years had passed in the outside world that he had finally succeeded. bringing with him a unique martial art that he had been born with him into this world. As for whether his descent into the Eight Extremities world was a coincidence or not, it was still hard to guess now. This martial art that Yendi had been born with focused on the concept rather than the technique. There was no difference between cultivating the sword or the saber. It was just that with this, the Heaven Emperor, Lang Qing, Zhuang Xin, and the others had all been fooled. Due to the grand simplicity, splendor cloud, Yendi's appearance had been affected as well such that even the Heaven Emperor who had seen the portrait of the exalted gold luminary had not noticed anything wrong. Still, descendants of the Sword Sovereign's lineage would not be mistaken. Knowing the miraculous uses of the grand simplicity, splendor cloud of the past, they would not have overlooked it due to their age. Yendi's name itself was sufficient to explain this. Furthermore, his martial arts conception and his closeness with the grand simplicity, splendor cloud were the clearest proof that no one could impersonate him. Now that I think about it, the roving jade heavens did not have any malicious intent in providing me with the immortal trapping sword. Instead, it was because of my grandmother. Yen Zhaoga stroked his lower chin. The feeling of having someone above is really not bad. In the Eight Extremities world that year, while there had been enemies like the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, as one of the 6 great sacred grounds of the Eight Extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain had also been rather domineering. It was just that, after coming to the world beyond worlds, he would have to fight for everything from scratch. As the vanguard, Yen Zhaoga himself had truly spent quite a bit of effort on this. But for a mischievous person like him, what he liked to hear the most was that sentence. Yen Zhaoga, don't you just have a good father? Now that he could relive his old dreams, Yen Zhaoga was in an extremely good mood. Conversely, the mouths of the Heaven Emperor, the Western Exalt Lang Qing, the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven, and the others were filled with bitterness now. Now, they understood why Jie Mingkong would make a move. Perhaps it was more due to the Sword Sovereign's request. Still, it was indeed not polite of the female emperor to say that she would be willing to help. The higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds all knew that the female emperor's master was the exalted water luminary of Kunlun Mountain's 9 luminaries, who had been ranked alongside the exalted gold luminary Yen Xintong. My master has a cold personality and rarely has close friends. Of the Kunlun 9 luminaries, he was only on good terms with the exalted gold luminary. Jie Mingkong said mildly, for that, even if the Sword Sovereign did not instruct me, I would still come to obstruct you, Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor resembled a stone statue as he hovered in midair at this moment. Many of Yen Zhaoga's guesses had been discussed with Yendi that day. At this moment, Yendi was able to understand many of his earlier doubts. His feelings were a little more complex. Sucking in a deep breath and composing himself, Yendi first thanked the female emperor before cupping his hands towards Bai Tao and the others. Bai Tao hurriedly said that he did not deserve it. Yendi said, like the Heaven Emperor and the other exalts, this is also the first time this Yen has heard of this matter. I am unable to calm my emotions now. I hope that we will have a chance to meet the Sword Sovereign when he returns to the world beyond worlds. It is only normal for you to have such a reaction upon hearing of this matter. Bai Tao nodded understandingly. The black-clothed youth beside him suddenly said, if Master were here, he would probably not want you to call him Emperor, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen. Instead, he would prefer you to call him Senior Apprentice Brother. Yendi smiled, about to speak, when Lang Qing said unwillingly, please reconsider. Sword Sovereign and Female Emperor. It is not just Yen Zhaoga who has obtained the dim radiant wheel. Yendi's wife, Yen Zhaoga's mother, is precisely the descendant of the bright connection emperor Hu Yuexin, Xue Chuqing. Their entanglements and critical relationships are beyond imagination. Before he could speak, that black-clothed youth raised a hand, a streak of light flying into the sky. Chapter 1042. The hopes of the Heaven Emperor, Zhuang Xin, Lang Qing, and the others had yet to be extinguished. For them, their last hope was the attitude of the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. For thousands of years, the three sovereigns had reigned supreme in the world beyond worlds. Amongst them, the earthly sovereign had always been their leader. The concealed sovereign lived in seclusion and rarely expressed his opinions. In most cases, he would tacitly support the earthly sovereign's decision. The world beyond world's current attitude towards the dim, radiant emperor Yin Tianxia stemmed from the earthly sovereign's decision. The reason the lineage of Yan Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing, had vanished without a trace in the world beyond worlds was also due to the attitude of the earthly sovereign. Even though the sword sovereign didn't support it, he didn't oppose it either. That was why Lang Qing, Taoist, won heaven, and the others were searching for Xue Chuqing. Even though the earthly sovereign had not given any clear orders, the fact that the earth exalt Wang Zhangcheng had been searching for Xue Chuqing in the central June heaven territory all this while, more or less, indicated that something was amiss. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge's obtaining of the dim radiant wheel or their relationship with Xue Chuqing, it had all been taboo in the world beyond worlds over the years. If the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign were to express their stance, there might still be a chance to turn the situation around. Elder Wang isn't willing to do it himself. Could it be that he already knows the relationship between the Sword Emperor and the Yan clan? A thought quickly flashed through Lang Qing's mind. But since he's willing to lend out the breath soil, it means that he and His Majesty, the earthly sovereign, aren't happy to see the Sword Sovereign and the Yan clan being too deeply involved. Just as he was thinking, he saw the black-clothed youth beside Bai Tao raise his hand. The sword light suddenly appeared and streaked across the horizon. It bloomed in the sky and turned into a ball of light and shadow. The light gradually solidified and formed a human figure. Seeing this figure, the hearts of the heaven primordial emperor, Lang Qing and the others involuntarily sank. Looking at the silhouetted figure in the air, Yan Zhaoge saw that it was a middle-aged man in ancient attire with a high crown. He looked to be around 40 years of age, his face calm and his gaze sharp. He was like a sword that could split open the heavens, but he did not show any sharpness. He just stood there, like a lonely peak that pierced through the clouds, making people look up to him. This dignified, solemn middle-aged man was the disciple of the exalted gold luminary, who was currently one of the world beyond worlds' three sovereigns. The Sword Sovereign, Central June Heaven Territory, the master of Kunlun Mountains, Northern High Peaks, Jade, Capital Crag. Sword Emperor Yu Jinbei. This light figure wasn't conversing. Instead, it was Yu Jinbei's reply after his disciple contacted Yu Jinbei, who was still in the void's outskirts. Previously, only Bai Tao's group of 3 had seen this image, but now everyone else had seen it as well. Everything I've accomplished in my life came from my teacher. The Sword Emperor didn't speak quickly, but every word was sonorous and powerful, like the collision of gold and iron. My master only left behind a single bloodline. I will do my best to ensure his safety, even in front of Elder Jiang and Elder Yang. All these years, I've always kept my promise. If someone breaks the promise, then don't blame my sword for not recognizing them. Although the message was left a long time ago, everyone present could still feel the fierceness and decisiveness of the message. At this moment, the originally heavy and blunt Sword Emperor suddenly revealed a shocking sharpness. The terrifying sword will seem to have transcended the limits of time, coming from the past to the present, transcending the limits of space, descending from the void to the upper realm. Even the 2 true immortals, the female empress and the Qian emperor, were shocked. The so-called Elder Jiang and Elder Yang referred to the other 2 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds. Whoever dared to show themselves now would have to bear the sharpness of the Sword Emperor. Even against the earthly sovereigns and concealed sovereigns, the Sword Emperor would still draw his sword and battle them on this matter. The southwestern exalt Bai Tao now looked at the northwestern exalt Lian Zilin, saying softly, "Northwest Lian, please leave." My Jade Capital Crag will attempt to mediate the matter of your Red Sea's loss in the future. If you do not leave now, you will inevitably hurt our past relationship. Lien Zulin sighed. Lien Zulin dares not forget the Sword Emperor's kindness to me. Since it is a decree of the Sword Emperor, I will obey. I only hope that when the Sword Emperor finds that Xue Chuqing in the future, you can speak up for my Red Sea's lineage. She bowed towards the image of the Sword Emperor in the sky before turning and leaving. The gazes of the Heaven Emperor, Zhuangxin, Langqing, and Taoist, one heaven simultaneously flickered as a bad premonition arose within their hearts. Indeed, that black-clothed youth said, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen, Junior Apprentice Brother Yen, it is their ability that Broad Creed Mountain was able to defend the Royal Reed Sea safely. Still, since you have specifically chosen Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony to visit, it would be unbecoming of you to leave without leaving behind any congratulatory gifts. The Heaven Emperor frowned. Jade Capital Crag is really too domineering. This humble Taoist is willing to let this go on account of the Sword Sovereign's face. Still, the Sword Sovereign is still able to reign supreme in the world beyond worlds. You have great enmity with Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen and Junior Apprentice Brother Yen of Broad Creed Mountain. Bai Tao shook his head, sighing, My master cherishes talent, considering that Taoism is currently in the ascendant. Talents are hard to come by, and it is not easy for you to cultivate. Otherwise, even if Cheelincliff is dissatisfied, they would still not let this go. Now, it is merely a reminder for my master. The pupils of the Heaven Emperor, Langqing, and the others abruptly dilated. So what if he is domineering? That black-clothed youth had an indifferent expression on his face. You came here to pick a fight. Now you think you can come and go as you please? He turned and said to Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di, This is my master's first congratulatory gift. He said that when he returns to the world beyond worlds in the future, he will personally come to congratulate us. Before his words had landed, the image of the Sword Sovereign within the sky condensed into a streak of sword light, descending before Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu. Yen Zhaoga blinked, looking at his father. Yen Di smiled. Since you are using the sword, I'll leave it to you then. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoga raised a hand to receive that sword light. The scenes before his eyes instantly changed. Amidst the dim, chaotic primordial universe, a streak of light that was bright to the extreme suddenly appeared. A streak of light separated the chaotic primordial universe, the chaotic elements of earth, water, fire, and wind rampaging chaotically in all directions before regaining stability. Yin and Yang were separated, primordial chaos having just opened, clear qi rising while turbid qi descended. A brand new world of creation was established, the heavens and earth being opened. Amidst this majestic scene, the powerful concept of opening the heavens and splitting the earth permeated the entire universe as it was unstoppable. Good sword art, Yen Zhaoga praised, looking at the Heaven Emperor and the others. Seeing that sword light, the Heaven Emperor sighed, not saying anything as he turned and left, his figure instantly vanishing amidst space. The Western Exalt Langqing and the Eastern Exalt Taoist, one heaven, had the same reaction as well, each executing their own abilities as they speedily left the Royal Reed Sea. Still, as Yen Zhaoga brandished his sword, the sword light in his hand vanished. The next moment, a sword shadow flickered past in midair. That sword shadow resembled a banner, whilst also resembling an axe, whilst also easily breaking through space. 3 muffled groans resounded simultaneously. The formless and formless Western Exalt Langqing, who had transformed into space, was forcibly squeezed out of the fractured space, various parts of his body distorting strangely. The Eastern Exalt Taoist, one heaven, who had unleashed an instant's thunder with all his true essence instantly blazing. Unleashing an instant's thunder was broken through by a single sword as his right arm was severed. The Heaven Emperor first executed Heaven Earth within sleeve, his sleeve instantly splitting apart. Thick earth rose from within his sleeve, verdant green trees towering into the heavens. The next moment, however, the great earth shattered and the massive trees snapped. Chapter 1043. One sword split the sky, sweeping away everything in its path. Although it was only a single sword strike, the Heaven Emperor and the other two did not intend to stay and fight again, hurriedly leaving. In the broken void, there was no sense of destruction. Instead, Yin and Yang were separated and the four images were born. It was as if a whole new world was about to be born. Is this the jade illusory heaven opening sword? It truly lives up to its reputation. Yen Zhaoge watched the sword light disappear into the distance before retracting his gaze. The southern exalt Zhuangxin was still standing calmly there at this moment. His expression was rather strange as he looked at Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, seemingly seeing them for the first time. Yen Zhaoge was also looking at Zhuangxin. The southwestern exalt by Tao said, "Southern Zhuangyu." Zhuangxin's snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. Between obtaining the later earth text and killing you, it is hard for me to say which is more important to His Majesty the Heaven Emperor. But to me, perhaps that phoenix bone was more important in the past, but that is no longer the case now. His Majesty the Heaven Emperor is willing to retreat because he has reached the true immortal realm, and there is still hope in his heart. Zhuangxin said calmly, "As long as the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign are willing to come out and suppress the sword sovereign at the same time, he will still have a chance." But after today's battle, Zhuangxin already knew that he did not have a chance like the Heaven Emperor. The true immortal Great Emperor was still high and mighty. While Zhuangxin also acknowledged that as time passed with the strength and potential of Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, so long as they were able to attain the human exalt stage, they would not have to fear the Heaven Emperor. But that still needed time, and it was still unknown. Still, to him, Zhuangxin, the current Yen Zhaoge, and Yen Di were already capable of contending against him, an exalted human exalt. Meanwhile, this pair of father and son were of the 8th and 7th level of the martial saint realm, respectively. As soon as he thought of this, Zhuangxin's heart sank. He had a premonition that if he couldn't win today, he wouldn't be able to win in the future. When a cultivator reached Zhuangxin's level, pride and confidence were inevitable. They firmly believed in their own strength and would not easily submit to others. However, in his current realm, the premonitions he had about things that were related to him were often very accurate and not groundless. This was especially so when Zhuangxin saw the grand simplicity, splendor cloud above Yendi's head. If he could obtain Tang Yonghao's phoenix bone from Golden Court Mountain and obtain the true intent of the dawn mist of moral virtue, he would be able to cultivate all 5 virtues. Innate 5 virtues exist together, invulnerable to all arts, coexisting with the heavens and earth. If the heavens and earth are destroyed, then the innate 5 virtues will be destroyed. This was one of the top defensive methods of the Tao sect, and its defensive power was extremely shocking. Although it was just one more virtue compared to Zhuangxin, who had 4 virtues, he was much stronger. However, the head of the grand cosmos, 5 grands of the grand clear direct lineage, grand simplicity, could counter all 5 virtues. One couldn't help but lament that fate was making a fool out of people. Zhuangxin exhaled slowly, gazing at Yen Zhaoge. "Having come here today, I shall settle the enmity between us. Either you die or I die. The way things have developed to this point is completely out of my expectations, but the result is the same. If you're strong, you'll kill me. If I'm strong, I'll kill you." He said slowly, "Apart from that, I've never thought of a third way to leave this place." Yen Di now spoke. "Since you have such intentions, my broad Creed Mountain will give you the face of a martial practitioner." He rose into the air, coming before Zhuangxin. "My son killed your son. If you want vengeance, the 2 of us as fathers will settle this matter." A slight commotion arose amongst the guests who had come to spectate the ceremony on Broad Creed Mountain. Yendi was undoubtedly intending to face and exalt in a one-on-one battle to the death. It was not that they were doubting Yendi's ability to do so. The earlier battle had already proven it. Many people found this unexpected, with the female emperor Chao Jie, Lu Jinggu, and the others present, with Broad Creed Mountain holding the absolute advantage. Yendi was actually willing to do this. It was the female emperor Jiamingkong and Chao Jie who were not surprised as they instead nodded. The northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu looked at the female emperor Jiamingkong and the others. If not for the heaven emperor making a move, the female emperor would probably not have appeared, right? After this battle, I will pay a visit to congratulate Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony. The female emperor's expression was mild as she did not deny Lu Jinggu's words. The sword sovereign would look after his master's descendants, but he would not blindly protect them. Without tempering, there would be no growth. Of course, the goal of tempering was to grow, not to send them to their deaths. When a threat that clearly surpassed their limits arrived, the current #1 sword of the world beyond worlds might be unsheathed once more after many years. If he was not in the world beyond worlds, he would also ask others to help him. The Empress took into account the ties between the previous generations of both parties into consideration. She lent a helping hand because of the same considerations. If not for an existence like the Heaven Emperor making a move, the female emperor would not have interfered either. It was just that looking at the later Earth text, which still shone with radiance, the female emperor was filled with praise. She had not thought that even if she had not appeared, Yanjiaoga and Broad Creed Mountain would still have been able to fight. This caused her to feel much admiration towards Yanjiaoga and Yendi. The three of the sword sovereign's lineage thought the same as well. Zhuang Xin swiveled his head to look at Yendi, saying slowly, "That's fine too." Yendi nodded before directly chopping towards Zhuang Xin with a saber. Zhuang Xin advanced, sparks flying as his sabers clashed. Above Yendi's head, the chaotic cloud of qi expanded, resembling a blooming lotus. As the battle progressed, the grand simplicity splendor lotus suddenly expanded, enveloping the two of them. Before them, there was only a blurry clump of cloud with specks of light flickering within. Yanjiaoga retracted the Earth Mother Tao ritual, raising his head to gaze at the grand simplicity splendor cloud amidst space. Enveloped by the grand simplicity splendor cloud, Zhuang Xin was unable to undergo nirvanic rebirth. Still, the grand simplicity splendor cloud in this state was no longer able to protect him. Yendi's fighting style stemmed from his usual style, life and death duels, clashing head-on, deciding victory in a single battle. He had no intention of slowly dragging things out with his opponent. While it was said that Zhuang Xin was strong in defense and weak in offense, that was only relatively speaking. The attack of a human exalt would forever be fatal to most experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. The chaotic cloud appeared peaceful and tranquil from the outside, as no ripples could be seen at all. Still, everyone knew that the battle within was definitely going to be extremely dangerous. Finally, the cloud unfurled, the chaotic lotus blooming once more. Bright golden light arose from within, transforming into a golden pillar of light as it shot straight into the skies. A figure stood within the pillar of light, his white hair drifting as he had handsome features. Above his head was a golden wudong tree that was lush with leaves. It was none other than the southern exalt Zhuang Xin. While everyone on Broad Creed Mountain was bewildered, Yanjiaoga, Jiamingkong, Lu Jinggu, and the others all smiled in unison. The next moment, the golden wudong tree above Zhuang Xin's had began to wither rapidly, its branches and leaves falling, transforming into a golden rain of light that scattered in all directions, enveloping the entire sky. With the border of the two territories as their center, half of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory were now bathed in a golden rain of light. Yan Di's figure now arose from the grand simplicity, splendor cloud, arriving before Zhuangxin. Zhuangxin's lips moved. Then, before he could even utter a sound, he too transformed into a rain of light that dispersed into the air. An exalt had perished here. Chapter 1044. Looking at the vanishing Zhuangxin, Yan Di was silent for a moment. Elsewhere, the southeastern exalt Chao Jie and the southwestern exalt Bai Tao had rather complex expressions on their faces as well. The two of them had had many dealings with Zhuangxin of the southern blazing heaven territory, having had many conflicts with him. Seeing this enemy, whom they had battled for many years, perish now, Chao Jie and Bai Tao both shook their heads slightly. Yan Zhaoge came beside his father, gazing inquisitively at him. Yan Di nodded. It will not affect the ceremony that will follow. He cupped his hands towards the female emperor, Chao Jie, Bai Tao, and Lu Jinggu. Since that is so, the matter between our sect and the southern blazing heaven territories Wudong Slope shall come to an end. Today, our sect's opening ceremony shall continue as scheduled. Your presence brings light to my Broad Creed Mountain's humble abode. I have prepared some meager wine for you all to come. The female emperor, Jie Mingkong, said straightforwardly, That is precisely why I have come here today. Yan Di and Yan Zhaoge exchanged glances, the two tacitly guiding everyone to their seats. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, however, left the mountain. As that black-clothed youth had said, since they had come, how could they think of leaving without leaving something behind? Yan Zhaoge had borrowed the Sword Sovereign's sword to injure the Heaven Emperor and the others. Yet it had not been as simple as just injuring them. Looking over from amidst space, the Northern Ocean clone saw 3 streaks of treasured light flickering in 3 different directions. One of them was comparatively dim, originating from a massive orb that looked gray and dull on the outside. This orb was resting on a palm, just that palm and arm had been hacked off by someone. It was clearly the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor that the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven possessed. This fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor was extremely massive, as it took up more than half of its original size when complete. Still, after the previous eruption, the sacred artifact fragment was currently at a low point, as it seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Seeing this, the Northern Ocean clone smiled satisfactorily before extending a hand and keeping it. Elsewhere there was another treasure. While it flickered with lustrous radiance, it itself seemed transparent and formless as it hovered quietly amidst space. After nearing it and looking at its flickering outline, this treasure resembled silk. So it is the splendid, splendid thousand yarn. The Northern Ocean clone recognized its characteristics. The original owner of this item had belonged to the Western Exalt Langqing. It was an extremely rare and precious treasure. The world beyond worlds did not produce this item. The 8 extremities realms, the vast ocean realms, the floating gate realms, and the other lower realms similarly did not produce it. Even the great 1,000 worlds of pre-great calamity times had not produced such an item. Only in the boundless void outside the realm could the raw materials for the splendid myriad yarn be found. It was a treasure tree that did not grow in soil or water, but grew in the void. It absorbed nutrients from the void and grew transparent and shapeless silk. After collecting these threads, they would be refined and picked from thousands of miles away. Finally, they would be woven one by one, and only then would they be able to obtain a small amount of exquisite silk yarn. Treasured trees were extremely rare, and if one wanted to obtain a foot of exquisite silk yarn, they would need to gather the silk from over 100 treasured trees. After the silk was collected, the treasure tree would wither. Langqing's exquisite silk yarn probably used up tens of thousands of treasured trees. In the world beyond worlds, other than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there was probably only Langqing who could gather such a great amount of exquisite radiance, thousand yarn. Moreover, with such a large amount, even if Langqing wanted to collect it, it would also require a long period of accumulation. And this treasure was an extremely rare crafting material. The quality of Lang Qing's magnificent rainbow, thousand yarn, was already extremely high. If it was further refined, it could be used as one of the materials for refining immortal weapons. Yan Zhaoge naturally accepted this with a smile. After keeping the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor and the exquisite radiance, thousand yarn, the Northern Ocean clone looked towards the final item. That thing should have come from the Heaven Emperor. It was a small jade pot. While there did not seem to be anything special about it, since it was something that the Heaven Emperor always carried with him, Yan Zhaoge would naturally not let his guard down. The Northern Ocean clone carefully kept the jade flask before turning and returning to Broad Creed Mountain. At this moment, on Broad Creed Mountain, within the clan's main hall at the top of the heaven-rising peak, Yendi sat on the main seat. After paying his respects to the ancestors of Broad Creed Mountain, he said, "Ring the bell." The one ringing the bell at this moment was precisely Yan Zhaoge, accompanied by his sounding of the golden bell. Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony this time could also be considered to have officially begun. The young people who had been waiting at the foot of the mountain and were prepared to go through the ceremony began to follow the instructions and went up the mountain one after another. The level of the battle just now was too high. It wasn't something they could watch from the sidelines. But this did not prevent these young people who were about to enter the sect from knowing the final result of the battle. 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories. These words had already been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the entire world beyond worlds for many years. Those who wished to cultivate in the martial arts would more or less have heard of them. They had once thought that it was incomparably far away, yet it was all right before their eyes now. Seated at the very front of the VIP seats was one of the 5 emperors, the female emperor who had already pushed open the door to immortality and was currently an immortal descending into the mortal realm. While the brocade emperor who was rumored to be coming had yet to arrive, the solitary female emperor would probably be harder to invite. Besides the female emperor, of the exalts of 10 territories, 3 human exalts, the southeastern exalt, the northeastern exalt, and the southwestern exalt were present. A personal disciple of one of the 3 sovereigns, the Sword Sovereign, had arrived. Behind them, the rulers of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that had always been present, the martial practitioners of Golden Court Mountain, had arrived as well. All the renowned sects and powers of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that reigned supreme over a region had sent representatives over to congratulate them. Broad Creed Mountain's grand opening ceremony this time had been unparalleled in the world beyond worlds for the past few centuries. If one were to say that the high standard of guests was due to their popularity, what had happened earlier had sufficiently displayed Broad Creed Mountain strength. The ruler of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, the Lord of Phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, the southern exalt Shuangshin, had first been defeated by Broad Creed Mountain's disciple Yan Zhaoge before being slain by Yan Di in a one-on-one duel. 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories, deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of the world beyond worlds. These were the rulers of many years, experts of legend. One of the exalts of 10 territories, Zhuangshin, had perished at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain, perishing by Yendi's hands. Just a moment ago, this matter had already shaken the southern and southeastern territories, as it would definitely spread throughout the entire world beyond worlds. The shock brought about by the death of an exalt naturally far surpassed the congratulations of 3 exalts. What was even more shocking was unquestionably the fact that the Heaven Emperor of the 5 emperors, who was above the exalts of 10 territories, had actually returned in defeat at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain. Even if the female emperor had not arrived, even if the majesty of the Sword Sovereign had not descended, the Heaven Emperor had actually been unable to gain any advantage in the Royal Reed Sea at all. As a human martial practitioner, Yan Zhaoge had resisted an emperor of the immortal realm. This would definitely be recorded in the annals of history, becoming a legend. All of this caused the youngsters who were about to enter Broad Creed Mountain to be excited to the extreme, as they felt honored as well. Meanwhile, the guests who had come to spectate were naturally filled with admiration as well. Someone muttered to himself, "One lineage, two father and son, both fallen deities." Chapter 1045. It is rare for you to say such words. The middle-aged man who had come with Bai Tao was his junior apprentice brother Wang Pu, a personal disciple of the sword sovereign Yuzhenbei. Beside the female emperor Jie Mingkong and the southwestern exalt Bai Tao, he seemed rather inconspicuous. Still, he was a late immortal bridge martial saint, as he was one of the top few amongst the disciples of the sword sovereign's lineage at Northern High Peak's Jade capital crag. While the southwestern exalt Bai Tao was the head disciple of the sword sovereign, he was stationed in the southwestern Vermilion Heaven territory all year round, as he rarely returned to the central June Heaven territories, Kunlun Mountain. Therefore, under the Sword Emperor's tutelage, it was usually Wang Pu who helped manage the Jade capital crag. Looking at the black-clothed youth beside him now, he felt rather emotional. "I can count the number of times you have praised others in your decades of entering the lineage." The black-clothed youth said quietly, "It is because senior apprentice Uncle Yen and junior apprentice brother Yen are truly powerful." Looking at Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di, Wang Pu too sighed in admiration. They are indeed dragons and phoenixes amongst men. He had originally intended to probe Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di. Thinking back on it now, he could not help but laugh as he shook his head repeatedly. Seated together with the southeastern exalt Chao Jie, the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu also felt rather emotional. This old man had originally only acted once for the sake of bright connection, whose descendant for the sake of my own peace of mind. Never would I have thought that things would actually end up like this. When I first saw this youth Yen Zhaoga that year, he had still yet to mature. Yet in a mere decade or so, he is already able to command the winds and clouds of the world beyond worlds. Lu Jinggu sighed. Such a youth is truly rare. It is the same for his father. Chao Jie was slightly dazed, his expression rather complex as he thought of what Yen Zhaoga had told him earlier. "To tell you the truth, I have already learnt of some things after making a trip to the territories of the Immortal Court." Thinking of this, Chao Jie felt that it was a pity. The more outstanding Yen Zhaoga was, the greater the pity he felt. Looking at Bai Tao, Wang Pu, and the others, Chao Jie sighed inwardly. "I can only hope that the Sword Sovereign will have a way." As compared to the female emperor, Wang Pu, and the other guests had different thoughts. Bai Ziming, who had interacted with Yen Zhaoga before, hailing from the Floating Gate world and later joining Golden Court Mountain as a guest elder, felt rather emotional at this moment. In just over 10 short years, Broad Creed Mountain had already become a massive power whose strength even surpassed that of Golden Court Mountain. The name of the East Peak of the Taoist sect, which people disapproved of in the past, was gradually showing signs of living up to its name. Bai Ziming, on the other hand, was still attached to Golden Court Mountain. They both came from a lower realm, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Over in the Floating Gate world, the Heavy Sun sect was clearly still the number one power, even having experts supporting them in the world beyond worlds. Yet, faced with a tiny sect like towering Wave Pavilion that had just been reestablished, they were extremely respectful, not daring to slight them in the slightest. The reason for this was none other than the fact that Yendi's master, the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Jingfeng, had some ties with towering Wave Pavilion. He had even fallen out with the Heavy Sun sect because of this. Because of Broad Creed Mountain, towering Wave Pavilion was virtually like an emperor emeritus in the Floating Gate world. The Heavy Sun sect did not want to be so useless. Still, the problem was that even without Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di making a move, Yuan Zhengfeng, who currently stood at the peak of the Seeing Divinity Martial Saint realm and might ascend the Immortal Bridge at any time, would be sufficient to sweep through the Heavy Sun sect of the world beyond worlds. The great snowy mountain that Bai Ziming came from naturally did not need to do so. However, as he watched all this, he felt an indescribable feeling. Now that he knew of Yendi's origins, Baiziming did not feel envious or jealous, as he instead felt much more at peace. When he thought up to here, Baiziming couldn't help but smile bitterly. The pavilion lord of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Guhong, and the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, sat side by side. They were all local powers of the Royal Reed Sea who had survived the great tribulation brought about by Shenlingzi in the past. The heavens and earth of the Royal Reed Sea had changed. Its ruler had changed. Their two families, on the other hand, did not have thoughts of resisting like when the Grand Xian dynasty had reigned supreme in the past. It was not because Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had always been on good terms with them. Instead, it was because the current Broad Creed Mountain was much, much more powerful than the Grand Xian dynasty of the past. With the gap so great that it surpassed a certain threshold, the other powers of the Royal Reed Sea instead no longer had any other thoughts as they obediently followed Broad Creed Mountain's lead. It was just that thinking of how the Radiant Light sect and Copper Men Island, who had resisted the Grand Xian that year, had already become history, the two could not help but sigh emotionally. The Radiant Light sect that had always been their mortal enemy, who had originated from the same source as them, no longer existed. Zhou Haoxing and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners felt this especially deeply. Forgive this Gu for speaking out of turn, but regarding the matter of the dim radiant wheel, Chief Zhou should still be more open about it. Gu Hong sent a sound transmission to Zhou Haoxing, saying softly. Zhou Haoxing smiled bitterly. Pavilion Lord Gu worries too much. First not mentioning how Golden Court Mountain warned us that obtaining the dim radiant wheel would actually be a curse rather than a blessing. Even if this old man wanted to act willfully, how would that be possible at all? He sighed. After experiencing the great tribulation of the past, my dim darkness sect was finally not destroyed. This old man now only wishes to pass down the legacy of our founder, hoping that we can develop and grow stronger one day. The Royal Reed Sea is too small. It cannot contain Broad Creed Mountain. Hearing his words, Gu Hong nodded in deep agreement. Looking at the disciples before him who had passed the test and entered the great hall, preparing to enter Broad Creed Mountain, he sighed. Today I shall accept all the heroes under the heavens. The two exchanged glances, actually both having the same idea. While this was the first time they were officially accepting disciples for their sect, which had always been lacking in manpower, Broad Creed Mountain's test was still strict and comprehensive. Those who failed the test might not necessarily be unable to grow up. Many of the representatives of the other powers who had come to Broad Creed Mountain this time were intending to pick up some scraps. The North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect would naturally not let them off either. Despite being placed above them by a sect which had not existed in the world beyond worlds more than 10 years ago, Gu Hong and Zhou Haoxing were currently very calm. Even without today's battle, the various miracles of Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain in the past had already long since convinced them. In this time's opening ceremony, other than recruiting new disciples, Broad Creed Mountain had also made many internal adjustments which could be considered informing their fellow Taoists of the world. Those of the older generation gradually retreated from the front lines, focusing on cultivating in secluded cultivation. The positions of first seat elders of the various important departments of the sect were increasingly taken up by third-generation disciples who had already matured. Those of the younger generation of the past gradually walked to the front of the stage. Some were sent out to guard a region, gradually beginning to manifest Broad Creed Mountain's momentum of expansion. This was what many people were concerned about, because they could attempt to judge Broad Creed Mountain's future development from this. Still, the most eye-catching thing was that while Yan Zhaoge was young, he was already one of the most important figures of Broad Creed Mountain's current core figures. He was not assigned any specific duties within the sect. While this was rather unexpected, it also seemed to be reasonable. While Yan Zhaoge was not assigned any duties, no one would doubt that his voice was the most powerful within Broad Creed Mountain. Not being assigned any duties meant that he would either be cultivating further or moving about freely, remaining outside for a long period of time. Whichever it was, others would be concerned about it. Everyone could not help but guess what this youth who had stirred up the winds and clouds of the world beyond worlds would do next. Chapter 1046. Yan Zhaoge's current strength and fame were all ridiculously high in Broad Creed Mountain. Even if he went to the assignment hall, the disciplinary hall, or the martial inheritance hall to handle specific tasks, it would still feel like a waste of his talents, unless he would soon take over Broad Creed Mountain and become its new chief. In that case, he would need to familiarize himself with daily affairs. Otherwise, with Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, improving himself would be the best thing to do. To a certain extent, this was still a world where power belonged to the individual at the end of the day. When two major powers clashed, when their peak experts were locked in a stalemate with victory hard to determine, only then would the strength and numbers of the weaker experts be decided. This principle also applied to Yan Di. Therefore, since Yan Zhaoge had nothing to do, what he intended to do next would naturally draw widespread attention. It would be fine if he remained in the royal reed sea to cultivate. Still, if he left, it would truly draw the attention of the entire world. The heavens and earth had been overturned the last time he had gone to the southern blazing heaven territory. This time, it would really be hard not to notice. Yan Zhaoge had originally resisted the Heaven Emperor domineeringly, causing him to retreat from Broad Creed Mountain. Still, in consideration of himself and Broad Creed Mountain, he would have to remain in Broad Creed Mountain until he could resist a true immortal without the help of the later Earth Goddess's letter in the Royal Reed Sea. While everyone believed that that day would definitely come, perhaps even not too far away, before it truly came, Yan Zhaoge would have to remain in the Royal Reed Sea stably. Still, with the appearance of the female Emperor Jiaminkong and the southwestern Exalt by Tao and the others, everything was completely different. As a descendant of the exalted gold luminary and the junior apprentice nephew of the sword sovereign of the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge would be able to pass through the world beyond worlds under most circumstances. With the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign not expressing their stance, the Heaven Emperor would not dare to act rashly. With that, Yan Zhaoge would not have to remain in Broad Creed Mountain, as he would be able to move about freely. The revelation of Yan Di's origins, his and Yan Zhaoge's identities, as well as his relationship with the Sword Sovereign and the death of the Southern Exalt Zhuangxin, would definitely be the most shocking news in the world beyond worlds in recent years. Still, while they were surprised, most people did not find it unacceptable after Yan Zhaoge forcibly resisted the Heaven Emperor, and Yan Di slew the Southern Exalt. While they were a little envious of Yan Zhaoge and his father's fortuitous encounters, that was all. No one had the thought of Broad Creed Mountain flying up a branch and becoming a phoenix. Everyone was thinking that he was worthy of being the descendant of a prestigious family. Now, everyone was more concerned about what Broad Creed Mountain would do next. It was clear that the shallow waters of the Royal Reed Sea were already hard pressed to nurture true dragons. In the battle of their opening ceremony today, the strength that Broad Creed Mountain had displayed had even surpassed that of Golden Court Mountain. Their next course of action tugged at everyone's heartstrings. This was especially so after the Southern Exalt Zhuangxin had perished. Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, which had already suffered grievous casualties in the Battle of Circumference Mountain that year, had completely lost its pillar of support. Without a doubt, the Southern Blazing Heaven territory was about to change. Would Broad Creed Mountain make use of this to advance westwards, becoming the new hegemon of the South? What do the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign think? With the grand opening ceremony having concluded and the various guests having been sent off, those who remained on the mountain were all peak figures who were closely related to Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, asking, "The earthly sovereign is still in extra-dimensional space, but the Earth Exalt is in the world beyond worlds. The concealed sovereign himself is in secluded cultivation in Kunlun Mountain's restful immortal valley. The female emperor, Jiaminkong, had already sealed herself in ice once more now. While she was aware of all that was happening in the outside world, she remained silent once more. Yen Jiaoge looked at the three of Jade Capital Crag's lineage. Does this mean that those two emperors have tacitly approved of Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu's decision? There has always been a general tacit understanding between them. The Southwestern Exalt by Tao said, "As long as Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen and you are fine this time, Master will not make things difficult for the Heaven Emperor." Yen Jiaoge, Yen Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the others of Broad Creed Mountain exchanged looks, all thinking, the Sword Sovereign and the Earthly Sovereign probably have disagreements on many matters. Meanwhile, the Earthly Sovereign was likely aware of Yen Di's matter as well. The Earthly Sovereign's lineage should not be aware of the details, only knowing that the exalted gold luminary had left behind a descendant. In order to ensure that Yen Di's growth was not disturbed, the Sword Sovereign and the Earthly Sovereign might have come to an agreement and compromise. Regarding the matter of the dim, radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia that year, the Sword Sovereign had neither supported nor opposed the Earthly Sovereign's decision. The Kunlun 9 luminaries had gradually become a legend as few of the middle and lower tier martial practitioners and ordinary citizens of the world beyond worlds knew about it. Even with the Sword Sovereign's respect for his master, the exalted gold luminary, he had still tacitly approved of this as part of the agreement and compromise. Now, after more than 2,000 years, Yen Di had finally truly descended into this world from the grand simplicity, splendor cloud, having grown up and returned to the world beyond worlds. How would the situation of the world beyond worlds develop from now on? Unless Master slays the Heaven Emperor, the concealed sovereign will not interfere. Wang Pu said, "It should be said that the concealed sovereign does not care about most matters beneath the heavens. Generally speaking, he tacitly approves of the Earthly Sovereign's decisions, seldom expressing his own opinions." It was not that the Heaven Emperor had a deep relationship with the concealed sovereign. Instead, he was an emperor who had pushed open the door to immortality. To Taoism, which had many things to do in post-Great Calamity times, he was extremely precious. If there was no special reason, the three sovereigns would do their best to protect him. Hearing his words, Yen Jiaoge pondered in silence. From this perspective, the situation of the dim, radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia and the bright Connection Emperor Hu Yuexin was even more interesting. Looking around at Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Zhuin, as well as Wang Pu and the others, Yen Jiaoge temporarily did not mention the matter of his mother and the immortal court, preparing to ask them privately later. Wang Pu now said, "In consideration of his past relationship with Grandmaster, the concealed sovereign will likely not help either side. Still, it is hard to say what the Earthly Sovereign's decision will be." His voice turned slightly more solemn. While no one from Southern High Peaks Qilin Cliff has directly interfered this time, the Heaven Emperor and Southern Zhuang's lot have the shadow of Qilin Cliff behind them. The treasure which cut off the water of the Dynasty River earlier is likely the later heaven living soil of the Earthly Sovereign's lineage. Yen Jiaoge raised his brows slightly. "Oh, later heaven living soil?" Wang Pu explained, setting off from Kunlun Mountain. "We discovered that the spiritual chi flow of the screen moat Snowy Mountain at the source of the Dynasty River was abnormal, such that the Dynasty River actually stopped flowing. After heading to the screen moat Snowy Mountain to investigate, we discovered that the source of the river had been blocked. After the female emperor made a move to dispel it, she discovered that the treasure which cut off the water of the Dynasty River had been specially treated by someone, vanishing without a trace as soon as it was dispelled. Still, there are only those few types of treasures which have such miraculous effects, being able to cause even the female emperor to be unable to preserve it. Its owner is virtually obvious." Wang Pu said, with no actual proof in hand, everyone just feigned ignorance. Yen Jiaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering. He suddenly had a guess. Could the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing be plotting something else? Chapter 1047. The Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing had no personal enmity with Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. If there was a conflict between the two, it would lie in 2 points. One was the dim, radiant wheel that Yan Zhaoge possessed. The other was Yan Di's wife, Xue Chuqing, Yan Zhaoge's mother. The root cause of these two was that the dim, radiant emperor Yin Tianxia and the bright connection emperor, Hu Yuexin, had likely done something that disagreed with the earthly sovereign. The concealed sovereign was likely on the earthly sovereign's side in this matter. If it was because of the dim, radiant wheel, Yan Zhaoge's whereabouts would not be hard to find. Those of the earthly sovereign's lineage at Qilin Cliff would probably have long since come knocking. Therefore, it could only be because of Xue Chuqing, whose whereabouts were uncertain. Xue Chuqing herself was not important. What was important was that she might possess some treasure or know some secret. This was what the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing valued. As the lord of the central June Heaven territory and the chief steward of the entire world beyond worlds, since Yan Zhaoge and his father had the sword sovereign supporting them, the Heaven Emperor, Zhuangxin, and the others would naturally be helpless against them. Under such circumstances, there was no need for him to pay attention to their enmity. His attention was naturally placed on other matters. Is there such a possibility? With today's chance, us father and son will become famous. Our relationship with Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu known to the entire world. Thus, mother will be misled. Yan Zhaoge sent to Yan Di via sound transmission. Mother will be misled into thinking that the sword sovereign who neither supported nor opposed her before will protect her now, thus no longer hiding and coming to find us. Yan Di's tone was icy cold. That is not impossible. Still, he is wrong in thinking this. He probably does not want to have a head-on conflict with Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu's Jade, Capital Crag. Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly. Instead, he wants to intercept us midway, not letting us know at all. Since his whereabouts were unknown before, his whereabouts will forever be unknown then. Cold light flickered within Yan Di's eyes as he pondered momentarily before saying, "They will be watching us now, but we will be watching them too." "Precisely so," Yan Zhaoge nodded. The northeastern exalt, Lu Jinggu, now said, "Since the earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign will not directly interfere, it should not be a problem for Broad Creed West to enter the southern blazing heaven territory. Setting up the 10 directions wishful formation again will require around 100 years. Barring any major accidents, Southern Zhuang's death will not affect the overall situation of the world beyond worlds." Zhuangxin, Peng He, Zhang Shuren, and many other peak experts had perished. While Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope still had the 9th level Martial Saint Phoenix crying southern territory, Mao Yuansheng, they were already destined to be unable to rule over the southern blazing heaven territory. In order to avoid Broad Creed Mountain and Golden Court Mountain coming back to find trouble with them, Wudong Slope's lineage would definitely have to go into hiding or even migrate. Southern Zhuang is a character. As long as Wudong Slope doesn't conspire against us in secret, our sect doesn't have any plans to exterminate them. Yan Di said, "Still, if they do not give up, I do not mind ending this lineage of theirs." The Southwestern Exalt by Tao said, "In the current world beyond worlds, there are a few martial practitioners of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm who are merely a half step away from the human Exalt stage, able to break through at any time. Others might not know, but people at their level had heard of it. However, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen, you and Junior Apprentice Brother Yen possess extraordinary strength. While you are only at the Immortal Bridge realm, you are comparable to Exalts. While you are lacking in terms of status, it would not be difficult for you to reign supreme over the South in terms of strength." Bai Tao continued, "As Elder Lu of the Northeast says, the current vacancy of the 10 Exalts does not affect us greatly. Also, someone should be able to fill it very soon. Even if there isn't, with your strength and potential, you will definitely be able to ascend to the human Exalt stage in less than 100 years. Chao Jie and Lu Jinggu both nodded. Actually, Even if someone immediately broke through to the human exalt stage now and filled in Zhuangxin's position, it would still be very awkward. Broad Creed Mountain was on good terms with Golden Court Mountain. Therefore, they did not intend to venture too deeply into the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. They would not stand on ceremony with other directions. At that time, how would the new southern exalt face the two immortal bridge martial saints, who were likely to be stronger than him, not weaker? Also, these two immortal bridge martial saints were of the same family, let alone newly ascended exalts. Even the other 9 exalts of 10 territories aside from the upper exalt Qin and the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng would be facing a tough task. It is not that there are no exceptions. Qiao Jie and Lu Jinggu's hearts jolted slightly as their gazes focused on the same person. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were actually also looking at that black-clothed youth beside Bai Tao at this moment. Senior apprentice brother Nya should be one of those who might be able to attain the human exalt stage at any time. Yan Zhaoge asked. A warm smile appeared on the black-clothed youth's usually cold, resolute face. I can do it now. Still, I will wait a little longer. I have come here this time to congratulate senior apprentice Uncle Yan and junior apprentice brother Yan's Broad Creed Mountain. It is not that my jade, Capital Crag, wants the position of an exalt. His tone was casual, as if he was speaking of something that could not be any more ordinary. In the ears of ordinary people, it would probably be like a sudden clap of thunder. Yet, everyone present, Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, and those of Broad Creed Mountain, did not feel surprised at all. Earlier, the Heaven Emperor and the others had mainly focused their attention on the female emperor, Jiamingkong. Yet, when Bai Tao and the others had appeared, other than the Heaven Emperor, whose expression was as per usual, Zhuangxin, Lang Qing, and the others all clearly showed signs of fear. They were not just afraid of their jade, capital, crag background. Instead, they were afraid of their own strength. It was just that the person whom Zhuangxin and the others were particularly concerned about was not the southwestern exalt Bai Tao, who was also one of the 10 exalts. Instead, it was the silent and cold black-clothed youth. 200 years ago, little sword god. 100 years ago, young Master Tian. This was a rather widespread saying in the world beyond worlds. Apart from this proverb, there was another one that was equally famous. Kunlun God Shocking Dragon, Youth .8 Sex. The latter half of these two sentences referred to the same person, the former heavenly young master and current upper exalt, Qin Qianhua. Before Chen Qianhua had ascended to the human exalt realm, he had roamed the world beyond worlds, guiding and educating the 8 major powers and helping them perfect and improve their martial arts. These 8 great forces were spread all over the world, and now they had all become famous sects that dominated a region. The southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Green Peak plateaus, 3-foot mountain was merely one of them. The 8 great orthodox sects each had their own strengths and techniques. Their styles differed greatly, but they all had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky, and their martial arts were exquisite. However, the martial arts of the 8 great sects had all benefited from Chen Qianhua's guidance, which was why they could achieve what they were today. At that time, although Chen Qianhua was young and had yet to reach the supremacy stage, he was already secretly regarded as the leader of the 8 great sections. As a result, it was known as the 8 great sects of youth points. The first half of the second sentence, Kunlun's God Shocking Dragon, referred to another person. This person's name was Nie Jingshin. While he was younger than Long Xueji and Chen Qianhua, he was publicly acknowledged by the world beyond worlds as yet another supreme genius after the Little Sword God and the Heavenly Young Master. Kunlun Mountains, Northern High Peaks, Jade, Capital Crag. Sword Sovereign Yujinbei's closed-door disciple. Awakening God Sword, Nie Jingshin. It was rumored that he was an orphan and the Sword Emperor had met him by chance. When they met, the Sword Emperor's saber vibrated on its own in the sheath. Even the Sword Emperor was surprised by his strangeness. He brought him back to the jade capital crag to be raised and named him Nye Jingshin. His name was Jingshin, and his title was Jingshin. His swordsmanship was so shocking that even ghosts and gods would weep. He had battled the lofty northwestern Exalt Lienzolin to a draw that year. That battle was just a spar, so it was considered a draw. Apart from themselves, no one knew what would happen if they fought to the death. Only Lienzolin's words were passed down. Under the Sword Emperor's tutelage, God-shaking ranked first. At that time, Nye Jingshin had been an 8th level martial saint. Chapter 1048. The current Nye Jingshin had already long since attained the 9th level of the martial saint realm. At the same time, he was also the publicly acknowledged martial practitioner of the world beyond worlds, who was most likely to become a new human exalt. Qing Shizi and the others were similar to him in terms of their cultivation bases, as they were only a half step away from the human exalt realm, able to cross over at any time. Still, for Qing Shizi and the others, even having taken this half step first was not something worth rejoicing over in the least. In the world beyond worlds, some busybody had once suggested such a thing. Of the martial saints, the person ranked first was unquestionably the upper exalt Qin Qianhua. The person ranked second was unquestionably the earth exalt Wang Zhengqing. Yet, the person ranked third was the 9th level martial saint Nye Jingshin, due to the authority of the exalts of 10 territories. This saying had not been widely acknowledged and spread. Still, it was worth pondering the fact that none of the human immortals, Nye Jingshin's senior apprentice brother, the southwestern exalt by Tao included, had been angered by this saying. Now, those who understood the situation were actually all looking forward to what would happen when Nye Jingshin attained the human exalt realm and attained the human exalt body. The little sword god Long Xueji, who had still been active under the pseudonym of Qian Xueji, had been in the world beyond worlds for too short a time, as few people knew about him now. Everyone wanted to see who was superior between the heavenly young master and the shocking god sword. Now a new legend had arisen. The phrase, a lineage of 2 father and son, both fallen deities, was rapidly spreading throughout the world beyond worlds now. The ones being evaluated were Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, having resisted the Heaven Emperor in the Battle of the Royal Reed Sea and slain the Southern Exalt. The one evaluating them was the most outstanding young expert of the world beyond worlds, the shocking god sword Nye Jingshin. With the two combined, the reputation of the Yen family's 2 fallen deities was naturally deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts at the fastest possible speed. Many people felt emotional. The resurgence of Taoism in the world beyond worlds was truly beginning to show some signs. Aside from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, shocking, peerless martial practitioners had appeared in an endless stream in recent centuries. Long Xueji, who had shocked the world for a brief moment, Chen Qianhua, who was the number 1 martial saint today, Nye Jingshin, who was not an exalt but surpassed an exalt, and then there was Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, who had risen to fame over the past decade or so. In the era following the decline of Taoism, following the Great Calamity, all of them could be said to be geniuses rarely seen even in 1,000 years. Meanwhile, they had all gathered together in these few hundred years, causing everyone to feel that the many years of accumulation after the Great Calamity had finally come to an end. Yen Zhaoge and those of Broad Creed Mountain had long since heard the rumors of Nye Jingshin. It was just that before today he didn't expect the 2 of them to have such a relationship. While it was said that Nye Jingshin was the person in the world beyond worlds who was closest to the human exalt stage, those outside of Jade, Capital Crag, did not know that this black-clothed youth had already reached the point where he could take that step at any time. Perhaps, if not for the matter of Broad Creed Mountain today, he would have just taken that step. And now, following Nye Jingshin's declaration, it was equivalent to saying that it would not be difficult for Broad Creed Mountain to advance into the southern blazing heaven territory. None of the other late immortal bridge martial saints, who had the ability to achieve the human exalt stage within a short period of time, were confident of suppressing Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di. Even if they succeeded in taking that step, they would not be willing to go to the southern blazing heaven territory to bear the lightning tribulation. It's just that your sect has inherited the legendary name of the East Peak of Taoism, but you're going to develop in the south, Wang Pu said with a smile. Everyone couldn't help but smile. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, his eyes shining brightly as it was unknown what he was thinking about. Everyone, this Yan has a request that I hope that you will not be stingy with your assistance, Yan Di now said. I would especially like to trouble the female emperor. Chao, Jia, Lu Jinggu, Wang Pu, and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces as they felt curious. Yan Di was such a proud and unyielding person that he rarely asked for help. He had been fearless even when facing the pressure of the Heaven Emperor and the four exalts earlier. Now he had actually taken the initiative to ask for help. This could be said to be an extremely rare thing. Yan Di said, I have a senior apprentice brother of mine. There is something wrong with his descendants. I couldn't detect it before, but as the cultivation bases of this yen and my son grew higher and higher, we finally discovered it. Still, the things that we can see through are still limited. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help in analyzing it. While he and Yan Zhaoge possessed outstanding strength that far surpassed that of ordinary people, there were still some things that could only be done with a sufficient cultivation base. It is related to the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge said solemnly now. Due to having been in the heavenly court's divine palace in pre-great calamity times, his knowledge and discernment had been extremely great, as he was even able to see through some things that Yan Di was unable to. Still, having only just stepped into the immortal bridge stage, he would definitely be limited in some areas. Hearing the name of the 9 underworlds, the expressions of Nye Jingxin, Chao Jia, by Tao and the others all turned solemn. That was an existence that stood against the entire great 1,000 worlds in pre-great calamity times, a land of filth and evil beneath the heavens. Numerous devils danced chaotically, experts innumerable. The 9 underworlds seemed to have been affected by the great calamity as well. Still, they still pervasively invaded all the worlds of post-great calamity times. In the 8 extremities world that year, a devilish door had once been opened, with true devils nearly descending. Now that it had been sealed, the 8 extremities world could finally heave a sigh of relief. This was also the limit of what they could do. No one would even think of counterattacking. It was unlike the flame devil world, whose strongest expert was merely a great flame devil king, equivalent to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, who had even been slain by Yan Di and the others in formation back then. While the flame devils possessed a massive home ground advantage as their strength was boosted, after Yuan Zhengfeng and the others had stepped into the seeing divinity stage, they were no longer worth mentioning. As the one who had suffered the most from the invasion of the flame devils, Broad Creed Mountain's first action after its strength was no longer what it had been in the past, was to launch a counterattack on the Flame Devil world, completely destroying it. The current Flame Devil world had already completely become history. However, the 9 underworlds was a completely different concept altogether. Invading the 8 extremities world was merely a special characteristic of the 9 underworlds. The devils who had nearly descended that year were merely 2 or 3 small kittens to the entire 9 underworlds. The true great devils targeted the entire great 1,000 worlds, not paying much attention to lower worlds like the 8 extremities world, the vast ocean world, and the floating gate world. Therefore, other than the devils in the vicinity of the 8 extremities world feeling despondent and unresigned, the great 9 underworld's door in the earth domain of the 8 extremities world did not affect them at all. Meanwhile, those of the 8 extremities world would not take the initiative to open the devilish door. It was just that Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhin's situation was very special. Being able to cause even Yan Zhaoge, who was currently at the immortal bridge stage, to be unable to ascertain their background. It meant that the devil who had left a mark on them back then was definitely not simple. Such great devils were limited in the first place. Yan Zhaoge, being unable to confirm it, was actually equivalent to having locked onto some potential targets. He had a guess, just that he was unable to confirm it. 9 underworlds. The female emperor Jia Mingkong, who had originally sealed herself in ice again after the opening ceremony and had not spoken a word, now seemed very concerned. The ice sculpture emitted a faint luster as her voice resounded by everyone's ears. "Let me see." "Thank you for your trouble, female emperor." Yendi looked towards Feng Zhuan, who nodded, retrieving an ice coffin. Within the transparent ice coffin, a woman's eyes were closed as though she was in a deep slumber. It was precisely Shi Jun's mother, Shi Songtao's wife in Yuzhen. Having received instructions earlier, Shi Jun had been waiting outside. Now, he inhaled deeply and entered as ordered. Chapter 1049. Shi Jun sat in a lotus position with his eyes closed. At this moment, a strange mark vaguely appeared on his forehead. That was the seal hidden in the depths of his soul, which had been activated by female Emperor Jia Mingkong. Jia Mingkong was still within the ice layer, as if she was sleeping. However, the luster on the surface of the ice sculpture was never extinguished. On the other side, there was also a mark on In Yuzhen's forehead, which was different from the one on Shi Jun's forehead. However, they both emitted a strange and gloomy devilish qi. Yan Zhaoga and the others didn't make a sound. They observed those marks while waiting. After a while, the luster on the surface of the ice sculpture gradually disappeared. The marks on Shi Jun and In Yuzhen's foreheads also temporarily disappeared. "I'm ashamed. I also can't see through it." Female Emperor's voice resounded. Yan Zhaoga's eyes lit up slightly. Even a true immortal can't see through it. A great devil with such methods must be extraordinary. In this way, the scope of suspicion has been reduced once again. Female Emperor obviously had the same conclusion. Before the Great Calamity, both Taoism and Buddhism often exterminated devils. Many great devils of the 9 underworlds were killed. After the Great Calamity, the 9 underworlds were also affected and suffered heavy casualties. Although devils were reborn after dying, claiming to be undying and imperishable, nothing was absolute. It wasn't impossible to exterminate devils. The number of active great devils in the 9 underworlds is limited. Female Emperor said slowly, however, some devils might have left behind some tricks before they perished, seeking to be reborn after death. Yan Zhaoga nodded slightly. This was actually his previous guess, which had finally been verified now. However, he didn't know where the tricks on Shi Jun and In Yuzhen came from. Yan Di looked at Nie Jingshan, Bai Tao, and Wang Pu. Junar and his mother are the descendants of my senior apprentice brother. That senior apprentice brother has already passed away. I should take care of his descendants with all my heart. After senior apprentice brother Yu returns from the void's outskirts, I might have to trouble him to take a look. Bai Tao said, "Senior apprentice Uncle Yen is a righteous person. I believe Master will understand." Sword Sovereign Yu, Jinbei himself had spent thousands of years cultivating for the sake of his master's orphan. Moreover, from another point of view, this matter involves the 9 nether, so Master will definitely not let his guard down. Bai Tao added, "Even without your relationship with senior apprentice Uncle Yen, Master would still ask about this matter. After all, the great devils of the 9 underworlds involved could be extremely powerful." At this time Wang Pu said, "If it's possible, don't spread the news further. Wait until Master returns." Yan Zhaoga, Yan Di, and the others of Broad Creed Mountain slowly nodded. "If it's possible, I hope that the little brothers and their mothers can follow us back to the north peak of Kunlun Mountain." Bai Tao said, "No one knows when the mark of the great devil will change." After returning to Kunlun Mountain, if there were any changes before the Sword Emperor returned, he could ask the female Empress to help deal with it. If even the Empress couldn't handle it, they could simply ask the concealed Emperor, who lived in seclusion in the Kunlun Mountains, to help them. Yan Di said, "I'm afraid that it will cause too much trouble for Jade Capital Crag, and there will also be risks involved. It's fine. Wang Pu shook his head. If there really is a calamity, the possibility of it being contained at Kunlun Mountain is still greater than over here in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. With the female empress, or even the concealed emperor making a move, the damage caused would instead be less. Yan Di pondered for a moment before cupping his hands. Since that is so, I will be troubling you. The trio hurriedly said that they dared not. The female empress, who was sealed in ice, did not speak, clearly tacitly agreeing to this. Hearing this from the side, Shi Jun felt rather reluctant to part with his clan. Still, thinking that this was for the good of him and his mother, he said nothing as he listened to the arrangements. After discussing the matter of Shi Jun and Ing Yuzhen, their conversation came to a temporary halt. Still, after this, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di specially went to the guest house to visit the southeastern Exalt Chao Jie in private. As soon as they met, Chao Jie already knew why they had come. I have come this time for the matter of my mother. Please tell me about it, Southeastern Exalt, Yan Zhaoge said, straightforwardly. Chao Jie glanced at Yan Di. Right, while you have yet to attain the human Exalt stage, with the grand simplicity splendor cloud accompanying you, you should be fine. It is just that you, looking at Yan Zhaoge, he could not help but sigh. I am deeply grateful for the Southeastern Exalt's concern, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Still, perhaps it is because of the dim radiant wheel or the final art of the dim radiant 12 arts. Peerless infinity, that while I have made a trip to the immortal court and learnt of the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord, there is nothing special about it. It should not be possible to illuminate you just like that, giving birth to the treasured light of the power of faith. Chao Jie was rather taken aback. The experts of the dim radiant sect, who are proficient in the dim radiant 12 arts that year, were unable to escape this fate, even if they were beneath the human exalt stage. The dim radiant wheel has yet to become an immortal artifact. Could it have such an effect? Yan Zhaoge said, I cannot be certain. Still, are the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly Lord really so miraculous? Just knowing the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord and leaving a shadow in his heart can illuminate us. I have never heard of the future Buddha possessing such tyrannical methods in over 10,000 years of existence. From his earlier exchange with Chao Jie already knew that he had some understanding of the current blessed lands of Buddhism. Therefore, he was not surprised to hear the name of the future Buddha. As Yan Zhaoge raised the doubts on his mind, Chao Jie said slowly, if not for this, the world beyond worlds would not have to restrict the circulation of news of the immortal court like it is guarding against snakes and scorpions. It is actually also because of the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court that even news of Buddhism has been restricted. The immortal court and the blessed lands have many conflicts. While they are sworn enemies, they are essentially birds of a feather. Therefore, they have restricted the circulation of news together. Chao Jie raised his head slightly, saying, As for why the immeasurable heavenly Lord is so miraculous, I do not know either. Yan Di asked, when I met Chuqing that year, let alone the human exalt stage, she was still far from even being a martial saint. Then her situation is unique. Chao Jie said, there is a supreme treasure of her lineage which can ensure that she will not be illuminated just because she knows the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows lightly. Oh, such a treasure is rare indeed. Half of the river diagram. Chao Jie nodded. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his palms together. No wonder then. The river diagram and the Luo book were supreme treasures of legend, leaving behind countless legends. It was just that they had long since vanished without a trace before the great calamity. Never would he have thought that his mother would actually possess half a river diagram. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently. My mother, or rather, the dim radiant emperor and my mother's grand master, the bright connection emperor. What exactly happened between them and the immortal court? It is a long story. Chao Jie's expression was rather complex. To put it simply, it is, for one thing. Chapter 1050. This item is rumored to be known as the Heavenly Essence Stone. Chao Jia said slowly, I was only told of this after I had attained the human exalt stage. Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di both focused their gazes on the southeastern exalt Chao Jia. Chao Jia's tone was rather ethereal. It is said that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord is searching for a treasure known as the Heavenly Essence Stone. If this treasure falls into his hands, not only would martial practitioners beneath the human exalt realm be illuminated just from hearing its name, even those above the human exalt realm, even those of our orthodox Taoism who have already pushed open the door to immortality would not be safe. Yan Zhaoga knit his brows tightly. Heavenly Essence Stone, this name was foreign to him as well. Its name had not been circulated in the Heavenly Court's divine palace before the great calamity. Whether this news is true or just a rumor cannot be verified. Even now it is still debated, Chao Jia continued. Still, there were people who believed it to be true back then. Yan Zhaoga said softly, The dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia. That's right. The dim radiant sex expedition into extra-dimensional space that year was merely a feint, Chao Jia said. The dim radiant emperor's true goal was to try and find the Heavenly Essence Stone first. That was when the battle between Buddhism and the Immortal Court was at its most intense. Most of the Immortal Court's experts were locked in a fierce battle with Buddhism's experts, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, also restraining each other. In the end, the dim, radiant emperor really did pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth, obtaining a fragment of the Heavenly Essence Stone. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoga basically understood. Still, the dim, radiant emperor perished as a result. Chao Jia answered, That's right, it is precisely so. While he perished, the fragment of the Heavenly Essence Stone still did not fall into the hands of the Immortal Court. The Immortal Court was naturally unwilling to let it go, and the world beyond worlds suffered immense pressure as a result, paying a great price. It was said that the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin, and her descendant had obtained a fragment of the Heavenly Essence Stone. Therefore, they had always been wanted by the world beyond worlds and the Immortal Court. On the other hand, some people of the Immortal Court also suspected that there were clues hidden within the remains of the dim, radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia. While those of the world beyond worlds were basically certain that the Heavenly Essence Stone fragment was unrelated to the dim, radiant mausoleum and the dim, radiant wheel, those of the Immortal Court were not completely convinced. Therefore, those in the world beyond worlds had ignored the dim, radiant wheel as they had warned their disciples not to get involved with it. We originally thought that your mother had accidentally obtained the Heavenly Essence Stone fragment, so she got into trouble. Chao Jia looked at Yan Zhaoga. Still, it was probably because of your mother that you were able to obtain the dim radiant wheel. From the looks of it, the Bright Connection Emperor and the dim radiant Emperor were accomplices in the matter that year. He let out a long sigh. The world beyond worlds keeps the Bright Connection Emperor a secret. I also know that she is ominous. I only know that many of her propositions are against the earthly sovereigns. From the looks of it, the main problem is the attitude towards the Immortal Court. After hearing this, Yan Zhaoga smacked his lips. So, the earthly sovereign's attitude towards the Immortal Court is to appease them. Chao Jia answered, Not exactly appeasing, but His Majesty the earthly sovereign doesn't like to take risks. The great calamity caused our Taoism's 3 clear lineage to wither. It will not be easy for us to regain our vitality. Ever since the Kunlun 9 luminaries established the world beyond worlds, much has been sacrificed to achieve the current stable situation. Under the leadership of the 3 sovereigns, we have gradually regained our vitality in recent years, with the earthly sovereign playing a part in this. Yan Di raised his brows lightly. Still, if the rumors are true and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord has gathered all the Heavenly Essence Stone, wouldn't all this be for naught, vanishing into thin air in a single night? Chao Jia said mildly, The problem is that we cannot confirm whether the matter of the Heavenly Essence Stone is true or not. The heavenly essence stone may indeed exist, and the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court indeed desire it greatly. Still, is its use really as the dim radiant emperor says? Chao Jie shook his head slowly. No one knows whether the dim radiant emperor acted out of righteousness or selfishness. Even if he selflessly sacrificed himself for our fellow Taoists, even destroying the Tao tradition of the dim radiant sect, no one can guarantee that he has not been deceived by others and made use of by them. He felt rather despondent. Therefore, while some support and acknowledge it, there are also those who reject it. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, suspecting that it was a trap set up by the immortal court. He exchanged glances with Yan Di, both father and son frowning. The dim, radiant emperor Yin Tianxia's actions might have been selfless and selfless, as he had sacrificed himself for righteousness. He could be said to have performed immeasurably virtuous deeds, as the entire orthodox Taoism's 3 clear lineage owed him a debt. Still, it could also be that he had found a dignified excuse for his own personal gain, implicating others due to his own selfish desires. In the end, he had taken a risk out of desperation, suffering the consequences of his actions in the end. What was more sinister was that this was a trap set up by the immortal court. With the dim, radiant emperor Yin Tianxia having stepped into it, not only had he perished, the world beyond worlds had also fallen into a passive state. Sadly, it was very hard to verify this now. Therefore, this had become a rather controversial matter. Xue Chuqing, who was connected to the heavenly essence stone fragment, was in a worrying state as well. Whatever the intentions of the dim, radiant emperor and the bright connection emperor, they had both foiled the immeasurable heavenly Lord's plans. Even if the dim, radiant emperor had perished, this matter could not be considered settled, as it would still have to be borne by the world beyond worlds in the end. As the head of the 3 sovereigns, the earthly sovereign who held the leading position in the world beyond worlds decision-making, it was not important whether he believed the dim, radiant emperor and the bright connection emperor. He still had to give the immortal court an explanation on the surface, at least. This was especially so in the whereabouts of the heavenly essence stone fragment which the dim, radiant emperor had snatched away had always been unknown. Therefore, the dim, radiant emperor's relic had become a taboo. The bright connection emperor, who had always been hostile towards the immortal court, had become a dark history of the world beyond worlds. Meanwhile, Xue Chuqing, who might have obtained the heavenly essence stone fragment, had been arrested. Still, it was precisely because this matter was rather controversial that the people of the world beyond worlds had differing opinions about it. Specifically speaking, there were those who were enthusiastic about the arrest of Xue Chuqing. Some opposed it, while others turned a blind eye to it. When Xue Chuqing had first fled, her cultivation base had still been very limited. It would not have been difficult for the peak figures to find her. Those with differing opinions would have held each other back, thus giving her the time and space to move about freely. While you have your relationship with the Sword Sovereign, if you really are reunited as a family, it is best for you to keep a low profile in the current situation, not letting any news of this leak out. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Chao Jie said earnestly, even if you obtain the dim radiant wheel, you should still be mentally prepared. This supreme treasure might bring you a calamity. The past few years have been when the conflict between the immortal court and Buddhism has been at its most intense, with no time to be distracted. Still, after the peak comes the trough. Now that the 2 sides are no longer fighting so intensely, the immortal court will have the time to pay attention to this side. With the Sword Sovereign present, the pressure on you will be reduced greatly. Still, you still cannot let your guard down. Knowing that the other party was speaking from experience, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly before asking, in your heart, you trust and respect the dim, radiant emperor, right? Chao Jie's tone was calm. We are both of orthodox Taoism at the very least. Chapter 1051. Within the dim, radiant mausoleum, the words dispersed seemed to have traversed thousands of years. While there was some disappointment, there was no regret. In the lands of the immortal court, The silhouette had defeated the combined forces of 2 emperors of the immortal court with a single move. We are all cultivators, severing the Tao to see our true selves. Thinking of that imposing black-clothed, white-robed, black-haired, white-browed figure, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought for a time. Even though he had not personally come into contact with him, even though everything had already become dust in the annals of history, he could still feel how arrogant he had been. People had many facets. Coming to a conclusion about a person based on a certain event at a certain time would inevitably be biased. Yan Zhaoge was currently unable to assess what kind of figure the dim, radiant emperor Yin Tianxiao was. Still, he had obtained the dim radiant wheel, and his mother Shui Chuqing was involved, as he was naturally unable to stay out of this matter. The dim radiant emperor's death is already an indisputable fact. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Then, what about my mother's Grand Master, the bright connection emperor? Chao Jie said. As compared to the dim radiant emperor, there is even less news about the bright connection emperor. I am not sure if she is dead or still alive, but I can be sure that she has long since left the world beyond worlds. This was in line with what the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu had said that year. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently before suddenly asking, Then, what about the bright connection emperor's disciple, my mother's master? Chao Jie answered, I heard that she is already dead. Still, I do not know the specifics. That year, she was also captured and may have perished in the process of fleeing. Still, the whereabouts of the heavenly essence stone fragment are still unknown. Thus, it was your mother's turn to follow in her footsteps. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances, no longer speaking. It was uncertain whether the dim, radiant emperor had obtained the heavenly essence stone fragment for justice or for personal gain that year. Similarly, it was hard to say whether those who were hunting Shui Chuqing were interested in the heavenly essence stone fragment, a treasure that the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court valued so much and had been entangled with for 1,000 years would definitely be valuable, whatever its actual use. After thanking the southeastern exalt Chao Jie, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di returned to their lodgings. On the way, Yan Di said slowly, If you are right and junior apprentice nephew Sikong is indeed related to Chuqing, it might be related to the heavenly essence stone fragment. But there is one suspicious point. Yan Zhaoge pondered as he said, There are so many people who look like junior apprentice sister Sikong. There were at least 4 in our 8 extremities world back then. With how large the world beyond worlds is, there will only be more. In terms of population, saying that there are 1,000 or 800 of them is probably a low estimate. Just imagining it, Yan Zhaoge drew back the corners of his mouth. There were many similar people in the world. Even though they were not related by blood, there were still examples of people who looked like twins. However, if there were hundreds or thousands of people who looked the same, it would be a spectacular sight. It wasn't just similar, but their facial features were exactly the same, although there were men and women. Moreover, his appearance was outstanding, and he did not have a common face. If he practiced martial arts, he would be able to cultivate internal invulnerability and become a grandmaster. His talent in martial arts would be even more astonishing. While they were incomparable to supreme geniuses like Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Nie Jingxin, Chen Qianhua, and Long Xueji, even amongst the lineage of Kunlun Mountain's 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they would still be praised for their extraordinary talents. There were hundreds and thousands of such people, of course. There was the possibility of them dying prematurely or living an ordinary life without cultivating in martial arts. The time flow of the world beyond worlds was faster than that of the 8 extremities world. With Sikong Qing's age, if she did not cultivate in martial arts in the world beyond worlds as a commoner, she would already be nearing the end of her lifespan as she aged. However, the world beyond worlds, which was dedicated to the revival of Taoism, had always placed great importance on unearthing talents. Those who were truly talented would not be buried. For example, Sikong Qing's talent and potential had naturally been extraordinary before she had become a martial scholar. The possibility of her being overlooked was very low. Therefore, with so many Sikong Qings existing in the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge found it very hard to imagine that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would have overlooked such an abnormal situation. If we say that they are all scattered throughout the various lower worlds, I have already seen at least 2 of them here in the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge tapped his temple. Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, Royal Reed Sea, North Sea Sword Pavilion, Yu Baoqi, Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, Remote Cloud Mountains Clear Light Locale, Li Cheng of the Eastern Exalt's lineage. Of course, this number was far lower than Yan Zhaoge had expected. At the same time, it would not attract the attention of those who were unaware. Before the situation is clear, junior apprentice sister Sikong should probably continue keeping a low profile. Yan Zhaoge sighed. With senior apprentice Uncle Yu protecting us from above, the pressure on us has lessened greatly. Still, we have drawn more attention. The Eastern Exalt has just returned in defeat here. He will definitely be paying close attention to this. It is fine for others to see junior apprentice sister Sikong, but if he sees her and knows that she is a disciple of our broad Creed Mountain, it is hard to say that he will not associate her with something. Yan Di frowned, yet she has been wronged. Yan Zhaoge said, "It is still better than being targeted and abducted. Knowing who the other party is, it is fine if they come to ask for her. What is most frightening is that they do not know who it is, not being able to find her even if they wanted to." Li Cheng of Remote Cloud Mountains Clear Light Locale had been abducted by him. Yan Zhaoge. The Eastern Exalt had not even known who had done it, as he had thought that Li Cheng had perished in Xue Chuqing's old residence, like his other disciples. Yan Zhaoge would not be able to laugh if he had been abducted by his enemies. He stroked his lower chin. "Perhaps we can set up a trap for them? It is just that junior apprentice sister Sikong would be wrong that way." Yan Di said, "Forget about setting up a trap. Since that is so, junior apprentice niece Sikong should remain on the mountain. She is wholeheartedly devoted to the martial Tao and is proficient in it as well. I have actually always wanted her to take over the Martial Inheritance Hall in the future. If she becomes the first seat elder of the Martial Inheritance Hall now, it would be no different from exposing herself to everyone's gazes. Still, it is fine for her to manage the internal affairs of the Martial Inheritance Hall." Yan Di made his decision. Junior apprentice sister Fu can just give her the title of first seat elder of the Martial Inheritance Hall. He swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. "Instead, how are your preparations going? You will be leaving very soon." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "My personal preparations are more or less complete. Still, whether I can succeed or not will still depend on how things turn out after I have gone to Kunlun Mountain." Everyone was guessing what Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain would do next. Still, he and the sect would not actually be acting together after this. Yan Di would be presiding over the sect's development plans as they would officially head for the southern Blazing Heaven territory. With Yan Zhaoge's foundation in the Dynasty River region at Circumference Mountain and the eastern region of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, it would be much easier. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge himself would be heading to the central June Heaven territories, Kunlun Mountain, along with Nie Jingshin and Wang Pu. On one hand, it was to secretly search for his mother, Xue Chuqing. On the other hand, Yan Zhaoge had some ideas that he intended to try out. Instead, the latest news from Ingenious Flying Peak is that the Brocade Emperor who stood us up seems to have yet to return. Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly. "I really wonder what exactly he is busy with." Chapter 1052. While in the previous battle of the opening ceremony, Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had successfully resolved the crisis, with the interference of the Sword Sovereign having caused their enemies to flee in a sorry state, even not daring to make a comeback. Still, the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi, who had originally said that he would personally come to Broad Creed Mountain to offer his congratulations, was still nowhere to be seen all the way till the end of the ceremony. If one really had to say, an emperor having graced a sect with merely 2 immortal bridge martial saints in coming to watch over it was indisputably giving this sect an immense amount of face, sufficient to cause it to feel deeply grateful. Even if he changed his mind, no one would think that it was inappropriate. When the difference in status between the two parties reached a certain extent, many rules and etiquette were no longer applicable. No matter how insignificant the personal affairs of an immortal sect's great emperor was, it was still a huge matter to the human world. It was normal to give up the big and take the small. If it were any other power and the Brocade Emperor had not come, they would most likely feel that it was only right and proper in the eyes of others, as they would not feel that it was disrespectful of them. However, the problem was that Yanjiaoga and Broad Creed Mountain had already proven that they were far from being able to be measured by conventional standards. In the battle of the opening ceremony, he had resisted the Heaven Emperor and slain the Southern Exalt, further solidifying this matter. Even though he had been able to cause the Heaven Emperor to return empty-handed, that did not mean that he would be able to stand against the Brocade Emperor. However, the strength and potential displayed by Yanjiaoga and Broad Creed Mountain were also sufficient for even an emperor to not underestimate them. This was especially so when compared to the female emperor Jia Mingkong, who had personally come to Broad Creed Mountain to assist them in battle. The Brocade Emperor's failure to keep his promise was even more glaring. The representatives of Ingenious Flying Peak, who came to congratulate him, felt like they were sitting on pins and needles at the opening ceremony, not having seen the Brocade Emperor even after the ceremony had ended. They were virtually too ashamed to show their faces. Not daring to linger any longer, they hurriedly congratulated Broad Creed Mountain before taking their leave. These Ingenious Flying Peak martial practitioners wanted to ascertain the whereabouts of the Brocade Emperor the most. While the Brocade Emperor was carefree and easygoing, he had never been someone who went back on his word. This matter was clearly abnormal. Yan Zhaoga, Yan Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the others, however, were not dissatisfied with this. It is not that the Brocade Emperor went back on his word. It is likely that there is a reason for this, some other inside story. Yan Zhaoga stroked his lower chin. Zhuangxin, Langqing, Taoist One Heaven, and Lian Zolin were initially brimming with confidence as they were completely unbridled. Combined with some information that they occasionally revealed, it seems like they are certain that the Brocade Emperor will definitely not be able to arrive, at least not in time. Yan Di nodded. With the Brocade Emperor having previously stated that he would be attending our sect's opening ceremony, the other party naturally views him as their greatest obstacle. While the Heaven Emperor will also be coming, if the Brocade Emperor does not show up, in their eyes, the Heaven Emperor is unstoppable, and they will definitely win. They do not know that you have prepared the Earth Mother Tao ritual, much less that senior apprentice brother you has made arrangements for it. If they want to play any tricks, they would naturally target the Brocade Emperor first. The fact that the Brocade Emperor has yet to arrive is probably a ploy of theirs. Yan Zhaoga spread his palms apart. At first, I thought that there were 2 possibilities. Firstly, something has happened to Fu Ting, who had been to the Immortal Court with me, and is currently in secluded cultivation at Red Lotus Cliff. The Brocade Emperor was forced to return to Kunlun Mountain. Secondly, Zhuangxin and the others contacted Mars Halberd, requesting his help in obstructing the Brocade Emperor. Yet, news from Ingenious Flying Peak after the opening ceremony had been that the Brocade Emperor had not returned after leaving, and there had been no abnormalities with Fu Ting either. If he had been obstructed by Mars Halberd, with so much time having passed, even if the Brocade Emperor had not been able to arrive in time to participate in the opening ceremony, there should still have been news of him by now. After all, with an immortal artifact in hand, the Brocade Emperor was stronger than Mars Halberd. While Mars Halberd could obstruct him for a time, it would be very difficult for him to do so for a long period of time. Father and son exchanged glances, both shaking their heads helplessly. Yan Zhaoga's gaze flickered slightly as he thought, perhaps there is a third possibility. I was wondering why the roving Jade Heavens would send the immortal trapping sword manual back then. Now I finally know the reason. Yan Di changed the topic. At that time, the main opponent that Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had faced had been the Grand Xian dynasty. The peak expert of the Grand Xian dynasty had been Shen Lingzi. While his whereabouts had been unknown for many years, no news of his death had spread. If the two sides were to battle, Shen Lingzi would definitely return to the royal reed sea. Meanwhile, the immortal trapping sword could precisely counter the time-flowing sword of Shen Lingzi's lineage. Afterwards, it had been proven that Shen Lingzi, Daoist Shi, King Xuanqing, and the other experts had indeed returned to the royal reed sea. In the end, Yan Zhaoge had consecutively slain two immortal bridge martial saints, Kong Ping and Shen Lingzi, the immortal trapping sword having played a crucial role. Through Nie Jingxin and Bai Tao, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di finally learnt of their relationship with the roving Jade Heavens. The Dragon Spring Emperor Long Xingquan, who had resided in the roving Jade Heavens for 1,000 years, was precisely the junior apprentice brother of Yan Di's father, the exalted gold luminary Yan Xintong. Meanwhile, one of the roving Jade Heavens' two supreme sovereigns, the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, who was also the wife of the Dragon Spring Emperor and the great-grandmother of Gao Qing, whom Yan Zhaoge had met that year, was the senior apprentice sister of Yan Di's mother, the Purple Ji Emperor Di Qinglian. Thinking of this legendary couple of eldest apprentice brother marrying little apprentice sister and little apprentice brother marrying eldest apprentice sister, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di smiled inwardly as they also sighed in admiration. Unlike the sword sovereign Yu Jinbei, who was often absent from the world beyond worlds previously, the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor were both in the roving Jade Heavens. They were clearly aware of Yan Xintong and his wife's arrangements regarding Yan Di that year. Therefore, after discovering that Yan Di had appeared in the world beyond worlds, he had secretly paid attention to him. He had even sent the immortal trapping sword over that year, helping Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and Broad Creed Mountain. It was just that with the Heaven Emperor suppressing Broad Creed Mountain in this time's opening ceremony, it would not be good for them to openly lend a hand. The relationship between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens was currently not harmonious. If they made a move, it would very easily lead to the world beyond worlds uniting against outsiders, causing Broad Creed Mountain's situation to worsen. However, with the sword sovereign present, the Dragon Spring Emperor and his wife were not worried. The southwestern exalt Bai Tao instead hinted vaguely that he hoped that Yan Di and Yan Di would try their best not to come into contact with the roving Jade Heavens. Even if we don't talk about our relationship, just the immortal trapping sword manual back, then, is enough for us to owe Uncle Master Long a favor. Yan Di said, "Senior apprentice Uncle Long and his wife are concerned about us. We should also find a chance to pay a visit to the roving Jade Heavens in return. As for what happens in the future, we can talk about that in the future." Yan Zhaoge said, "You are right. It is precisely this principle." While the relationship between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens was tense, it had not reached the point where they were irreconcilable enemies. The fact that one of the Dragon Spring Emperor's descendants could conceal their identity and return to live in the world beyond worlds at the same time was proof of this. It will not be easy for you to lead the sect. Yan Zhaoge thought for a moment before saying, "I am relatively free. I should find a chance to contact the people of the roving Jade Heavens and go take a look. Speaking of which, the Shadow Mountain Sword King took care of me quite a bit in the past. It was not that they could not move around. Still, they had to do so covertly." Yan Di nodded. "Yes, just remember this. In the central June Heaven territory, atop Kunlun Mountain's southern high peaks Qilin Cliff, an old man was currently gazing calmly towards the southeast. It was precisely the earth exalt Wang Zhengqin. He tilted his head slightly, saying slowly, set off,